Please note that this content is for adults only. Viewer discretion advised. If you haven't yet, hit the subscribe, like, and share. Hello everyone and welcome back to another live stream with me, Grizzly. This is Grizzly True Crime, and here we are for day 6 of the Adam Montgomery trial. We have watched day 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5 together already, and I did go ahead, as I said yesterday at the end of the stream, and counted how many witnesses have we seen. And we have seen 20 witnesses so far. I revisited that document for the final pretrial order, and they said 50 to 55 witnesses is what they expect to see for the state, and 2 witnesses for the defense. So we've seen 20 out of 50 or 55. So it's going along smoothly so far. I have a poll up, which I'm going to end soon. I just wanted to see what you guys say before we start the stream. Do you think the state has proven their case? 45% say, yes, they have. 42% say, not quite. 7% said, haven't watched yet here today. Thank you to you. The 7% that you haven't watched yet, but you're here today. And then 5% said, no, not at all. Right? So thank you so much for voting. Welcome to all my moderators. Thank you so much for everything you do. I know these are long trial days and they keep us very busy, especially when there's lots of new people here. And they don't quite know how we roll here at Grizzly True Crime. So thank you so much, moderators. Welcome to all my patrons. Happy Valentine's Day to all of you, everyone, today. On Patreon, I do have a special video that was just published today of Willow and Fury. I know you guys love the cats, so go and check that out if you haven't seen it. Welcome to all my members as well, all the lurkers, all the old subscribers, new subscribers. By old, I mean existing. So I'm looking forward to this trial day with you. Let's see what it brings. And please don't have any spoilers here if you have already watched the first little bit. We obviously have delayed coverage for a reason, so that we don't have to sit through the lunch break or the coffee break. Sometimes we watch the paper flapping. Depends what it is, right? Okay, so I'm going to put the sound on, which I've also boosted. This is actually a purple top. It looks kind of bluish right now, but I'm wearing purple for Harmony today. I don't have an entire purple wardrobe. Otherwise, I would wear purple for Harmony every day. It was a favorite color. So thank you so much for sharing the purple hearts. They're sparkly purple hearts for Harmony. Thank you so much for sharing that in the chat in honor of Harmony Montgomery, 5 years old, which was last seen in December of 2019. Don't you guys think that, the jury, they don't have the probable cause affidavit, right? If I was them, I'd be very confused right now about exactly when Harmony was last seen, especially after the witness Anthony Badero was on yesterday. He kind of reverted back to what he originally said, which was around Thanksgiving. So that's around November 28th. So it's only about a week apart, 9 or 10 days, right? But that's really confusing because is it not only Kayla that said December 7th? And how could we trust what she's saying? So I'm confused. And even though I just resort back, okay, just look at the PCA. The investigators say December 7th, on or about December 7th. That's what I'm sticking to, right? But then I thought, what if I was on the jury? I don't know if they don't have those documents, I think. So they just got to listen to the evidence. They must be so confused about that. So I think the defense is doing a pretty good job at, creating reasonable doubt in this case. But let's see. All right. Now, before we get started, I just wanted to show you, I know some of you that were waiting for the stream had obviously seen this little clip. I just made a little clip for you today. I just want to show it to you because I want to show you how Kayla Montgomery's mother, who was on the stand yesterday, completely ignores Matt Johnson from Court TV, which is quite odd. You would think that maybe she'd be, be able to talk a little more, but this was weird. Look at this one. Are we ready? Look here quickly. Obviously him.
I understand that I was found guilty by a jury and not guilty of that at all. The only consideration that I ask of you this morning is for you not to consider anything as it relates to the case regarding my daughter Harmony. I did not kill my daughter Harmony. and I look forward to my upcoming trial to refute those offensive claims. Probably won't believe me when I tell you that I didn't wake up one morning and choose to become an addict. I don't want to be an addict. And I will spend my time in prison utilizing it to the best of my ability to change things about myself.
Crickets. And now we got crickets. He's not in the courtroom again.
Man.
Guy.
What do you think about the case so far and the accusations that your daughter had played a bigger role? Talk to me about testifying today. Was it tough to be up there? When's the last time you saw Harmony?
Excuse me.
When's the last time you spoken to your daughter?
Like, isn't it unbelievable? I'm just going to pause here because I want to tell you about these pictures quickly. I mean, why is she being like that? Poor Matt Johnson. Sure. I mean, Matt Johnson was also called out by Sarah Boone. In one of Sarah Boone's letters, she was like, Matt Johnson. I think he worked so hard. It must be so weird to be in those scenarios and really try to get some answers, you know, interview some people. To be treated like that, it's just horrible. So thank you so much to Grizzly Cat for not only finding these beautiful pictures of Harmony, but also just brightening them up and sharpening them up for us. Oh my goodness, just look at her. Look at this coat and look, oh my word. She's just so sweet. Shame, man. So look. Look at her. With her brother. That's her brother from the same mother who has a different dad who was adopted. If you haven't seen the interview of the couple that adopted Jamieson, it's on my community tab. So we did do that as part of trial prep. I put it there for you to check out, which was on Court TV. Look at her. Sorry, I'm pausing. I know there's music, but I just want you to see the photos. Okay, so thank you so much for watching all of those with me. Now let me make myself a little smaller here. Okay, are we ready for a full court day? Day 6. Let's go. Also, I have to say it because there's so many new people here. And they make me, some make me snarky because they're rude, okay, in the comments. And then sometimes I go off and sometimes I'm just like, leave it. But they just, you know, it's the usual, guys. If you've been here for a while, they're like, why do you have to comment all the time or do whatever? Like, that is the whole point of having a YouTube channel. I offer commentary. If you don't want commentary, you got to go watch on all the mainstream channels. And there's many to choose from that just stream the court feed with no commentary. This is not the place for you. If you want that, this is not the place for you. I'm going to interrupt and make commentary, and we're going to take notes and all sorts of things. We're also going to teleport, and we love to put comments on the screen and engage as a community. If it is for you, welcome. Welcome to Grizzly True Crime. That's what we do here, right? South Florida Gal says closing in on a milestone. Thank you, G and Mods. Oh my goodness, 21 months. Thank you so much. Okay, now let's start with day 6. We've got this lady, Katie Swango, a criminalist. I actually think I've still got my text ready. Here we go. There we go. I think it's going to be the state still asking questions. That's where they left off yesterday. And then cross-examination of Katie Swango, criminalist from the State Police Forensic Lab. Okay, so let's have a listen. I'm sure Caroline is very excited for this. The defense attorney, Caroline. Just one more thing. The judge is Amy Messer. The state's attorneys are Ben Agati and Christopher Knowles. I had those two switched around. Who's who? I knew their names, but I thought the one was Ben. That was actually Christopher, the other way around. Okay, so Ben Agati, Christopher Knowles. The defense is Caroline Smith and James Brooks. So here we go. We'll see. So this is still witness number 20 in this trial. Okay, here we go.
Let me just remind you that even though you did take your oath yesterday, you are still under oath today. Do you understand that?
I do.
All right, thank you. When we left off yesterday afternoon, at the end of the day, we had been speaking about the DNA profile that you were able to see on specifically the state's exhibit, the pink toothbrush. Do you recall those questions?
I do.
All right. And I believe you had given us a statistic recently about a 1 in 100 sextillion.
That sounds correct.
Okay. And so if you could just clarify one more time for the jury to understand, what does that 1 in 100 sextillion mean in terms of the profile, and comparing the profile that was seen on that toothbrush to the known profiles you were able to generate from Adam Montgomery and Crystal Sorey?
Stefan, are you paying attention to the numbers? I always know when it's like 1 in all these, billions, sextillions. Wow. Okay, all of those big numbers, and Stefan always writes it out for us, right? How big is this number, Stefan? What a match, eh? Okay, continuing.
So that's 100 sextillion times the more likely that toothbrush came from a child from those two particular people than from other random people.
And specifically a female child from those two people, correct?
Correct. It was a female profile.
All right. And so in that profile, and one thing, if you could please explain for the jurors in terms of some of the things when you're looking certainly for differences between males and females when you have an X versus a Y chromosome. If you could explain that to the jurors, what the difference there is.
For the gender?
Yes, please.
Right. So males have an X and a Y, so that everyone is going to get an X from their mother, because females only have 2 X's to give. So when an egg is formed, it's going to have an X regardless. There's no choices. When sperm are formed, half of them are going to get X's and half are going to get Y's from the father. So when they join, you're either going to have an XX and produce a female, or you're going to have an X and a Y and produce a male.
And so with regards to the profile on the toothbrush, because it was identified as being one of a gender female, there was no Y that you saw on that profile. Is that correct?
That's correct, yes.
It's separate from the toothbrush and being able to come up with that profile and see it there. Separate from that, did you also test a number of different swabs or cuttings as part of your work?
I'm sorry, I did, yes.
Okay. And with regards to those, I'd like to ask you about a couple of specific ones, and by the initials that they came to you under. Specifically, I'd like to ask you about swabs that you received that were labeled JMT 1, 2, 3, and 4.
Okay.
Do you recall being asked to test those?
They sound correct. I do believe one of my reports had those numbers. I don't
If you had a
have them
chance to look at
memorized.
that report, would that help?
That would be lovely.
I know you
Thank
said yesterday, I believe you said you write over 60 of these per year. Is that correct?
Correct. Yes, you may.
Swango, I'm handing you a document. Can you tell me what that document is?
Yes, it's my January 19th, 2022 report, and that's what it is. It's 3 pages of report.
When you generated that particular report, is the information fresh in your mind from the work that you just completed on those swabs?
Yes.
So I'd ask you to review it for a moment. And then afterwards, I'm going to ask you a series of questions about a couple of different swabs that you tested on that day, okay?
Okay. Just the JMT 1 through 4 swabs?
Correct.
Okay.
And I see you're looking up, so does that help refresh your recollection on your testing on those 4?
That does.
I wondered if you could talk to us a little bit about the results that you got from those particular swabs. And I'd like to start with swabs JMT 1, 2, and 3. Did you get any results from looking at those swabs?
Right. So 1, 2, and 3, I did get results. They were from more than one person, but there was so little DNA that they were insufficient to be able to make any comparisons. Remember yesterday I talked about when you have a profile, it has to be good enough quality to be able to compare it, and if it doesn't reach a particular threshold, then we can't do any comparisons. That's what happened with those 3 swabs.
And is that the same for all 3 of those swabs? There was just insufficient DNA in all 3 of them?
Yes.
Okay. When you do have a situation like that where it just is insufficient, Does that mean that you can draw any sort of conclusions from it one way or another, that it's definitely one individual or definitely not, or that it compares to an unknown person versus a known? Can there be any conclusions drawn?
So we can, usually we can tell, at least if it looks like there was one person or more than one person, which in this case for those, all three of those, I said they were more than one person. And sometimes we can tell if there's an X or an X and a Y, and we can tell if at least one of those people is male or female, but in this particular instance, there wasn't enough information to even tell the gender.
And let's stick with those 3 swabs if we can for a minute, JMT 1, 2, and 3. For those swabs, when you did your testing on this, that was testing for DNA analysis, not for general serology. Is that correct?
Correct.
So you don't know, or let me ask you, did you know what sort of substance might be on these swabs or might have been swabbed here?
So I was, when I get the file, I do have information. Some cases, some I don't. For these, I did by then know that they were believed to have blood on them.
And with regards to...
Ooh, Caroline's going to cross-examine her about that, I'm sure. Franco, welcome to you. You said, I don't usually ever get emotional during trials, but then you said red flag. I know, that's not a red flag. It means you got your emotional shield on. Me too, you know? Me too, but eventually, these cases involving children, eventually they get under your skin, no matter how strong we try to stay, right? And you said, but this one gets me. She looks so sweet and just doesn't deserve this. My heart breaks for her, absolutely. But don't down yourself or say red flag for, having that emotional shield on. We kind of need to, especially with these true crime cases, especially involving children. It's really hard. So thank you all for being here, because it's nice that we could be together and watch this trial unfold with no defendant in the courtroom. Can't wait to see the day when it's sentencing. Is going to have to be in the courtroom. Yeah, shackles and all. Okay then.
Are you aware of whether or not they went through serological testing at the lab?
So those swabs did not.
They did not?
No.
Okay. And I believe you've done serology at the lab a couple of different times, correct?
Correct.
All right. And with regards to that, what's the name of the test that the lab does for testing for the presence of blood?
Castle-Mayer.
Okay. I'd like to move now to JMT4, that last swab. Did you get a different result on JMT4 as compared to 1, 2, and 3?
I did.
And what did you see on JMT4?
I got a profile from one person, and it was a male.
It was from male?
Male, yes.
Not female?
No.
And let me go ahead and ask you, were there several other swabs that you tested in this matter?
There were.
And from those other swabs, generally from all of them, were you able to come up with any other...
You see, guys, I just want to show you an example of newbies. Play the video. Play the video. Okay, then. Yeah, I don't think you get the point of me having a YouTube channel. Okay, bye. Go to somewhere else. Crime Curious, hello. You said no spoilers, but the ceiling pieces and an entire rolling bin full of evidence bags in the courtroom today, like the big rolling bins that housekeepers use at hotels. Welcome, Crime Curious. Crime Curious is in the courtroom as well. I believe there's another Grizzly or 2 in the courtroom as well, which is really great. I saw Crime Curious also has a Grizzly mug. Yeah, I spotted that. Thank you so much for getting the mug as well. And while I'm pausing here, for the guy that says, play the video, Joe Jackalone says, good, almost afternoon, GN Grizzlies worldwide. Well, sir, it's 10 to 6 in the evening for me. We are Grizzly worldwide. Thank you so much for being here. Really appreciate it. It's always nice to see you guys in the chat, all the familiar faces, content creators. So welcome, everyone. Okay, let's continue on with Katie Lynn Swango, Criminalist, all about DNA evidence.
Known profiles or a profile that you saw on any of those that was one that could be compared specifically?
I believe there was one other sample somewhere that had a female profile, if I remember correctly. I don't remember if it was a cutting or a swab of something.
If you had a chance to look at the rest of your reports, do you think that might refresh your recollection as to where that may be?
Yes.
Okay. hand those to you. So that particular one that you talked about, that's not within the report that you were reviewing a moment ago, dated January 19th.
No.
Do you recognize the three documents that have been there?
Yes.
And what are they?
My February 1st, 2022 report, my February they're out of order, a June 29th, 2022, and a February 21st, 2023 report.
Would looking at those reports possibly help refresh your recollection as to the other profile that you were able to see?
Yes.
Feel free for a moment to review, and then
I think I was incorrect. There was a hair that was female, but it was not actually good enough for comparison purposes.
Okay, so there was a hair that you looked at, but it was not suitable for comparison purposes.
Right, and everything else, it does look like you're correct. They were not anything that I could compare.
Let me ask, with the work that you did do in this case, at any point did you make anything called a cutting or take a separate sample out of what you had been provided?
I did not.
You did not. Let me just have a moment, please, Your Honor.
Yes.
Ms. Swango, one more quick series of questions. With regards to the known profiles you were able to develop, not only the one for Adam Montgomery, but also the one for Crystal Sorey, and then with this profile that you were able to see on the toothbrush, the one in 100 sextillion. With those three profiles, what were you able to do with that information? Is there a place where that goes, or is there a place where that type of information is shared?
The only place that we would have to share anything would be with the national database, and I believe the profile from the toothbrush was sent to them for the missing persons portion of the database. That's my recollection. That was not something I did, but I believe that is what happened. And then the profile from Adam Montgomery was put in.
Was put into that database?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you very much, Ms. Swango. I don't have any further questions for you. I believe defense counsel will have a few.
Okay.
Thank you. Good morning.
Good morning.
How are you?
Fine.
I do have a few questions.
Pause. So, Paula said just now, is it Caroline time? Well, now it is. Now it's Caroline time. Sorry, this image is just over the judge's face. Sorry about that. PT Notterman, thank you so much. If you guys haven't seen my Patreon video yet, you're going to see the snacks that I bought for Fury and Willow. Thank you so much, PT. Okay, so now let me just update. I'll update the banner now. So now it's cross-examination of this witness, Katie Lynn Swango.
And you clarified a few things for me. Sure, if you don't mind. Okay. Just let me know when you need to look at a report, and then the jury will understand that you're reviewing your report when you testify.
Okay.
So one of your first duties, you said that you had two sort of roles in this case?
For the most part, I did just DNA, but there was one report that I wrote that was serology.
And that was in the beginning of January of 2022.
That sounds correct. I believe I started it actually on the 9th of January that year.
Okay, and that was because a whole bunch of stuff went to another criminalist who normally does serology, so you checked a few things to get them done quickly.
Correct. So all the evidence came in, and they were asked to rush it, and it was a Friday, which is when they all happened to happen. And because I was planning to come in on Sunday, he did what he could on Friday, and on Sunday I was tasked with trying to get these couple items in particular tested and started for DNA.
Okay, and so one of things don't simply, let's take swabs where people think the collector thinks it's possible blood. Okay?
Yes.
Somebody at a scene has collected a swab and thinks it's possible blood. Doesn't go right in for a DNA analysis, right?
Not usually, no.
Okay. It often goes to
Quick pause. Joe Jackalone says, remember your chance of winning the lottery is only 1 in 300 million and DNA 1 in septillion. Oh my goodness. Sure. So when they say it's that chance of being a... They don't say a match. What's the word they use? Most likely is a match. I don't know what the word is now. Oh no. I've lost my true crime lingo here. But then it would very likely be that person, right? So they were able to, we've read through this before in the probable cause affidavit. They actually went through all JMT 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, all of them from there. So if you missed the probable cause affidavit read through and you are new here today and you just want to like catch up on what is this case about, get all prepared, I think that would be the video to watch, as well as part 1 of the trial prep. It's all on the playlist for you, which is linked in the description box for you. Okay, so let's continue on with the cross-examination.
To serology for intermediate test to see if there's a presumption that it's blood.
Correct.
And if it turns out that it's presumptively blood, it goes on to the DNA lab.
Correct.
And it may turn out to be DNA and it may not.
Correct.
And then if it is DNA, you may be able to get a profile or you may not.
Correct.
And if you get a profile, it may be sufficient to compare to a known sample or it may not.
Correct.
Okay. So these are all the steps that are generally happening in the lab in a case where swabs and samples go to the DNA lab.
Absolutely, yes.
Okay. And when you did your serology testing in this case, and I think the numbers on them were swabs BEO5 and BEO6?
Yes, they are the correct numbers.
Okay. And one of those swabs was negative for blood.
I believe they were both negative for blood.
Okay. One of those swabs was negative for blood and sent on to the DNA lab.
They were both negative and both sent for DNA.
All right.
Caroline's like, but one of them was, right? Katie Swango's like, both were sent to the lab. Okay, but one of them was, right? Yeah, both of them were.
So let's talk about, let's do them both together. You're right. BEO 5 or 6 was negative for blood but sent on to the DNA lab.
Both of them were negative for blood and were sent to the DNA lab, yes.
Okay, but BEO 5...
Those are the correct numbers.
BEO 5 was negative for blood and sent to the DNA lab.
Yes.
And then BEO 6, you actually got a little more information in your lab, right?
In the DNA portion?
In the DNA portion.
That's the report that he took away. So I think so, but it was not, again, it was still not comparable.
Do you have 19 with you? Okay, so I have messed this up, and I don't mean to repeat, but I'm going to back up so that we have it.
Oh dear. At least Caroline admitted this time. She's like, I've messed this up. Like, oh, yesterday got confusing. When Caroline, the defense attorney, was talking about the Sebring and then the Audi and then mixing the two up and then jumping back and forth between the timelines. Sometimes she's really good at getting information out of the witnesses, right? Sometimes they incriminate themselves or, offer that reasonable doubt she's looking for. But other times it's like, what? If I was on the jury there and they can't take notes, which we learned yesterday for sure, this jury is not allowed to take notes and it's up to each judge. Wow. Then they must be like, what? So, timeline a little fuzzy.
BEO 5 and 6 were both negative for blood, but sent to the DNA lab.
Correct.
Okay. And at the DNA lab, you got DNA from BEO 6?
I got nothing at all from 6.
Okay.
BEO 6.
So here's something that was sent to the lab, found not to be blood, but still sent on to DNA in BEO 6, right?
Yes.
And then in BEO 6, there's no DNA.
Correct.
And then BEO 5 is sent to the lab, found not to be blood, but forwarded on for DNA analysis. And you did find DNA.
I found a small amount of DNA, yes.
And in that small amount of DNA, you found presence of more than one.
That's correct.
And you don't know how many.
Correct.
And you found the presence of at least one of those multiple 2 or more DNAs was male.
Correct.
and the presence of male DNA limited your ability to see female DNA.
That's correct.
So that that mixture could have been two males,
Yes.
could have been multiple males,
Yes.
could have been a male and a female,
Yes.
could have been multiple males and females.
Yes.
You just have no idea.
Correct.
So, and I want to talk about some of the reasons that might lead to that insufficiency determination.
Okay.
DNA can degrade over time,
Yes.
and you may 2 years later find DNA or not.
Correct.
And in this case, when you were talking about JMT 1 through 4, were you aware of where those swabs were obtained from?
I don't remember if I did know that at the time when I first started them. I'm not positive if I knew or not.
Okay, the jury has heard some testimony about the collection of those items from a trunk of a Sebring. Does that sound right?
I know that there were definitely samples from the trunk of a car tested, so that would make sense, yes.
Okay. Now, if DNA is out in an, what do you call the environment that you hold the swab in? Not quarantined.
Room temperature?
Okay.
What are you?
When
I'm
you
not
store
sure.
it so it won't degrade.
Right, so they're just stored usually in envelopes.
Okay. And are they put in refrigerators or any kind of special environment?
No.
Okay. So when you store it, the DNA can degrade?
It can, but if it's just at room temperature, usually it doesn't.
Okay. But if DNA is out in temperature that could go from very, very hot for a while to very, very cold for a while, it can be subject to degrading.
Correct.
And but at the same time, it can be subject to those swings in temperatures for years and not fully degrade, right?
That's true.
So sometimes some DNA exposed to those extremes in temperatures, you may end up with nothing, or you may end up with something.
That's true.
Because DNA can actually stay around for a long time.
It can.
And it is why even after years have passed, you test for DNA and or blood.
Yes.
Okay. Now the JMT 1, 2, and 3 had DNA, but they were not sufficient quantity.
Those three, sorry if I look,
Sure.
the report again.
Please.
1, 2, and 3, right. I could tell that there was more than one person, but that was all that I could tell about those three.
Okay, so again, we have that multiple that you had in BEO5, right?
Correct.
And it could have been male and a male?
I don't know anything about the gender for that sample, whether it was male and male, male and female, female, male, etc.
All of those choices apply because there's only two genders that are under consideration.
Correct.
Okay. And could have been all of the same gender?
Could have been.
Could have been all of mixed gender?
Correct.
Could have been two, could have been more than two.
It could. Generally, our wording is if we say more than one, it usually means we think it's two. If we think it's more than two, we generally would write more than two, etc. But when it's very low, it is difficult to tell for sure.
Okay. So
It's like the courtroom lighting just went dim for a second there. I'm like, wait, what? Perimeter lights, we need them. Okay, continuing.
here it could have been multiple, but what you saw is more than likely two.
Correct, because it's more than one, and I did not write that it's more than two.
Okay.
So yes.
And you tested a fair amount of swabs in your DNA analysis capacity, right?
Correct.
And they were swabs that had the initials MER and various numbers after that.
Correct.
And the jury has learned that the initials are usually the person that collects it, and the number is kind of the order that it gets collected in, right?
That is correct, yes.
So a fair amount went through serology, something was deemed appropriate to send on for DNA, and then it was tested by you.
Correct.
And you said JMT you knew was from the trunk, or you believed was from the trunk of Sebring.
Correct. I knew there were several things from a trunk of a car, yes.
And nothing from the interior of the car, right?
Not that I'm aware of.
Okay. Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
No further questions, Your Honor. Thank you very much. We'd ask for this witness to be excused, please.
Okay.
Objection?
No redirect.
I think not at this time. There's one more criminalist, perhaps, and then I will give an answer.
Okay. Yeah, look at all the evidence from today.
All right, you may step down.
They're going to have to unwrap all of this today. This could be from that ceiling. You know, the ceiling vent and the ceiling, that plank or whatever. I don't know. Oh my goodness. We're going to see a lot of evidence today.
Down. You're not excused from this. Okay. Thank you.
Your Honor, this thing calls Scott Reilly.
Scott Reilly, I think they said. So now that'll be witness number 21 for the whole trial.
You remain standing and just raise your right hand.
Okay, yes, all right.
Do you swear the testimony that you're about to provide this jury will be the truth and the whole truth and the pains and no piece of perjury?
I do.
Sorry, now you hear me type.
Good morning.
To push that.
Yes.
Forward. When the microphone's always on with all the water pouring, we get a little bit of water pouring ASMR during this trial as well. So this is Christopher Knowles.
Good morning, Detective Reilly. How are you today?
Doing well. Good morning.
And sorry, I just referred to you as a detective. Mr. Reilly, can you begin by stating and spelling your full name for the record?
Scott Reilly, SCOTTRILEY,
And what city or state do you live in?
Manchester, New Hampshire.
How long have you lived in Manchester?
On and off my whole life.
About how old are you?
I'll be 53 this year.
Mr. Reilly, how are you presently employed?
Employed, but I work for myself. I'm a consultant for, I do some work for some civil law firms.
Is that, what kind of work is that?
Interviewing.
Investigations?
No investigations, just interviews. I just do like a forensic type interview.
Do you do anything else currently?
I still work at the police department part-time.
And let's talk about that. When you say you still work at the police department part-time, what police department is that?
Manchester.
And can you just walk the jurors through your experience working at the Manchester Police Department?
So you want me to start with my first police department and then move into Manchester, or just Manchester?
Manchester.
So Manchester, I went there in 2007, and I spent, I think, 9, maybe 7.5 years in Manchester in patrol, doing all kinds of different assignments, bike patrol, motorcycles, stuff like that. And then I went into the juvenile division as a school resource officer for a couple of years, and then I spent the remaining almost 8 years as a juvenile detective.
What kind of things did you do as a patrol officer?
Respond to urgent calls, anything from traffic stops to urgent, could be bank robberies, anything, whatever's needed at the time.
And is it pretty typical for officers that start at the Manchester Police Department to work patrol for some period of time?
Yes, it is.
You mentioned going into the juvenile division and working as a school resource officer.
I did.
How long specifically did you do that for?
2.5 years. I don't know exact. I think it was maybe 2.25 years, 2.5 years, somewhere around there.
I just want to boost it a bit
And you
more
also
quickly.
mentioned eventually becoming a detective in the juvenile division.
I did.
What did you do? What were your assignments and duties in that role?
Investigating crimes either against or by juveniles.
And how long were you a detective with that division?
I was just shy of 10 years, by a few months.
Earlier you mentioned prior law enforcement experience, prior to the Manchester Police Department. Can you tell the jurors what that is?
I worked at Hooksett Police Department. That's where I was originally hired in 2004, and I worked there from 2004 to 2007. Then I transferred over to Manchester.
Mr. Reilly, did you graduate from the New Hampshire Police Academy?
I did.
What year did you graduate?
The 135th Academy, and it was in 2004.
I want to switch gears, Officer Reilly. I'm sorry, Mr. Reilly.
I'm still an officer, so it's okay.
Okay. Can you, were you assigned duties in your capacity as a law enforcement officer in the investigation of the missing child, Harmony Montgomery?
I was.
And can you just describe generally your role and involvement on that case?
It began with everybody pretty much in the division, because when it first came in, it was fast-paced. They kind of grabbed everybody they could to work on it. So the assignments in the beginning were kind of just, they'd have like a morning meeting, and they would decide, you're doing this today. It was nothing specific. And then it morphed into, I was assigned monitoring jail calls, jail mail, jail messages. I was involved in some interviews. I mean, I didn't have like a specific assignment. Whatever was needed, they just assigned it to us, and kind of we ran with it.
Did you say it was all hands on deck?
It was, in the beginning, yes.
I mentioned a missing persons investigation. Did that change at some point during the course of your involvement?
It did. Yeah.
What did it change to?
It changed to more of a homicide investigation.
Yeah, Rebecca says, is it me or is everyone sound muffled? It's a little muffled today, and we've got it boosted. Imagine if we just listened to just the sound as it was, we wouldn't hear a damn thing. So yeah, I've got the sound boosted for us. I'm monitoring that monitoring the levels to make sure that we don't blast our eardrums out. If they eventually do come around, I'll adjust. But for now, it's boosted for us so that we can at least hear what's being said here. Thank you all for being here. I hope that closed captioning is working for everyone today. Yesterday, YouTube had a little glitch or two. So, okay.
Do you recall when your involvement began on the Harmony Montgomery case?
I believe it was the 2 days after Christmas, so it would have been the 12/27 of 2021, if I recall correctly.
At some point in the investigation, did you and the officers with the Manchester Police Department receive information pertaining to the Families in Transition Shelter, FIT shelter, here in town?
We did.
And what led you? What information did you receive that led you to that shelter?
I wasn't part of there was an interview that was conducted, and information was obtained that maybe the child was placed in that apartment for a period of time.
You mentioned an interview being conducted. Was that with Kayla Montgomery?
It was.
During your time with the Manchester Police Department, were you tasked with processing that room?
I was.
When did you process that room?
I believe that was June 4th of 2022, if I recall correctly.
Can you describe your response to the Families in Transition Shelter that day?
We were told to go out there and we were going to complete a search of the apartment. I mean, crime scene van was involved. It wasn't my case, so I didn't really have any of the planning. I was just kind of, let's go. You're going to help process the scene, and we obviously went out there.
So you mentioned receiving information pertinent to your investigation that may be at the Families in Transition Shelter. Did you, subsequent to that, after getting that information, did you provide a subpoena for documents to the Families in Transition Shelter?
I did.
I can approach, Your Honor.
Yes, you may.
Thank you, Sue. You're an OG. Steel guitar. What? Like, there's this weird sound the whole time. Who is it? It almost sounds like a printer running the whole time, or like a fax machine. Is it the court reporter's stuff? What's it like? You hear it? I know there's people here in this community that have misophonia. Is it what it's called, right? So that like the gulping, the drinking, the flapping. I'm always mindful of that, right? Mostly because I think I'm on that spectrum too. So that like background noise of the fax machine, so annoying. Sorry about that. Okay, I can't do anything about it. Okay, shame. This guy, I think he's seen a lot. You could just, by his demeanor, is so like somber in what the work that he's done. Shame, it must be really depressing. Go forward a little bit. There we go.
I didn't hear her name.
Sume?
So, Mr. Reilly, I'm handing you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 93 for identification. I'm just going to ask that you review those items. Paying specific attention to this page and this page. Are you aware of what those documents?
I am. I've never actually read these, but I am aware of what they are, yes.
Okay. Your Honor, the State moves to strike ID of State's Exhibit 93 and mark the scope.
Did you just do it? Okay. So not your holding this.
Sure. Please.
Okay. Shame, man. This poor guy. Oh, long sidebar. We're going forward. That's a really long sidebar. Okay.
Your Honor, at this point, I move to publish State's Exhibit 93.
No objection.
I'm going to leave these with you, Mr. And I'd just like to walk through what those documents are with the jury. If you could start with the first page, the room information. Feel free to use the screen behind you. Do you see the individual's name in the top left?
Yes.
Can you read that for the jurors?
Adam Montgomery.
In what room does it say Adam Montgomery was staying in?
Room 1.
And what were the dates associated with his stay?
December 30th of 2019 through February 20th of 2020.
Let's go to the next document. This is work order number A11010. What is the start date of that document?
2/5 of 2020.
What's your understanding of what this document is?
It's a work order for that.
And can you read the description on that work order?
It says general other, really cold in units 2 and 5. Come check the thermostat, slight odor when the heat is on. Done on 2/5 of 20.
And what was the unit number associated with that?
Unit 2.
And we'll talk about this later, but are you familiar with the general layout of the rooms in the fit shelter?
Yes.
And let's move to work order number A11079. Which unit number is associated with that work order?
Unit 1.
And that's your understanding of where the defendant was staying?
Correct.
And can you read the general description?
Okay, so if for those of you who aren't familiar with the case, I would say trigger warning for the entire case. It's very upsetting. It's about the murder of a 5-year-old girl, Harmony Montgomery, which happened sometime after Thanksgiving and on or about, they say in the reports, December 7th of 2019. It took more than 2 years for anyone to even know that she was missing. And then when the police, started the investigation, they realized pretty quickly this is a homicide investigation. So this is about the FIT shelter, Families in Transition, where Adam Montgomery, his wife Kayla, and the 2 boys, their 2 sons, stayed while Adam was allegedly carrying Harmony's body around in a duffel bag, wrapped then in trash bags, which he then put in the ceiling vent of this FIT shelter. So they've shown us pictures of that before. We've also looked at things before. So they say general description here at the shelter, weird smell coming from the vents in the unit, come check it out. And when the maintenance went to go and check it out, Adam obviously knew, I think there was an appointment made of sorts, and he took her body out from the ceiling vent and put it in a closet for a bit. And that's where the plan started being made. Horrible plans, sinister plans to put her body in a smaller bag and have Kayla wheel that on a stroller between her 2 boys to the Portland Pie Company, where it was then stored in a refrigerator, and so on. The nightmare goes. But that's what they're talking about here. Just in case you didn't know, and I think the dates I scribbled it down, there was December 30th of 2019 until about February 20th of 2020. Okay, so I think we're going to see probably some of those wooden planks from the ceiling which had stains on it from decomposition and things like that. So it will be an upsetting day. Just be mindful of that. And if you do need to take a break, we'll always save your seat for you. We'll keep your seat warm for you as well, so that when you're ready to come back, then you could just be back with us. Okay. Dr. Berry, welcome. You said, do we know about how long they expect this trial to last? They said 3 to 3.5 weeks, and it's scheduled on the court side for the month of February. So, I mean, it's already today. Valentine's Day, everyone. Happy Valentine's Day to you. February 14th. So it could still last, well, it's business days. I don't know, till the end of the month. Not too long now. Not too long.
General other, weird smell coming from vents in the unit. Come check it out.
What was the date associated with?
February 21st of 2020.
Okay. And you mentioned earlier that the defendant left that room on February 20th?
Correct.
So this is the day after he left?
Correct.
We may approach your Honor.
Tater Rosella said, wait, Portland Pie Company? Oh, damn, that must be bad for business. They did actually close down. I don't know if it was for anything to do with this, but that Portland Pie Company is closed, which I think was on Elm Street, which is why I say this is like the real nightmare on Elm Street. This horrible case. Shame. Poor Harmony.
Dr. Reilly, I'm handing you what's been marked and previously published as State's Exhibits 31 through 34, and what's been marked for identification as State's Exhibits 35 through 39 for identification. Can you take a look at each of those in turn? I'm going to take these records back there. Can you take a look at each of those in turn and describe what's depicted on those images?
This is the. Are you going to put them on the screen too? You want me to hold them
I'm
up?
going to put them on the screen, but if you can just
This one.
talk to me about
Okay.
not show the judge.
Okay, so the first picture is a picture of the front of the Families in Transition, which I'm going to call FIT for ease. It's the front door. It's really just the front of the building. And the second is second picture is
Hold on. Attorney Knowles, him saying second picture, I need him to identify what he's looking at by the exhibit number, please.
Just review the number that's depicted at the bottom.
Isn't this number right here?
Yep.
Okay. So number 30 is the front of the building. Number 31 is inside the building, looking at doors, apartments 1 and 2. Number 32 is looking inside unit 1. It's a picture inside the room. Number 33 is another picture inside the room, specifically of the ceiling. Number 34 is a picture of the vent, our area of interest, one of them. Number 35 is a picture above the ceiling, looking at the an area of interest that I'm sure we're going to talk about shortly. Number 36 is I had placed a measuring tape to kind of show the size of the area of our interest up there. And then number 37 is a picture of the ceiling was cut and it was on the floor before they wrapped it.
How about 38, 39, 38.
So 38 is another picture of the ceiling when it was on the floor. It was placed on butcher paper. 39A is a picture after I cut the ceiling, just the hole and picture of the room. And then 39B is another picture of the ceiling where I cut out the ceiling.
And do you recognize the items?
I do.
Are they accurate representations of what you saw that day?
They are.
At this point, Your Honor, I move to strike the ID from State's exhibits 35 through 39B.
Not 30 through 34, just 35 through 39B.
30 through 34 have been previously published.
I see, okay. Any objection? All right, the ID is stricken, they're entered as full exhibits.
Detective Reilly, when you arrived at the Families in Transition shelter, were you accompanied by anyone that day?
Many people, yes.
And you mentioned remembering going there. The image that I've just depicted behind you, identified as State's Exhibit 30. Do you recognize that location?
That's the front of the FIT, yes.
Okay, sorry guys, I was just turning my head and just telling Mr. Grizzly to get the cats out of the studio. Sorry about that. If you're wondering who am I talking to all of a sudden, I'm just like turning and talking because the cats are all over the equipment and we don't want to lose the stream. So they are banned from the office. Okay, so this is the Families in Transition shelter where they stayed for some time with Harmony's body in a duffel bag, which there is evidence to back that up, which, yeah, trigger warning for the entire case, but definitely for what they're going to be discussing today.
And the individuals that accompanied you that day, do you remember their names?
Some of them.
Okay.
Detective Stewart Coswick, Ray Hill, Deputy Duffs, William Duffs is his name. Tufts, Tufts. Detective Dunleavy. There's a couple supervisors there, I think.
So the individuals that you just mentioned, the majority of them work for the Manchester Police Department.
Yes, all but one, yes.
Are you aware of where Deputy Tufts that you mentioned?
U.S. Marshals.
And thank you to everyone in chat confirming that that Portland Pie Company in Manchester closed for economic reasons. You said, I agree, other branches stayed open. Timing, which would have also been during the pandemic, so maybe that also affected it, right? I mean, even that, to think that Adam and Kayla were able to hide the fact that Harmony was missing, I think the pandemic also had a factor, you know? People were not looking like they might usually look. Maybe they thought they just, I don't know, on lockdown or staying somewhere. It's just incredible how long time passed, how much time passed before anyone knew that Harmony was even missing.
Mr. Reilly, what did you do when you arrived at the Families in Transition Shelter, FIT shelter? You mentioned that you did some cutting as you were reviewing those images. Can you tell the jurors what you actually did?
So, you want me to start from my first observation when I walked in the room, or just the actual cutting?
Let's talk about walking into the room first. If you'll look at the image that's on the screen behind you, states Exhibit 31. What are we looking at there?
Unit 1 and 2. The doors.
Unit 1. I don't know that that's much better, but
this is 01.
Can you? So Unit 1 is on the left, and where's Unit 2?
Right here, on the right.
So they're adjoining rooms.
Yes. They're polar opposites from each other. I'm pretty sure they're exactly opposite, like this. The walls are right in it too.
I'm sorry, Your Honor. Oh, yeah. Sir, you just need to speak into the microphone when you're speaking, so that everyone can hear you. I know it's hard, but.
Yep.
And did you make any impressions when you, did you enter the room when you arrived?
I did.
And the image that's behind you, you said you recognized?
That's Unit 1.
And was that the layout that day?
It was.
Are you aware of whether or not they're allowed to move furniture at the Families in Transition?
I have no idea.
Tenants?
Not aware.
But that's what you saw when you arrived?
Yes.
And again, can you remind us why you were going there that day?
There was information developed in the investigation that there's a potential that the missing child was placed above the ceiling in this unit.
And was there an access point to that ceiling?
There was.
And do you see it in the image there?
I do. It's the vent at the top.
That vent?
That's correct.
There's a number next to that vent. Can you read that to the jurors?
Number 1.
When you arrived in that room, when you actually walked in, did you make any impression? Did you have any impressions?
I did.
Can you tell the jurors what those impressions were?
There was an odor. I could smell something. I didn't know what it was when I first entered the room, but I could tell there was an odor in the room.
Okay. Any other impressions, Detective?
I mean, it looked lived in. Kind of a normal residence, I guess.
Did you do anything with that vent while you were there?
I did.
What did you do with it?
I removed the vent. I pushed it up into the ceiling and moved it to the side.
Was there anything securing that vent when you moved it?
I don't believe there's anything securing the vent to the outside frame. The vent kind of just sits into the outside frame, but the vent was connected to some tubing up top by a zip tie.
Did you remove that zip tie at some point?
Yes, I did, after.
What did you observe did you look into the opening that you created?
I did.
What did you observe when you...
As soon as I removed the cover, I could smell what I know is decomposition. I could smell a dead body, what I believed to be a dead body at the time, or it smelled like decomposition is the best way to describe it.
What is decomposition?
When a person dies, their body starts to degrade, I guess is the best word. It's a smell that you just won't forget.
And can you just tell the jurors what your experience is with that smell?
I mean, I've been to many many death scenes, many autopsies. I've smelt it many times.
Did you make any other observations when you looked into that vent?
I did.
And what were those?
I could see at first that there was, it looked like a stain right close to the edge of the vent. That correct? And I also noted that you can see the sheetrock dust. And I'm sorry if you can't hear me. This is hard to crank my neck around to see this. The sheetrock dust you could tell had been altered. Like you can see in the back, it's all fresh sheetrock dust, probably from when the place was constructed. And this over here appeared to have been something had been in that area.
Mr. Reilly, if you don't mind just standing up and actually pointing to that area of dusting that you're discussing.
Right here. You can see here, this is different. The composition is very different between the two. It was clear that something was here and not placed over in this area.
And the staining that you mentioned, where is that, if you could point it out on the screen?
I'm sorry, say that again?
You mentioned seeing staining.
Yes.
Where is that on the... At some point, did you attempt to measure what you were observing in that picture?
To the best, yes, I did.
And is that it?
It is.
About 16 inches across?
Approximately. It varied in size.
Let's talk about what you did next after you observed this area of interest. What did you do?
We, as a team, we obviously decided that we needed to take this, so we cut it. We used just an old school sheetrock serrated knife, and I cut the sheetrock until I got to the metal studs, and then we had to use a reciprocating saw to cut the metal studs you can see in the picture.
Did you take any precautions while you were working on the ceiling?
When I was up in there, I had gloves on, but I didn't go up into the ceiling. You couldn't because it would collapse. So I didn't really have, other than putting the measuring there, I didn't really have any direct involvement with like the stain.
So for those of you who are only joining the stream now, I've got a trigger warning on the screen. It's very upsetting to see, of course. It's where allegedly Adam Montgomery had put Harmony's body in the ceiling. Like the little ceiling vent, and his fingerprints were actually found on there, and it was consistent with his DNA as well. He had apparently put her body in the duffel bag, in a trash bag, in that ceiling vent, and then the decomposition stains can be seen there. And there were other tenants complaining of the smell, and a maintenance guy came to look, didn't see anything because he then put Harmony's body in a closet for that inspection. But that's what we're looking at, just so that you know.
Started cutting. We changed gloves every time we changed, like when we took the vent down, we changed gloves. When we started cutting, I changed gloves. But I was below the ceiling at this point. I was cutting from below. I wasn't up in the ceiling with it.
Were you wearing a hazmat suit that day, or
I was not.
How about a mask?
I was not.
What were your working conditions like while you were doing this?
It was hot.
It was hot.
It was hot. Yeah, it was very hot.
Sweating?
I was.
How long did it take? You said you removed a portion of the ceiling. How long did that take?
I would say the actual cutting was probably maybe an hour. The whole time we were up there was or dealing with that, maybe 3 hours. I don't recall the exact times, but it was within a couple hours, I think, probably, from the time we removed the vent till the time we actually took the ceiling down.
And so you mentioned actually taking the ceiling down. Is that what it looked like?
It is.
And again, that staining, did it become more apparent once you removed it from the dark area it was in?
It did, because of the lighting. It was.
So this forensic interviewer from the Manchester PD started working on the case 2 days after Christmas in 2021. So that was shortly after Harmony had been reported missing. And at that point, they'd spoken to Kayla. She'd, of course, lied a lot first, but as they went on, and then there were the proffers and everything, eventually it was Kayla Montgomery that offered up this information that Adam had put her body in the ceiling vent. So without Kayla giving that information, I don't think they would have had this evidence. So that is why she was such an important witness, even though it was infuriating that she's got this plea deal, But I don't know if they would have been able to, maybe with their phones or something, I wonder if they would have been able to know that they stayed there and to check. Maybe they wouldn't have even thought to check the ceiling vents there. It's because of what Kayla said, that they even went there once the investigation had started. Once it became a homicide investigation, yes, that's when they went into the ceiling.
Do you recall whether that item was given an evidence number?
I know it was. It wasn't tagged by me. My primary focus was just getting it down, and then it was handed off to the team that packaged it and tagged it. I'm helping assisting packaging later, but initially they put it and covered it in butcher paper.
Do you recall having it labeled MER 3D?
It sounds right, yes.
MER, those are initials this jury heard. Do you know whose initials those are?
Yeah, Detective Reilly.
That's Max Reilly.
Correct.
You mentioned butcher paper?
Yes.
Do you see that in this image?
Yes, you can see it through the hole. It's sitting on top of butcher paper.
At what point during your processing did you actually place that butcher paper down?
I didn't place it down. The team that was there did. I was standing on, the ceiling, I'm not very tall, so I had to stand on a platform to get to cut. So once we got to the point that I could cut the last metal, we had to have other team members hold it. And then once it was detached from the ceiling, I got out of the way and it was put down on a piece of paper.
Do you know what the purpose was of putting it on paper?
Preserve any evidence that's on it or in it.
Would that be including the items that fell during the cutting?
Correct.
Are you aware of how this portion of the ceiling was handled once you removed it?
I know it was placed in the crime scene van, and then I believe I helped carry it up into the evidence room. And then I didn't have anything to do with it for a period of time after that.
Were you aware of low points in the ceiling while you were processing it?
I don't know what do you mean by low points.
Was it completely level, or do you know?
On the outside, looking up, it was flat. Inside, there was a bunch of different channels because of the metal framing.
I want to talk about how large the ceiling was relative to the overall room size. You documented it, is that right?
I did.
And is that accurate in comparison?
It is.
How did you actually get up there to cut this out?
We used that bed frame.
No ladder?
No. Well, we had a ladder there as well because we had to have multiple people, but I stood on that bed frame, and if I recall, I may have stepped off to the ladder. And I know there was some talk about having other people jump in because it was hot that day and it was a lot of manual cutting, but I continued, and just because I was already covered in sheetrock dust, there was no sense getting anybody else.
Mr. Reilly, I want to switch gears. At some point, in your official capacity as an officer with the Manchester Police Department, did you travel to Florida?
I did.
Can you explain that to the jurors, why you did that?
They're trying to figure out how to get this to a lab to test it for DNA or try to figure out what was on this staining. And I know that I didn't myself, but another detective had done some work on this prior to me getting it. I offered to drive it down to Florida because it was too big. You couldn't fit it in a plane. It turned into a mess. So I offered to drive it, and they said sure. So I went and rented a car at the airport, and I know that the size. I remember it being 44 inches wide, and we had to find a vehicle that it would fit in. So we rented a car, and it fit, and I drove straight to Deerfield Park, Florida. I think it's DNA Labs is the name of the
DNA Labs International.
Yes, correct.
And when you say we drove it, who if anyone were you accompanied with?
Detective Bergeron Rosa.
And so you drove it from Manchester to Florida?
We did.
And do you recall the date of that?
I believe that was July 20th of 2022, if I recall correctly.
Did you stay in Florida, or did you come back to New Hampshire?
We stayed overnight. We drove straight through. We didn't sleep on the way down. We drove the whole way.
In your career as an officer, have you ever done something like that, such a long trip?
Personally, yes, many times. As a police officer, no.
Did you eventually come back with that item, that portion of the ceiling?
We did.
And when you say we did, was that with Adam Bergeron Rosa, or was that another officer?
That was with Detective Heil.
Heil.
Yes. Just a timing thing, so they assigned him to go.
And how did you come back with the item?
We flew down, we rented a car, or it was a Ford Expedition, if I remember correctly, and we came back with that amongst many, many other items. It wasn't just that item, but the vehicle was completely full. Between the time that you took possession of the portion of the ceiling and the time that you got to the lab in Florida, were you able to maintain and secure possession of that item at all times? At all times, yes. And once you obtained it back from the lab in Florida and drove it back to New Hampshire, were you able to contain it, to secure it at all times? We were. If I can have just a moment.
Coco and Kitten says, I wonder if we will get to see Adam's police interviews today. I wonder as well. We've already seen his police interview. There was just over 30 minutes. So if you guys missed that one, it's on the playlist as well. It was part 3, I think, of our trial prep. So go check it out if you missed that with commentary and everything. And I just wonder with the body cams of when they found him. We've also seen some of that. So maybe we'll see the full one now, you know? Okay.
No further questions, thank you.
Just a few. But I think I
Oh.
that's what
I'll be able to use this now. It was just hard to turn around.
Great.
Good morning.
Good morning.
I'm Caroline Smith, and I do not have very many questions, but you talked about having many different duties in this case, right?
Correct.
And one of those duties was to talk with Kayla Montgomery?
Yes.
And do you recall when you were speaking with Kayla Montgomery?
I would say either the 30th of December or I think 12/30 of 2021 is. I may be wrong, but that's kind of in my head.
Okay. Was that at a fit shelter or a recorded interview?
Both. I mean, so I talked to her 2 different times, so that may be off by a day. The first time I believe I talked to her. We were at Fit, outside of Fit.
And the second time?
Was at the station.
Okay. And that was a recorded interview?
Correct.
And that was prior to her arrest?
Correct.
Okay. Did you advise her that she could have an attorney?
Yes.
And did you tell her that she didn't have to speak? You wanted to talk to her about missing harmony?
Yes. I don't know if I did or Detective Dunleavy, but she was advised that it was a voluntary interview, yes.
Okay. And you talked for a while?
Yeah. Yes, it was. I think it was
And
pretty
then at
lengthy.
some point, I think you all gave her a chance to be alone and write down maybe her thoughts.
Correct.
In case she didn't want to tell you all directly, maybe she wanted to write it down and pull her thoughts together.
That is correct.
Right?
Yes.
And the essence is that and you gave her a fair amount of time, right?
Yes.
And when you came back and looked at the note, it essentially ended the interview.
It did.
Okay. Now, another random duty, I don't mean to call it random, you just were
was.
jumping here, there, and everywhere,
Very
right?
random.
And
Okay.
one of the things that you did was, to collect something from the House of Correction that Kayla wrote?
Correct.
Show you what's been marked as
Thank you, Simi. You said, yes, we were well prepped. I get a bit snarky on my side when people ask, what's going on? Just want to glare at them if I could see them. Thank you for being protective as well. But yes, guys, we did a lot of homework about 2 weeks before this trial started. There's part 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5, a deep dive preparing us for this trial, which I did say, some people are going to regret not being there with us because they'll be like, what's going on? Well, we prepared a lot. So at least the good thing is you can catch up real quick because everything's time-stamped for you. It's labeled for you, part 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. You could catch up there. You could read the probable cause affidavit with us. You could see Adam Montgomery's police interview with us. Learn all about his rap sheet and deep, dark, dive into his criminal past, which is very concerning as well, which, of course, the jury doesn't know about, but we know about it. So thank you so much, Simi.
Exhibit G. Do you recognize this document?
It's okay to remove it out of here?
Yes.
Okay. I do recognize it.
What is it?
It's a note that she had. I think they were doing a cell search, if I recall correctly, and they found this in her room.
Okay.
In her cell, sorry.
Okay. And so essentially, the police department, someone discovered that this note had been seized.
Yes.
And you were assigned to go and take the note.
Correct.
And did you talk to the COs and sort of document everything about how that was obtained?
Yes, they had their own report. They provided me with their inside report.
Okay. And do you recall when that was?
I don't. I'd have to see the report. I don't remember the date. I'm guessing early January. I don't recall the date. I have to see it.
If I showed you a copy of her report, would that help refresh your
It would.
recollection?
It would. It's just too many dates to try to
I know.
wrap my head around them. So it was January 31st of 2022.
Okay, and, excuse me, from the time that you obtained that note, did you put it into evidence and secure it and all that stuff?
I did.
Okay. And just very, very quickly, I want to talk about securing evidence and why you do it, okay?
Yes.
And why you have these initials and all these bags and stuff. You can't do anything about evidence and what happens and who touches it and how it might get transferred and all that stuff until you collect it, right?
Correct.
If you want to preserve something in the exact condition that you want it to be in, you can't affect what happened before, right?
That's correct.
So all you can do is take what you have available, and from that moment you can preserve it.
Correct.
Any changes an item might have gone through, any transfer of evidence back and forth, you can't affect that.
I cannot.
But from the moment that you collect it, you're going to make sure that there's
I was just gonna say, Caroline, get to the microphone. It sounds like she's far away. We all like, wait, what? What is Caroline asking now? Is this now the infamous note? I'm still waiting to hear what this note is about. Is it the note where Kayla was writing that she wants to be with Adam just one last time? Oh no. But this note is about what? January 31st of 2022, which was after they were both arrested. Adam was arrested on January 4th of 2022 and Kayla on January 5th or 6th. I can't quite remember. I see that you guys are greeting MB Inc. So MB Inc. is in the house. Welcome. There we go. You said, hello, Grizzlies. Thank you, MB Inc. also for sending me the Delphi documents. Really appreciate it. If you guys didn't see the video that I made today for you, please go check that out after our trial day. Okay, so there's even newer ones after that, by the way. But we'll get to that another time.
virtually no changes in that item, right?
Correct.
And one of the ways that you do it is to collect it and put it in a container.
Correct.
Okay. It might be something like an evidence bag.
Could be.
And it might be something more, it might be an envelope if it's just a document.
Could be, yes.
And in that one, you put it in that clear evidence bag?
I believe this was their evidence bag, but I don't recall if it's ours or theirs. This doesn't look like our bag, but it may have been. We have many different types, so I don't recall if this was mine or theirs.
Okay.
It probably was ours because I believe I took copies of this, so I believe this would be our bag. I may be mistaken.
And that's a plastic bag.
It is.
So you try and collect it and preserve it in the container appropriate for that evidence.
Sure.
For instance, you wouldn't put the tile in plastic because that might cause
Condensation.
And affect the condition of the item within there, right?
Sure. Yes.
So you're not so worried about condensation with a piece of paper.
Correct.
Okay. And then when you collect it, the jury has seen items open and it has red tape. This one is sealed just as a product of the bag it's contained in, right?
Correct.
But other evidence items, like...
Could be a bag, could be an envelope, could be. All the options. Caroline likes to go through all the options of what something could be. Gerda says, this detective makes me think of Robert De Niro. He actually does a little bit, huh? A little bit, yes.
Have some tape on it.
Sure.
And the reason for the tape is that you are securing the evidence and letting anybody know once this is taped that nothing is going to change that item unless we can track it, right?
Sure.
For instance, if evidence has been taped with Manchester Police Department tape, then something might be sent to the lab for checking, right?
Sure.
And the lab would have to open an item to test an item, right?
Correct.
And so when the lab opens whatever packaging that you have retained a piece of evidence in, they actually don't open from the top, right?
I don't do that. I have no idea how they open it.
Sustained.
Okay. So one of the purposes of the different color tapes is to be able to track when an item of evidence has been opened from its packaging.
I use whatever color tape is available. I don't use it for tracking. I use it to seal the item. That's the only reason I do it.
Okay, so if somebody comes along later and opens the item, they have to reseal it to indicate that it's been gone in and then keep the tracking. You don't do that?
Overruled.
I don't reopen evidence. I don't know that I because
Okay.
it's possible it could happen, but I wouldn't necessarily use a different color tape if I did.
Okay.
I would cut it in a different area. I would tape it and then initial it after.
Okay. So you would cut it in a different area so that somebody knows that it has been opened from the original ceiling.
Sure.
And then you would tape it in that second area, right?
Sure.
And you would do a report that documented the fact that for whatever reason you had to go into the bag that contained the item of evidence.
Sure.
So that anybody that wants to know, has there been any changes to this item of evidence, we can track anybody who has had access to it.
It's reasonable, yes.
Okay. But there's nothing you can do about anything before you collect an item of evidence.
Correct.
Okay. Thank you, Officer.
Yes, officer.
Officer Reilly, you were asked about interviewing Kayla Montgomery, and you mentioned that interview ended.
It did.
Can you tell the jurors why that interview ended?
She said that she didn't want to talk anymore and she wanted to get an attorney.
She asked for a lawyer.
She did.
Note G, Exhibit G, that note that was collected. Are you sure about who collected it, who put it in that plastic bag?
I think I would have, because I believe I took photocopies. I don't recall if I did photocopies or they gave me photocopies. That's why I'm unsure whether I put it in that bag or someone else.
When you say they may have given you photocopies, you also said it may have been their bags. Who's they? They that you're referring
Valley
to?
Street Jail, Hillsborough County House of Corrections.
Note G also talks about her wanting to speak to her attorney, right?
Correct.
You were asked about the handling of evidence, packaging. You were asked about cross-contamination. Do you know what cross-contamination is?
Yes.
Can you tell the jurors what cross-contamination is?
Well, it depends on the item of evidence, but I mean, cross-contamination could be anything from blood to DNA to. I mean, I'm not sure what.
Specifically with respect, and let me back up. You were asked about tiles. Did you collect tiles from that fit shelter?
Tiles. They were collected. Yes, I didn't physically collect them, but yes, they were collected.
You collected the ceiling.
Yes.
And this wasn't ceiling tiles. This was the actual ceiling.
This was drywall. Yes.
Do you remember what the drywall was connected to?
It was connected to metal studs, metal framing.
Metal framing.
Yes.
So that's what you collected.
Yes.
After that collection, did you volunteer a DNA sample?
If needed, yes, I did.
Why was that?
Because it was sweating so much it was nearly impossible to try to measure and take pictures of that stain. I mean, it was just the sweat was running down my face, so I wasn't sure if I could have sweat and dropped any in that opening when I was up in there.
Is that pretty standard when you're collecting items of evidentiary value, of potential evidentiary value, that you volunteer such a thing?
Yes.
And that's for many detectives, right?
Yes.
I don't have any additional questions. Thank you.
Sorry.
Right, that's the time to be loud, Caroline. When you write at the mic, cough loudly into it. We love that. Gio Coupe says, Exhibit G. I thought he was talking about you, G. Maybe he was. Okay, so we've got a recross. Let's hear it.
The prosecutor asked about how the December 31, 2021 interview ended, and with that note, and you said that Kayla asked for an attorney?
Is that the recorded interview?
Yeah.
Yes. Yes, she said it. She wrote in the note that she wanted an attorney, yes.
Okay, but the note contained a lot more than I want an attorney. The note contained what she said the story was.
Yes.
That Adam had driven off with Harmony and she...
Approach.
Sidebar time. Sarah says she found the mic right away with that. Yep, unfortunately.
So the note that entered the interview.
Wait, there we go. This officer's body language is like mine when I'm stuck in an elevator with someone. I really don't like it. He's like, okay then. Right, let's get on with it. Are we there yet?
So the note that essentially entered the interview included that she wanted a lawyer, right?
Correct.
But it also included that she didn't know anything more. Go talk to Adam. He wouldn't talk to her.
Yes.
Sorry about my misreference to the ceiling tiles.
So it's
And again, that volunteer of the DNA sample is a lot of stuff can affect an item, and you want to make sure if there's an item of evidence that is revealing information that nobody understands, that they can check your DNA, compare, and see maybe it's that versus something else.
correct.
If there's a question about perhaps DNA being found.
Correct.
Okay. And by the way, note G that you collected from the COs, you remember that?
Yes.
Okay. That was not the note we're talking about in the interview. That was the note where Kayla had listed her desires in talking to the AGs.
Correct.
Okay. Thank you.
You may step down. Yes.
Is that coffee break? Not for us, okay? We're in it. We're not taking breaks over here. So I'm putting some FAQs on the screen because someone suggested that yesterday actually, that I should like pin it in the comments or better.
Our mid-morning break is
I'll just type it.
about 10:33.
Okay, mid-morning break. Now you're going to see why we started 2.5 hours late, because we can now just skip the mid-morning break and lunch break and all of that. So let me show you how. Let's first listen to what they say.
So just after quarter of, we'll come back and resume the evidence. Thank you for your attention. All of my instructions apply today as well. So don't talk about the case, please. Thank you. All rise for the jurors, please.
I just want to see if they have any conversations outside of the presence of the jury, and they will teleport.
All right, 15 minutes, so 12 for you all.
There's always so much coughing in these courtrooms, huh? Every trial. There's no trial without a cougher or two. Okay, so off we go. 15 minutes, ready to teleport. You see, the members are all showing that they are ready. Okay, thank you so much for being a member. And my goodness, a few of you have recently sent some PayPal my way. Thank you so much. That's the best way to support the work I do. Oh my goodness. Someone sent one today. I really, really appreciate it. Okay, wait. I see the judge right there. Ah, okay. They're showing some evidence there. I just really want to say thank you to this person. Paula. Oh my goodness. Thank you so much. And what a sweet message as well. Really appreciate it. Okay, so we're back. We teleported through that coffee break. Let's go. Or a blank screen.
One brief housekeeping matter for this particular witness. With regards to the next witness, the state's going to intend to call Detective Raymond Lamy from the Manchester Police Department. This will involve some handling of the pieces of evidence, especially some of the larger pieces of evidence.
Lamy.
One of the evidence technicians that happens to work.
Lynn, we don't give tips over here. Not like that. No, we don't commit crimes. You better not. Grizzlies, if any one of you ever ends up being at one of these trials, I'm going to be so mad at you. We're going to snark it right up, okay? Never. Lynn says it's a lie, not lying for your next need to quickly decompose about it. No, we don't roll like that. But you are correct that it's not lime that helps only with odor. lie is what, Adam should have bought based on what he wanted to do with it, because a lie is the one that's caustic. Okay.
The Manchester Police Department, David Dido, is present in the courthouse today. We would ask if he would be able to just simply glove up and be able to help handle some of those materials for Detective Lamy, rather than having Detective Lamy do all of the work himself, because we will be talking about some of the largest items that we have.
Any objection to that?
I don't think so, no.
Okay, and can he stay during cross and
absolutely
do the same thing?
To be impartial in terms of his ability to assist the jury in understanding.
So if you want him, if you don't, I'll leave that to you, Attorney Smith, but he'll be available to help manage the larger pieces of evidence if you want that, okay? All right, that's fine. Maybe just introduce him. You know, he's not testifying, but I think it might be useful for them to know who he is. Okay, very good.
Okay, for someone to glove up and assist with opening and showing this evidence. Essen Dirk says, I'm curious about who took these photos of Harmony after dressing her up. I think it was her foster parents. She stayed with them from when she was 2 months old until she was about 4. And on and off, she also had visits with her mom. Her mom, Crystal, was struggling with substance abuse. So, you know, here and there, she would relapse and then lose... she actually already lost custody of Harmony before, right? So they would visit sometimes, but she stayed with her foster parents. Michelle Raftery, her foster mom, was actually the first witness on the stand. So far, if you didn't know, we have seen 21 witnesses in this trial, and the state said they are expecting 50 to 55 witnesses to testify until they rest their case, and then the defense has 2 witnesses, which we went over the day before yesterday, and that's time-stamped for you as well, like exactly who that is.
All right, ready to bring in the jurors? Everybody ready?
Yes, Your Honor, sorry.
Okay. Just skip right over this weird sound. My word.
We'd like to call evidence technician David Dido, simply to be able to assist with the handling of the physical evidence, not to testify.
Any objection?
Okay.
Non-objection.
So if you missed it, that's what they were asking the judge outside of the presence of the jury. Can they have an evidence technician just help them out to handle all the evidence that they're going to be showing? So again, a trigger warning, because it is upsetting to see some of this evidence, like probably going to be the ceiling panels and tiles and things like that, based on the fit shelter where Adam Montgomery had allegedly put Harmony's body in a duffel bag, wrapped in a trash bag in the ceiling vent at the family's in transition shelter, where then the family would sleep right below her body for months. It's still so weird to me that Adam is such a control freak that he kept Harmony's body with him for about 4 months. Like, moving her body around and into different bags and doing all sorts of really creepy things, which we've gone over before, okay?
Detective Lamy, if you can just remain standing, raise your right hand. You swear that the testimony that you're about to provide this jury will be the truth and the whole truth under the pains and penalties of perjury.
I do.
You can have a seat, make yourself comfortable. There's some water there. And Detective Lamy, if you can get started by just stating and spelling your full name for the record.
Ray Lamy, Lamy.
And Detective Lamy, how are you presently employed?
I'm currently employed as a detective with the Manchester Police Department.
How long have you worked as a detective?
I've been a detective a little over 5.5 years.
And what's your current assignment?
My primary function is fraud investigation, and I also am a lead in crime scene processing.
What are your current duties and responsibilities, Detective Lamy?
General investigations of any financial crime from start to finish. When it comes to any major crimes in the city, violent crimes, then we all lend a hand and process those and work on those together.
Have you ever had any other roles at the Manchester Police Department?
I was a patrol officer for just about 5 years.
And prior to that, any law enforcement experience?
2 years in Litchfield as a police officer.
Did you graduate from the New Hampshire Police Academy?
I did class 163, approximately February, March of 2014.
Detective Lamy, do you participate in regular training as a function of your role with the Manchester Police Department?
I do.
What types of training have you completed?
Notwithstanding a litany of financial crime investigations, I've done forensic identification of skeletal remains, blood stain pattern analysis, crime scene processing, death investigations, FARO certified, and crime scene photography.
You mentioned the FARO just now. Can you tell the jurors just generally what that is?
A FARO is a 3D device that can map out an area, which is useful for documenting measurements and recreating a scene for the jury, such as yourself.
I want to switch gears, Detective Lamy. Were you working in your official capacity as a detective, rather? Were you assigned to a particular case involving a missing child, Harmony Montgomery?
Yes.
And can you just generally describe your role and participation in that case?
Majority of my role was helping coordinate evidence processing, liaison between the state lab and private labs, processing of several vehicles for evidence, and also some other various items that were processed.
Did you coordinate with a lab in Florida during your participation?
I did.
And when did your involvement begin in this matter?
The beginning of January, we had some initial tips that were phoned in that we went and investigated in Haverhill, Mass. And then a vehicle was processed middle to the end of January.
You mentioned the beginning of January. Do you remember what year that was?
2022.
You mentioned tips, and I want to discuss that. Are you aware of a tip line related to the disappearance of Harmony Montgomery?
Yes, I am.
Had you worked in your career as a law enforcement officer, as a detective, had you worked on a case involving a tip line before?
I've had tips come in for some of my own cases and financial crimes.
I guess I'm referring to a specified tip line associated with this case.
I did not field the tips or the calls. I was just asked to follow up on them.
You were directed to follow up on them?
Correct.
And you said one of those was in, did you say Haverhill, Mass?
Yes.
You mentioned processing vehicles during your participation in this case. Was one of those vehicles a blue Audi AS4 bearing New Hampshire registration number 4569334?
I can tell you that it was an Audi AS4 blue. I can't tell you the exact plate without referencing my notes.
Your Honor.
That Anthony Tone Capone Bodero's testimony yesterday about the blue Audi, well, there's a few questions I would have, but one of the questions was, he said that Adam and Kayla stayed in the car, he saw the boys, all of that, right? But then the battery died at some point because Kayla had, not done the right thing with the car, and so the battery died. But where was Adam when that happened? That is a question I have. And secondly, he said the car started the next day, but then at some point the car, even though he said it was in excellent condition when he lived there at the Colonial Village Apartments, then the battery died, and so the car sat at his in-laws for 2 years with all kinds of junk inside. I mean, why not just buy a new battery? I don't get it. That one, I'm like, that car has got more stories to tell, I'm sure, right? Oh, Janet says, waiting for the tiki one. Yes.
If I may, if I may approach.
Yes.
Detective Lamy, I'm handing you what's been previously published as State's Exhibit 22 for identification.
Yep. I do recognize that vehicle. It's the one that I processed here at Manchester Police Department, New Hampshire plate 4569334.
That's already been processed?
Yes.
Were you working with other officers or detectives during the processing of that vehicle, Detective Lamy?
I was.
And how many days roughly did it take for you?
Okay, sorry to pause and sorry his eyes are closed. Lelo me, you say he said he was never able to get it going. So we're talking about Anthony Badira's testimony. He said the next morning, after the battery had died, and Adam went out to get a portable battery charger. He got it going the next morning. But then he skips the timeline and eventually says he couldn't get the car going again. Why? Why not just buy a new battery, right? Especially if it's your car, it's your only car, you love the car. As Caroline asked him, you like the car? You like driving it around? Why could he not get it going? He said it was in great condition before that. You know what I mean? And then for 2 years to just leave it there at the in-laws, and then it's just like, oh, police found it, they're ready to process it. It's just a little bit odd. It's a little bit of a tiny orange flag for me, that car.
To process that vehicle.
The physical processing of the vehicle took about 3 days, and then there were additional days after that processing the evidence that we took out of it.
Was it consistent? Excuse me. Was it consistent with individuals that were assisting you during your processing of that vehicle, or did the members change?
The members changed a little bit.
Do you know a Detective Heil?
Yes.
How about a Detective Pittman?
Yep. The two of them and I were responsible the first day of basically inventorying the vehicle, identifying the majority of the evidence items that we pulled out.
And this jury has already heard about the initial processing as you take in evidence. But Detective Pittman, do you know what his initials were?
JP.
And the items that you collected from that vehicle, were they processed under a specific set of initials?
Yes, JP.
About how many pieces of evidence, potential evidence, were labeled with initials during your time working on that body?
I would say it's approximately 271.
They really processed that car as well. I mean, detectives also thought it's a bit of a red flag. Let's look at the car, obviously, to see if there's evidence of Harmony's body being kept in it, right? Which apparently it was. For a bit, because Adam and Kayla only had it for 2 days, apparently. I'm just saying, it's interesting. And I think that Anthony Badiro's timeline, there's a lot of gaps there. I would have 100 more questions for him, right?
Separate from that, did you use any testing during your processing of that Audi?
Yeah. After the first round of testing, or the first round of processing the vehicle, a few items were tested with a method known as a hemistick. And a hemistick basically is a reagent on a strip that, when comes in contact with hemoglobin, will turn a dark green.
Did you test all 271 items using a hemistick?
No, we did not.
Why not?
We essentially looked at the items on what appeared to have potential for yielding some type of blood or DNA.
Are you aware of false positives occurring with the use of a hemistick?
Yes, I am.
And can you explain that to the jury, please?
The reagent on the hemistick can get false positives, which will trigger it to appear to react as if it came in contact with hemoglobin, which is found in blood. And some of the items that can do that are potato, tomato, iron. They can give you what you would think to be a positive, but it ends up being a false positive.
Because of false positives, Detective Lamy, when you see something that's presumptively positive, what do you do with it?
Look.
Oh, we're learning. Yesterday we learned about horseradish. One of the Grizzlies said horseradish can give a false positive on these hemosticks. But now this detective said potato, tomato, iron. Okay, interesting.
A presumptive positive is just an indicator that it could have hemoglobin, so we treat everything as if it has the chance to have that. In this particular case, the items that tested positive were sent up to the New Hampshire State Lab for processing.
And I guess let me ask this.
I guess at least they talk about the car, because I keep on interrupting onto you guys. But Susie said Kayla ran the heater with the car key in accessory position instead of starting motor equals dead battery real suit. Where was Adam? Because he would know not to do that. He was driving the car sometimes with Anthony, Tone Capone, Badira in the car, but Adam wouldn't have done that. So where was Adam at that time? Which means that Kayla was alone with the kids sometimes, which she said she wasn't. I guess that's the point there as well.
Do you take additional swabs to send up to the New Hampshire State Lab?
Depending on the item, I believe in this case the items were small enough that we were able to send the whole item up to the lab.
On this particular vehicle, where did you use the hemosticks?
In the back seat, there was a car part just randomly sitting on the seat, and it was plastic with car insulation, like sound and deadening insulation on it, and there were a couple of spots on that that looked suspicious that I tested.
How would you describe, excuse me, how would you describe the condition of the vehicle when you examined it?
So the vehicle had what appeared to be, and we didn't test it, but it smelled like it, appeared to have a thick layer of mold all throughout the inside of the passenger compartment.
And you previously mentioned working on that vehicle for several days. Did you take any precautions because of that?
We wore Tyvek suits, and also not wanting to breathe in mold, we wore a face mask.
Of the items that were pulled from that vehicle, did you send any off to the state laboratory?
I did.
And do you remember which items you submitted?
The first three items that we did initially were, I believe, JP 55, which was the car part, JP 120, and JP 122, which were carpeted floor mats.
Do you recall submitting item JP 119, 153, 195, 224, 251, 216, 225 to the lab as well?
So those were sent several days or a week later when we processed outside of the vehicle area, and I actually used a different testing method for that one.
What was that testing method?
So I transitioned from the hemistick to Kastle-Meyer, which is a similar type of test that's processing using reagents to also identify hemoglobin. But the Kastle-Meyer historically has been known to provide less false positives. So I transitioned to that and processed approximately 37 items that had come out of the car. And out of that, I believe 6 gave me a presumptive positive, and 1 was a false positive.
When you say that 1 was a false positive, how did you determine that?
So, and not to get too technical, but the way the test works is you drop 3 drops on a swab. So the swab is used to collect the evidence off of the item. Sometimes it's a dry swab, sometimes it's a drop that's been dipped in sterile water. You rub it on the evidence item, then you drop a couple of drops of what's called phenolphthalein onto the swab. If the swab immediately reacts with just those initial drops, that's considered a false positive, because until you add a couple of drops of hydrogen peroxide, 3%, onto the item, it shouldn't react at all. So in one of the cases, it reacted as soon as I dropped the first couple of phenolphthalein drops onto it.
Excuse me. You mentioned this green color when you're using hemosticks.
Mm-hmm.
Is there a color associated with the Kastle-Meyer test?
Yes, Kastle-Meyer will turn to bright pink.
And is there a different level of pink that you're looking for, or is it something else?
It's not so much the level with the Kastle-Meyer test as it is the time frame of how long it takes to react. So if it reacts immediately, it's a stronger indicator that it's a true positive.
Can you still have false positives with, well, I think you mentioned that you did in this case.
Yeah, you can still have false positives with the Kastle-Meyer, so it's just a presumptive test that gives you an indication. Let's look further at this.
So, Detective, I want to switch gears. I want to discuss processing.
Kathy G says, was Adam's fingerprints found in the ceiling vents? Were Kayla's fingerprints found in the vent? Adam's, yes. Kayla's, no. But many of Adam's fingerprints were found on that ceiling vent, which would have been from him, like, reaching up to open it, right? So, yes.
Of a portion of a ceiling. Are you familiar with what I'm referring to?
I am.
And can you just generally tell the jurors what your involvement was with that?
Certainly. So I was aware in my conversations with the team that a large section of ceiling had been gathered. I was also aware that that piece of evidence had been sent up to the state lab for processing. They processed it for different items and did not come back with enough evidence to support there being DNA on the item. I was told by members of the team that they sent a couple of these pieces of the ceiling down to the private lab we mentioned earlier, DNA labs in Florida, to have tested, and they came back as testing positive for blood.
At this point, Judge.
Sustained.
I'll redirect, Judge. So I don't want you to get into the specific testing of any of the items, but just what you did. You've explained that.
Okay.
Your Honor, if I may approach.
Yes?
I'm showing the defense what's been marked by identification. States Exhibit 40 through 51. Detective, I'm handing you what's been marked for identification. Identification as States Exhibit 40, Exhibits 40 through 51. And I'm just going to ask that you review each in turn and then look up when you're ready.
Okay.
Thank you so much, Lisa or Liza. I hope I'm saying your name correctly. G has reached 260k subscribers. This channel's great. Thank you so much. We did actually reach a new milestone yesterday. Thank you for reminding me. Yes, thank you everyone, and welcome to all the new Grizzlies. I hope that you enjoy your time here with us and will follow many cases with us. Because, yeah, I tried to cover and deep dive as many as I can that we're following. So check out some of the others that I've done and give them a like and share. Okay, if you haven't yet liked this stream, it's not because you like the content, right? It's because you like the way that I present the content. So please like and share so that others know that we are live right now.
And Detective, you looked up. So are you familiar with those images as well as what's depicted therein?
I am.
And how are you familiar with them?
I took the photos.
Okay. Are they fair and accurate?
They are.
And again, you took these photos?
Yes.
Are they consistent with what you saw the day you took them?
Yes, they are.
All right, at this point, I move to strike what's been marked for identification as States Exhibit 40 through 51.
Without objection. Without.
Without objection. The ID is stricken. They're entered as full exhibits. They may be published to the jury.
Thank you. I'm going to take them back. I'm going to put some up on the screen. We'll go through them.
Jenny says, do we know if they have Adam and Kayla's phones or Facebook messages? I mean, I also wonder how much of that they have. Surely they must have some, right? We heard of some messages between Travis Beach, who helped Adam rent the U-Haul. We haven't heard of it. We haven't heard from Travis Beach yet. But we've heard of some of the text messages from the probable cause affidavit. Yes, that's where we read it. I'm like, where did we go through that? That was quite a deep dive to see what was being said there. So I just wonder. I know that Adam later, I think he deleted some of his accounts. So I'd be very interested to see what were the messages between them, especially around that time, right? Even though they were sitting right next to each other.
So you mentioned being tasked with processing this item. Are you familiar with the item number associated with it?
MER 3D,
And when did your processing occur?
July 15th, 2022.
Specifically, what was the item that you were tasked with processing?
The MER 3D was a large section of ceiling tile, which was sheetrock with some metal strips on the top of it.
And so those images that I asked you to look at, I've put one up on the screen behind you. Can you explain to the jurors what they're looking at?
Yeah, this is the whole piece of evidence as I examined it that day. And you're essentially looking at a center opening that I believe is where a vent was, but I wasn't present when they removed this item. And the metal pieces you see are the strips on the top part of the ceiling. You wouldn't see this from underneath it, but that's what the sheetrock would have been mounted up to.
And when you say you weren't present for the removal, is that from the location that it was taken from?
Correct.
The shelter, the fit shelter?
Correct.
And so what does this image depict?
That was a hippie at heart says one of the witnesses said they shared a Facebook account, if I remember right. I do remember yesterday that was the Dunkin' Donuts guy. Gendron was his surname, right? Let's just quickly check. God knows. Matthew Gendron. And then he said that Kayla would say, hey, it's me, Kayla, and ask for things. So maybe. Yeah, they probably did, actually. Crazy About Cats says, not had a case affect me in a way this one has. It's a very tough case. Took me a very long time to cover it as well. At the time, I was like, I can't do it. It just was absolutely horrendous. But over time, researching the information and being like, okay, we can do this. We can watch this trial and hopefully there will be justice for Harmony. You know, I just wish that also included Kayla. Sorry to say. Sorry, not sorry. Thank you so much, Crazy Bad Cat. So I've got a trigger warning up there because, of course, this is not easy evidence to see. There's like staining over here from when Adam Montgomery allegedly put Harmony's body in a duffel bag and in the ceiling vent at the family's in transition shelter.
This image is evidence. I requested that the item be, that I examine the item because we didn't, well, I won't speak to the lab results, but I requested that I review the item to see if I could find any potential traces of evidence that we should be looking for. So the evidence technicians brought this out for a viewing. I viewed the item. I noticed things on the item that made me suspicious that there were additional areas that we should be testing.
Detective Lamy, let me ask you this. When you received the item from the laboratory, was it packaged up?
Yes. So it was, this is how I found it at evidence. The evidence technicians brought it out, they opened it, and this is how I found it.
Your Honor, may I approach?
Yes.
James Brooke is assessing that evidence, whatever that is there. Diagram?
So, Detective Lamy, I'm showing you it's been marked for identification as States Exhibit 108. Are you familiar with this item?
I am.
And what is it?
It's a hand sketch that I made of the ceiling.
And when we discussed your processing of that portion of the ceiling, how did you process it?
So the entire physical piece, as you see it here, was brought into our training room at the police station. It was placed on 2 work tables with that side face up. It was removed from the evidence bag that it was in and placed on butcher block paper on the tables. Then we went through the process of basically dismantling the metal pieces from the sheetrock.
And let me stop you there.
Mm-hmm.
Going through that process of dismantling the metal framing from the sheetrock, was it important to keep track of what was coming from where on this object as a whole?
Yes. So because the whole piece was entered into evidence as one evidence number, once I was going to start dismantling it, I attached my own initials and numbers to each piece that was then separated.
So when you attached your own initials, did you still preserve the earlier initials? So MER 3D, and then your initials following that?
Correct.
And so this item that I've just shown you, why did you create this?
Well, other than having photos of it, this helps to show where the positioning of each of the items was. It's not to scale, but it shows where the items were so that we could have a better understanding.
Did you create this as a demonstrative to show where each piece came from?
Yes.
Each of the pieces, I think you mentioned this, but you gave a specific evidence number of its own with your own initials attached.
Correct.
Is this a fair and accurate representation of the sketch that you created?
Yes.
At this point, I'm going to strike the ID of States Exhibit 108. Mark is full and published to the jury.
No objection.
The ID is stricken. It's entered as a full exhibit.
it may be published.
Okay, so they're showing the jury that hand sketch of the ceiling, the layout as well. Molly Colleen says, hi everyone, joining late and only have 1 ear on presentation due to Valentine's Day. I'm a private chef and prepping dinners for tonight. Grizzlies, we're going to be well fed. Did you hear it? Thank you, Molly. We really appreciate it. You said, has Adam's friend Mr. Tone? Yeah, Anthony Tone Capone. Badira, has he testified yet? He did testify yesterday on day 5. If you want to just skip to that, everything is timestamped for you in the pinned comments in the description box, or if you just hover over the video, you should see the chapters. So it should be really easy to find, and it was a very interesting testimony. A very interesting witness, I should say.
And so I've added the image to the screen behind you. That states Exhibit 108. And I want to discuss the items that you packaged, or that you removed. You mentioned the railing. Did you remove any other items?
We separated several of the pieces of the sheetrock from the main unit. There was one large piece that I ended up keeping intact. But then we separated off parts that didn't appear to be important as far as any potential evidence items on it.
And you mentioned taking the photos. Did you give those photos specific evidence numbers?
Yes.
Did you provide a description along with each of those evidence numbers?
I did.
And so can you explain to the jury what they're looking at here?
So and I'll point up here if you can't see, let me know, but I just put a tape measure on it just to see what the distance was between the metal grids. On here, there's also a couple of handwritten letters written right onto the sheetrock. That was not done by me. I presumed that was done by the state lab. And there's what appears to be a dark stain in the center of this piece of sheetrock.
And so the letters that you're referring to, if you can just read them for the jurors.
Far left is the letter A next to that cutout. B, cutout. C and D are in the stain area.
And when you received this item back from the state crime lab, or the state forensic laboratory rather, that had already been done. That's not something that you did during your processing.
That's correct.
So this item is MER 3D RL4. Can you describe what the jurors are seeing in this picture?
RL4 is the metal grid that runs across here. It was sitting on top of that dark stain, and it's lifted up on edge, so flipped up on its side. And there's also dark staining on the metal itself.
And when you say that dark staining, did that become an area of potential evidentiary value during your processing?
Yes, it did.
And I just want to show the jurors where that item, MER 3D RL4, came from. Do you see it depicted on the sketch you drew?
So RL4 is this section that runs completely across the larger piece. And in this smaller box, it's right here.
And what's depicted in this image?
This is still part of MER 3D RL4. It's the other end of the piece, and it's also showing dark staining running underneath that grid.
I want to move on to RL14. What's depicted in this image?
RL14 ended up being a piece of the sheetrock that we separated from the main piece. It's separated approximately at where this line is, and this is the dark stain on the sheetrock itself that had been under RL4.
And I want to look at where that came from in relation to the portion of the ceiling that you processed. Can you just point that out on your sketch?
Yeah. So RL14 is this section right about to here, over to about this line that extends from here.
And what does this image depict?
RL16, so this line right here would have been where RL4, that long strip that runs across, and then RL16 is another section of sheetrock that we separated from the main piece of interest, and approximately at where that thin line is going across, that's where we separated that piece from.
During your processing of MER 3D, did you become aware of low points or warps essentially in the drywall and framing area?
I can't tell by looking at it the way it's laying on our workstations if the item would have been angled when it was sitting on the ceiling itself. But what I can tell from looking at this, where there was a dark stain in that center, and then you see a much darker stain running along that railing, it would appear that the fluid that would have made that stain would have run along that, which is not uncommon for fluid to track an object that's attached to it.
Did the fluid, the staining, appear to be absorbed into the drywall?
It appeared to be absorbed into the drywall more in that center area where it was a lighter color, and then it didn't. It was much heavier consistency along where the rail had been.
And what is depicted in this item, this image?
So this is still part of where RL4 was, sitting on top of it, and this is just a shot from the side of the piece to show that there's depth to the staining itself.
At the time of your processing, Detective Lamy, were you aware of other testing that had been conducted on this item at the lab?
I was.
Laboratory. And can you tell the jurors what that is?
So those two square cutouts that you saw on the sheetrock itself where the paper was missing, those two had been cut out and sent down to the lab as part of the state's processing of the item, and the results came back.
Objection, you're saying?
Sustained?
Not asking you for the results, but you were aware of other testing that had been conducted.
Correct.
Were you aware of fingerprint testing, latent print testing conducted on that item?
I hadn't reviewed results of that, but I was aware that some had been attempted.
What does this image depict?
It's just another more direct on from the side of where RL4 had been sitting, the kind of the thick layer of staining.
And again, this item.
Again, this is RL4 going across, and then this section that goes up, that's where RL3 railing had been.
In this image.
And this just continues on. This is where RL3 was. RL2 was down in this area. That's where the initial stain had been, and then RL1 would have been up in this area.
Are you aware of whether there was a vent involved in the processing of this item?
I was aware just from the team, but I had not viewed it.
Are you aware of where the opening to that vent would have been?
Yes, the opening of the vent would have been in this area. There was metal grids coming out this way in the initial photos.
You mentioned the Castle-Meyer testing. Did you swab? Did you test? Did you use the Castle-Meyer test
I did.
during your processing? And what's depicted in the image?
So again, this is the part of RL4 that we were looking at predominantly. It's showing my sample swab, and it's showing a bright pink result. So essentially, a swab was used, it was dipped in a sterile water, it was rubbed on the staining itself in that area, and then the Castle-Meyer test was applied to it. And once the couple of drops of the hydrogen peroxide were applied to it, it was an immediate pink.
And can you remind the jurors what that immediate pink, what it told you?
The faster it reacts, the more likelihood it is that it's a positive versus a false positive.
Detective Lamy, based on your processing of MER 3D overall, the portion of the ceiling that you processed, did you submit any of those items to DNA Labs International?
I did.
And what of those items did you submit?
That whole piece of sheetrock that remained after those other few that we looked at were removed was sent down as one item. The rails that came off, RL1, RL2, RL3, and RL4, those were packaged separately and sent down as well.
And let's talk about those rails, Detective Lamy. When you remove...
Quick pause. I like when he keeps saying Detective Lamy. It's a nice name. So thank you for all the purple hearts that you guys are sharing in honor of Harmony. If you didn't know, purple was her favorite color. And we've also got you could just hit the smiley face in the, where you can make a comment in the live chat there. And then you'll see a range of emojis. If you're a member, you'll see the members emojis like this sparkly one that I made for you guys so that you can use this one as well in honor of Harmony. Thank you, Nora Beaster, for becoming a member as well.
Move to the rails from the drywall. Did you have any observations?
So other than the darker staining like this that was present under a couple of them, once RL4, which was the long piece, and over the part that was more heavily stained, as soon as that piece came up off the sheetrock, there was a noticeable foul smell.
And what was that smell associated with?
I would speculate that it's from that stain itself.
Detective Lamy, I want to switch gears and I want to talk about the ceiling itself. We have portions of it here, and I'm going to ask that you remove, and you have your evidence custodian with you, technician with you. I'm going to ask that you remove them from their packaging to show to the jury. And so, Your Honor, I would just ask that this witness be permitted to move freely with the evidence technician.
Yes, you may. Go ahead.
Okay, so I've got the trigger warning up there, of course. The entire case is a trigger warning. In case you're wondering where the heck is the trigger bunny, I would have to show it the whole time. In this case, unfortunately, it's very sad. Crazy About Cats, welcome. Thank you everyone for sharing purple hearts for Harmony. Isn't it horrible to think that Adam and Kayla, I would like to say them both, okay, reduced Harmony to the staining and a toothbrush because her body's never been found. So this is all they have, the staining and her troll's toothbrush, maybe some clothing items, and that's it. The rest they've never found, and it sounds very sinister. It sounds like Adam dismembered her and, chucked a whole bunch of packages all over the place, things wrapped in plastic, so possibly body parts and things. Oh my goodness. So what you're seeing here is very important evidence in this case because they've never found her body. Just in case anyone's lost or like, why we're looking at this, obviously it's very important to the case. And as I say again, it's all they have. Yeah. Forensic Fury says, where is Harmony? I want her found so badly. Yep.
So Detective Lamy, I'm just going to ask that you remove certain items. And then I'd like you to identify where that specific item would be in relation to the scale.
Do you want us to maintain individual drugs for each piece of each item, or you might?
Yes, please. And Detective Lamy, if you can start with
That was loud.
Exhibit 74, identified as MER 3D RL13. Lamy, while he's assisting you, specifically with respect to RL13, is that one of the items that was sent down to DNA Labs International in Florida?
Yes, it was.
Go forward a little bit. Counsel, while they're doing that, could you approach the receiver? Okay, so I'm going to go forward a little bit.
So, Detective Lamy, if you can just identify where RL13 is in relation to the sketch that you've drawn.
Sure.
And for the jurors, if it's difficult to see because it's low to the ground and you want to stand, you should feel free to do that, okay?
As it was presented to you from that face view, what you saw was the cutoff from here over this way down to about this section, and that's what that bottom dark stain was from here over to the edge.
I would just ask if Your Honor would allow if Detective Lamy can just point that out to the jurors.
He can point it out, yes.
If he can approach closer to the jurors.
On the board?
With the board.
Oh, sure, yeah. Just the condition of that, I didn't think it made sense to get too close.
So what you were seeing down behind the paper was a dark stain emanating this way. RL3 had been here. You saw a small jet out of dark stain, and the darker is in this section. And RL4 was this piece that ran straight across the routine.
I think we can just move Exhibit 74. I want to move on to Exhibit 75, which is RL15.
Oh, Forensic Bureau said paper ASMR. We're definitely getting more of that now. Nikki Ulker said, is it really necessary to show this? I mean, I don't know. After showing all those, I know in trials they do this, but they showed all the photo exhibits. I guess so that the jury can actually see it, which is disturbing. Shame, this poor jury. But, yep, they're going to show it. Yes, May's true. For me, I don't want to do that now. I want to be very careful how much I skip ahead. Okay. So going forward.
Was that also submitted to the lab in Florida?
No.
And it's important evidence as well. Yes, Forensic Bureau.
It is.
Paige said they didn't show us the cooler. Odd. Yeah, they just had the mother identify it, huh?
And Detective Lamy, while you're opening that, can you just describe for the jurors what this item is, RL15?
So this one is RL15. The way I showed it to you earlier. RL4 ran all the way across this way. RL15 is just too wide. So cut that out. So this piece was not submitted.
And if you could just hold it up for the jurors to see. Your Honor, I would move to strike ID and mark as full, State's Exhibit 76.
Without objection.
The ID is stricken. It's entered as a full exhibit.
Detective Lamy, I'd like to move on to what's been marked for identification as State's Exhibit 77. That's RL 16.
Regina says cooler did not have any DNA on it. I thought that is what they said. That is what they said, yes.
While they're working on that, counsel, do you want to approach?
Okay, going forward again.
To the end, approximately down this way over. And RL1 railing has not been touching that particular piece, because RL16 is this area right here.
And on your sketch, where's the vent area located?
That's down here.
So this would have been the void, essentially.
Yes.
Let's move to the next item. I'd ask that exhibit be marked full, ID stricken, and published to the jury.
The ID is stricken. It's entered as a full exhibit. It can be published to the jury.
Detective Lamy, I want to move to State's Exhibit 78, what's been identified as RL 11. Your Honor, the same with that item. I ask that State's Exhibit, what's been marked for identification as State's Exhibit 79, that the ID be stricken, it be marked as full and published.
Without objection.
Sorry, you said 79.
I'm sorry, 78.
Okay, 78.
RL 11.
The ID is stricken. It's entered as a full exhibit, and it can be published to the jury when it's taken out.
And while that's being opened up, Detective Lamy, can you just tell the jurors what this item is and where its relative location was on that portion of the ceiling according to your scale?
So we're in the same place, the opening where the RL 11.
Was this item submitted to the laboratory?
No, it wasn't.
Some loud paper.
Move to what's been marked for identification as State's Exhibit 79. That's MER 3D. State's Exhibit 79.
Thank you, the purple one, for answering that. Someone was asking what is a strip search, because Adam is refusing to be strip searched. That's why it's not in the courtroom. Maxu says rule number 1, no micro on paper.
State's Exhibit 80 for identification. And 80 is RL 3A.
This is 79.
Thank you, Hush Pup, for saying hi and being a member for 28 months. Oh my goodness, that's almost as long as I've had my channel. You must have been a member from when I first launched membership. Wow, thank you so much.
Remains for identification, is that accurate?
Correct.
So I have 75, 75, and 79 remaining for ID, correct?
Correct.
That's your understanding, Attorney
Yes, Judge.
And while that's being open, Detective Lamy, if you can just describe where that item was collected from in relation to the sketch of the portion of that ceiling.
RL3 is the middle overlay. RL4.
Again, Your Honor, I move to strike ID, mark as full, and publish.
Objection?
No objection.
The ID is stricken on Exhibit 80. It's entered as a full exhibit and it can be published to the jury.
Exhibit 81, what's been marked as State's Exhibit 81 for identification. That's RL3, RL4, RL12.
Yeah, I agree. Mary Ann says they seem to be opening up the evidence, but we are not seeing much. So far, we've seen a few diagrams and like one piece of the ceiling tile or whatever that was.
Portion of the ceiling using the sketch that you found.
This was actually.
I'm sorry, he needs a microphone, please.
So RL4 and RL12 were attached. We did not separate them when we processed this because we didn't want to cause any damage to what would have been underneath it. RL12 is this part that runs across the opening. RL4 runs all the way across.
You mentioned a smell when you removed rails. Yeah. Is this the rail that you were referring to?
Correct.
Sorry, I wasn't near a mic. You mentioned a smell when you removed those rails. Was that the rail you were referring to?
Yes, it was. This would be the orientation as we found it. This would have been the grid opening in RL4, and then the other pieces that were attached to it.
When you say the grid opening, that's the void you were referring to?
Yes.
Detective Lamy, was this item also sent to the laboratory for?
Yes, it was.
Detective Lamy, thank you. Have no additional questions?
Ted Green says, strip search him anyway. It sounds like he's hiding something in his prison pocket. Oh my word. I wonder if it's that. I think it's more about control for him, right? And apparently strip searches, there's some YouTubers that were in prison before and now they've got channels and they talk all about it, right? Like Jessica Kent, and she said it's the most humiliating thing possible. Like, yeah, I'm not going to describe it actually, but it sounds like super humiliating, those strip searches, and he refuses to do it. So I don't even know if it would be about hiding something. Maybe it's just like, I'm not doing that. Maybe he just doesn't want to do that, which is interesting, especially because he's been in and out of prison his whole life, you know? He started committing crimes when he was like 12 years old. We looked at his rap sheet and criminal past. I think that was part, I don't know, 3 or 4 of our trial prep. It's there for you. You could check it out. The thumbnail makes it quite clear as well. So, yes, so we are seeing a lot of evidence and hearing a lot of paper wrestling today, right? Tam said, I don't recall after Kayla testified, was she released or can she be recalled? I actually don't remember that either. I think she was released, but can someone, if you remember, let me know as well? Scarlett. Oh my. Prison wallet or prison pocket? Oh dear. None of the things we want to visualize. No, we're visual learners over here. Let's not say those words again, okay?
Finish. I'll get him back on the stand. That's okay. Thank you. And sir, when you're ready, if you would just retake the stand for cross-examination.
Good afternoon, Detective.
Good afternoon, sir.
My name is Jamie Brooks. I don't believe we've met, but I represent Adam Montgomery. I also have a few questions for you. I want to go back, though, to what was addressed during the beginning of your direct examination. That's the blue Audi.
Mm-hmm.
You were involved in the processing of that?
Yes, I was.
And you mentioned earlier that there was evidence that was collected from the Audi.
Correct.
And that evidence was also submitted to the lab.
Some of it.
Let's talk about that, some of it. And again, how does a piece of evidence get labeled?
We typically have one of the detectives use their own initials, and then we'll start if it's the beginning of the project and they haven't labeled anything yet, it usually starts around 1 and then works its way up from there.
And when it came...
We're going to have this mic drop moment, like, aha, so, I've got to update the title up there because now it's cross-examination time. Hush Pup, thank you so much. You said, wish this was in dollars, but congrats, thanks, and so happy your hard work is getting the recognition it deserves. Proud of you, G. Thank you so much. That's ZAR, you guys, South African rands. If you didn't know, that's what that is, and I'm from South Africa. So thank you very, very much. I really appreciate it. Okay, so we've got cross-examination here, and this is the attorney called James Brooks, but he calls himself Jamie Brooks. Yes, co-counsel to Caroline Smith. Okay.
Came to the collection of evidence from the Audi, there were a fair number of JPs, correct?
Yes.
JP standing for?
James Pittman.
And a number of those pieces of evidence collected by Pittman, you decided to have submitted to the lab?
Yes.
And could you please tell the jury what particular items you had submitted to the lab?
If I could review my report?
You most certainly may. Actually, if I were to... Are you familiar with something called a crime scene note?
Yes.
And what is a crime scene note?
Well, a crime scene note is typically an overall write-up of the processing of a scene.
I am going to... May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes, you may.
I'm handing you what has been marked 2457 base stamp. Do you recognize that document?
This was not created by myself.
Not created by yourself, but it was a crime scene note from the collection of the Audi?
Yes.
And does that include a list, an exhaustive list of the items collected from the car?
It should.
Would reviewing that help you recall which items you had submitted to the lab?
Probably not, because this wouldn't pertain any of the processing that was done after the collection. There would be a lab submittal that I probably created, and that would list the items that I sent up.
And that lab submittal would assist you?
Yes.
Judge, I think this would be a good time for a break.
Approach.
That was random. Question. Judge, time for a break. Okay. It's a lunch break now. Now we're really going to teleport. We're going to go at double speed. Cameraman is focused. Okay, let's go forward.
recognize this document?
Yes, sir.
Would looking at it for a minute or two help refresh your recollection?
Only in terms of the actual evidence item numbers. What the physical piece is, I can't tell from here without looking at photos or additional documentation.
So, well, let's stick with the numbers then.
Okay.
Having reviewed that report, what items did you have submitted to the lab for potential testing?
119, and these are all JP. 153, 195, 224, 251, 216, 225.
Thanks, NEP, for checking. Kayla was not released and the judge did not even ask. Interesting. Flapping around for his next questions.
So I understand that you may not be able to recognize, for example, specifically what 119 was or 195, but those samples, the JPs collected from the Audi, did some of those include specimens from the floor mat?
The carpeted floor mat that I tested initially with the hemosticks?
Yes.
Those were different numbers. Those were JP 120 and 122.
And those were submitted to the lab as well, correct?
Yes, sir. Yeah.
Do you recall a cash register receipt?
I do.
Could that have been one of the items submitted to the lab for analysis?
I believe so.
A shoebox?
Yes.
Blue bath towel?
I would have to jog my memory about the bath towel.
Detective, do you still have up there the case scene note?
Yes. And, sir, what was the evidence item number for the bath towel?
153.
Would you like me to read the listing as far as how Detective Heil listed it?
Just wanted to confirm that a blue bath towel was sent to the submitted for analysis.
So he identified it as towel with unidentified stains. He did not list the color.
Cash register receipt. Do you recall having that submitted?
I do.
A pink sweater, women's?
Yes, sir.
A folder with papers?
Number on that one, sir?
Take a look at 224 and see if that refreshes your recollection.
Yes, sir.
After watching all these trials together, we're going to start talking like that too, you guys. Apples? Bananas? Got a blue towel? Now, may I refresh your recollection? People in our personal lives will be like, what are you even asking? Can I refresh your recollection on that?
And what is your recollection now?
That was paperwork that was submitted.
A gray bath towel? Does that ring a bell?
Number?
225. See if that refreshes your recollection.
Yes. Towel with unknown stains. He did not reference the color. My photos would show it, though.
I apologize. I didn't hear that last response.
The photos that I took during the processing would also help if you wanted me to clarify the color.
Fair to say, though, that 2 bath towels were submitted for analysis.
Yes, sir.
Finally, do you recall a length of twine?
Yes, sir.
And again, that was collected and submitted to the lab?
Correct.
He's going through all the items that were found in Anthony Badiro's car. The Audi. Damn, through everything. A shoebox. Okay. Folders. Huh? Receipts. Pink sweater. Gray bath towel. A blue bath towel. Yeah. There's no significant DNA evidence related to this case found in that car, but I guess they're trying to create reasonable doubt in case there was, right?
I now want to turn to your use of bloodstain reagents, latent bloodstain reagents. In the processing of the Audi, you used hemosticks?
Yes, sir.
Kasselmeyer?
Yes, sir.
You were also involved in the processing of a Chrysler Sebring?
I was involved in that as an assistant to the detective that was processing it.
Detective O'Leary?
Yes, sir.
And when you were there assisting him in the processing of that Sebring, does January 7th of 2022 sound correct?
I would be guessing.
Okay. But he was using Blue Star?
Yes, sir, I remember that.
And that, again, is another latent bloodstain reagent.
It is.
And whenever, regardless of which type of agent was being used, whenever there was a presumptive positive, it was collected.
I can't speak to the Sebring because I didn't process that vehicle. I can only speak to the Audi.
Okay. So when it came to the Sebring, were you there for the Blue Star part of the processing of that vehicle on the?
It feels like deja vu. This is the guy, the same defense attorney says like a trunk, Blue Star reagent. Trunk. So you processed the trunk? No, sir, I didn't with that one. Now he's back to the Sebring and the Blue Star tests. But this detective, Lamy, did not process the Sebring. So why is he asking him about it?
The 7th or no?
I was there when he Blue Starred the trunk area.
But it's your understanding that the practice, your practice, the practice of the Manchester Police Department is that when there is a presumptive positive, it is something that's preserved.
If we did a swab of an area, we would typically preserve it.
And that's what you did in the processing of the Audi, correct?
Yes, sir.
I believe, as you said on direct, that you preserved the ability to be able to look further at an item if there was a presumptive positive.
Yes, sir.
And again, you want to over-collect as opposed to under-collect.
I do.
I don't have anything further. Thank you, Detective.
You're welcome, sir.
Anything further? Oh my goodness. Okay, that was quite exhausting because it was just a redo from yesterday. I don't know what's up with those questions. Somebody asked, Kathy G said, how long was Adam in jail before the weapons trial? He was arrested on January 4th of 2022, and the weapons trial was in June of 2023. So a year and a half or so? Okay.
Just briefly. Detective Lamy, I just want to follow up with the items that you were asked about on cross-examination by Attorney Brooks. All of those items that you just identified, I think we talked about them on direct as well. Were they from the blue Audi that you processed?
The particular numbers that we reviewed, I believe, were from the Audi.
Was that the same Audi that was covered in mold?
Yes, sir.
And Detective Lamy, let me ask you this. Do you know where that car was in 2020?
I do not.
How about 2021?
I do not.
How about 2022?
I know it was in the evidence processing bay at Manchester Police.
At some point?
Yeah.
Do you know who that vehicle belonged to?
I know that there was consent forms provided, I believe, by 2 different people. One of them was Donna Demers. I'd have to review my notes to see the other one.
And does Anthony Badero stand out to you, that name?
It doesn't.
Okay. Same questions with the Chrysler Sebring. Do you know where that vehicle was in 2020?
I do not.
2021?
No.
2022?
It had been in the evidence processing bay at Manchester Police.
Thank you, Detective Lamy.
No recross.
You may step down.
Thank you, ma'am.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, it's just about 12:15, so a good time for our lunch break. I remind you, don't discuss the case with anybody, don't watch any social media, don't do any independent research. We'll come back in an hour, so please be back at 1:15. All right, 1:15, everybody. Thank you so much.
Let's see if they say anything outside of the presence of the jury. If not, then we'll just speed ahead. Imagine what a fright you guys would get if I'm like, okay, it's lunchtime. See you guys in an hour. Then I just play the breaks like we used to. No. Let's not. Let's just speed right through that. Also, somebody said, let me just quickly see here. Super Moms, you said you've been here from the start of the channel. You can't afford membership right now. Just remember, you guys, if you subscribe, it's 100% free. And you are a Grizzly. Some people ask me, what is the definition of being a Grizzly? Just subscribe. It's free. Just watch my videos, like, share, be at the live streams. You're a Grizzly. You do not have to be a member, okay? I really appreciate all the members and all the patrons and all the support for the work that I do. You guys definitely cheer me on. And I really appreciate it, but you don't have to be one, okay? So, are we ready to teleport? Let's have a look if they're going to talk outside of the presence of the jury or not. Let's speed it along. Sarah says, I didn't know they could refuse a search of any kind. I didn't know either. I didn't know that Adam Montgomery can refuse a strip search. One would think that he would have to do that.
Yeah, what do you need to do processing-wise?
I would ask that Mr. Dido be able to repackage items.
Okay, one minute.
Hope for Me Farm. And is it based on harmony?
You can do it now. I just
case?
asked them to do it expeditiously so the court staff can have a break as well. Okay? Very good. Thank you.
I like how the judge is like, oh, okay, we're all going to take a break now. Otherwise, maybe she's like, oh, no. You know how sometimes in trials, when the jury leaves, then some of these conversations outside of the presence of the jury could take long. Sure, like Kershevsky and all that. Kershevsky, by the way, is going to be sentenced in May. Can't wait for that. So, interesting. Hope for Me Farm says, I'm in Maine. We are working on a bill that we call Harmony's Law. And what will that all be about? Tell me. Okay, so we're going to teleport.
Right out. He's done. So, do you want right out?
Here we go.
Jane, any objection to?
Off we go. Going forward, teleporting now. Oh, we're back. There. Okay. It's as if we never left the courtroom.
If you could remain standing and just raise your right hand.
Oh.
You swear that the testimony that you provide.
So they were done with that witness. Is it? Did they release him? I don't remember that. Okay, so here we go. Simply me, thank you. You're like so uncertain. Now look at you go. Was I uncertain? Thank you so much for still being here. Oh wait. Damn, this courtroom is getting emptier and emptier every day. At least our virtual courtroom is not getting emptier every day. Thank you for being here. Ooh, okay.
If you could remain standing and just raise your right hand. You swear that the testimony that you provide this jury will be the truth and nothing but the truth under the pains and penalties of perjury.
I do.
You can have a seat. Make yourself comfortable. And when you're ready, if you could just start by stating and spelling your full name for the record.
My name is Rachel Radwich. First is Rachel, last Radwich.
Ms. Radwich, how are you presently employed? What do you do for a living?
I work for the Manchester Police Department in the Evidence Division.
And how long have you worked with the Manchester Police Department?
It'll be 9 years this September.
In those 9 years, have you held more than one position with the Manchester Police Department?
I have. So I started off as a emergency communications dispatcher, and then after about 2 or 3 years, I began working in evidence as an evidence specialist, and then as of last July, I was promoted to the evidence supervisor.
And what are your current duties and responsibilities as an evidence supervisor?
So I primarily oversee the 3 evidence specialists that also work in my unit. I oversee the intake and collection of all evidence that comes into the evidence division, as well as maintain control of all of our storage rooms, ensure that all policies and procedures are being followed, and just keeping up with day-to-day tasks, completing requests, that sort of thing.
You mentioned the intake of all evidence. And can you just walk the jurors through that process, how things are taken in by the Manchester Police Department?
So generally speaking, either a patrol officer or a detective from the investigative division is the one collecting items from the scene or whatever they're working. All of our lockers or storage units for temporary storage have a one-way locking mechanism. So essentially the officer puts the item in. Once they lock it and secure it, only someone from evidence can access that item. From there, we maintain that the packaging used was the proper packaging to maintain integrity of that item, and then we decide on proper storage for long-term purposes for that, update the computer, make sure everything kind of checks out, and then put it away until it's needed for further analysis.
Ms. Radwich, you just mentioned that the detectives will collect things. Are you in a position where you go out and collect items?
So on large-scale scenes, my unit will be asked to assist, to include myself.
And you've mentioned evidence rooms, lockers, and storage units. Can you just describe those for the jurors so they're familiar? Are those all at the Manchester Police Department here in town?
Yes, so primarily most of our rooms are at Manchester Police Department. We have about 12 rooms on the second floor, all under the control of the evidence unit. It's limited access in, and then only the 4 of us in evidence can actually get into those rooms. We also have some outside storage areas for things that can't be brought in, so like explosives, bicycles. And then we have a room that's for ventilation. We call it our vented storage, so anything that isn't a drug item, which requires double security within the building, but still needs some sort of airflow due to the smell, that'll get stored in our vented storage. That way you're not bringing in something that stinks into the building to then permeate my office.
So, Ms. Radwich, I want to back up for just a second. To be an evidence supervisor, does that require any specific training or education?
So it requires experience in the evidence unit. I hold my Bachelor of Science degree in Forensic Science, as well as a Master's of Science degree in Criminal Justice. I've had training and certification through the International Association of Property and Evidence. And then there's also just on-the-job training that you get exposed to just through years of working in that division.
And do you do continuing, or have you done continuing training during your 9 years with the Manchester Police Department?
So I mostly stay up to date with case law, so local, state, and federal laws, make sure we're adhering to that. Stay up to date with our CALIA standards, which is accreditation for...
Sorry, I just realized I sped it up a bit to see what they're going to say outside of the presence of the jury. So we had 1.25 speed. I'm going to slow it back down to like 1.1. My bad. I was like, damn, this is nice. She's speaking so fast. I'm like, oh, that's why. Okay, sorry about that. LAB from Tennessee said, Harmony and Sweet Gannon are 2 innocent victims I will never forget. Same, right? And sadly, there's so many. It's very sad. Thank you so much for your sticker. And for those asking, when did I start my channel? Yeah, end of June in 2021 is when I started it.
For the police department, make policy changes as necessary to reflect that. And then I keep up with, technological advances. We work closely with the New Hampshire State Forensic Lab as far as different analysis that they're doing, keeping up with that Association for Property and Evidence, as well as we work closely with the FBI and the ATF and kind of always maintaining constant communication of where we need to be at to secure and maintain evidence.
Ms. Radwich, I'd like to switch gears. And I want to talk about the case of a missing child, Harmony Montgomery. What was your role, just generally, your role and involvement on the case of the missing child, Harmony Montgomery?
So for this case, I was still an evidence specialist, so I hadn't been yet promoted. And I had a few different roles within this, but primarily it was to assist the detective division for those large-scale scenes, just to help maintain and document any evidence that's being brought in, ensure the integrity and packaging of those items.
Do you recall when your involvement on this matter began?
I want to say it was January 2022, and at that point it would have just been primarily the intaking and storing of items coming in. At that point it wasn't a full-scale investigation to what it ended up being. So just, different interview discs, paperwork, that sort of thing we were collecting through those one-way lockers and putting them into storage.
And you mentioned earlier that you're in charge of intake of all evidence that's brought into the Manchester Police Department. Are you aware of whether or not evidence has been brought to the Manchester Police Department regarding this case?
Yes, there has been a lot of evidence.
When you say a lot, what does that mean?
About 900 pieces, give or take.
Mr. Radwich?
900 pieces of evidence in this case. Okay. Interesting.
Which, during your involvement in this case, did you ship items from the Manchester Police Department to DNA Labs International?
Yes, so we would take items being stored at Manchester Police Evidence Office, and I would transport it to a FedEx facility. Generally, we go to the one in Bedford, and do standard express overnight delivery of those items directly to DNA Labs International in Florida.
And I want to discuss specifically an evidence item bearing the evidence item number MER 3D-RL1 through RL18. Are you familiar with those items?
Vaguely. I know MER 3D is the ceiling tile, and then anything with the RL attached would be any of the rails or screws that were removed from that ceiling tile.
And can you just describe for the jury how you became familiar with the ceiling portion, the rails that you just mentioned?
Okay, so MER 3D is a large piece of drywalled ceiling tile. There's a vent opening with metal rails. I first became familiar with it when, of course, it came into my office and we needed to store it. I was also part of transporting that item to and from the lab being the state forensic lab. Once that came back to my office, after testing was done at the state level, I was then overseeing that piece of evidence being reopened, essentially, so that the analysts could get smaller cuttings for a deeper analysis, only because transporting that ceiling tile was just becoming too much. It's very large, required 2 people. So it was decided that cuttings would be taken for further processing instead of transferring this massive piece back and forth.
And let me stop you there. You said that the analyst made the cuttings.
Yes.
Were you there when the analyst made the cuttings?
Yes.
And what was that analyst's name?
Kevin McMahon.
And that's an individual from the lab?
Yes.
Here in New Hampshire. Do you know whether he made specific markings on the areas that he cut?
There were markings made next to the squares that were cut out.
Following that interaction, did you have occasion to see that item again in your facility here at the Manchester Police Department?
Yes, so shortly after that time frame, that was mid to late June, and then about a month or so later, we again had to pull the ceiling tile out, and we brought it to our second floor training room, essentially to remove the metal rails from the piece of drywall. The reasoning for this is, again, it was really big, really bulky, and we wanted to see what was under those rails. So I was amongst a team of detectives. We took the ceiling tile that was stored securely in the evidence division. We wheeled it down in its packaging to the training room, which was right down the hall from my office. And then once there, we did what we needed to do to get those rails removed.
Do you recall with any specificity the detectives that you mentioned?
It was Sergeant Lovejoy, Detective Lamy, Detective Bombard, and Detective Rayhill.
That's Max Rayhill?
Yes.
And so did you unpackage the item that day? You mentioned it was in July. Do you recall the specific day?
I want to say it was the 18th.
So on July 18th, did you unpackage the item for the detectives?
Yes. So once we got to the training room, we put down a clean piece of craft paper, put this item on top of it, and then just carefully open it up so as to not disturb the contents underneath. Of course, we had to use a knife to cut into it because it was wrapped in cardboard, given that it was drywall, so we didn't want it to bend and then break.
Did you have any impressions when the rails came off that item with MER 3D?
Yeah, so first looking at the ceiling tile, you could see some like dark staining on the drywall backing. And then as the rails were being removed, you could see dark red, like crusted staining along the rails as well as slightly underneath. And as the rails were being removed by the detectives, I could smell just a foul odor coming from that piece of drywall as the rail was being lifted.
And were you familiar with that foul odor that you smelled?
Yes.
And can you explain that to the jurors? How are you familiar with it, with the smell?
So the smell, I would call it like a pungent rotting smell. And I'm familiar with that, and I would associate that with decomposition. I know what that smell is like. I've worked on numerous crime scenes in which there was a body present. I've attended an autopsy, and I've also regularly handled evidence that comes in from death scenes.
At the Manchester Police Department, do you have a specific location for such items with body fluids decomposition?
So yes, that would be the ventilated storage, but given the importance of this piece of evidence and the amount of packaging that was wrapped around it, again, there was layers of cardboard. It was really maintained and sturdy. We kept that in our upstairs evidence room. That way it would be better preserved and the integrity would maintain through different weather changes, that sort of thing.
If I can have a moment. Thank you. No further questions.
No questions.
You may sit down.
Okay, thank you.
That was quick. No questions. No cross-examination. What? Oh my goodness. Okay. So that, by the way, if you guys, I'm now counting how many witnesses, just so that we know, we can keep track. I think that's a good idea going forward. We're always learning something new at every trial we cover, right? That was witness number 23 out of 50 to 55 expected for the state in this trial. Okay. Sure. Very inspiring lady, huh? Lots of amazing people as witnesses.
Sometimes we have to take witnesses not necessarily in the order that we would like, but we'd like to call a particular witness. Mr. Yared Mondrak to the state police to take advantage of the translation services that are available to us today.
All right. The witness is coming, and then I'll ask the interpreter to step up as well.
Thank you, Ron.
Yes, thank you. That would be great.
Take this one. Sir,
The interpreter has been placed under oath
La intérprete
to interpret to the best of her skill, knowledge, and ability.
a la intérprete se le ha puesto bajo juramento para que interprete a lo mejor de sus habilidades.
good afternoon.
Okay, I hope they spell his name nice and slow. We have an interpreter in the house. So, I just want to wait. Sorry, I just want to adjust the screen so that I can actually see the interpreter, right? Okay. Something like that. I'll make myself smaller as well. Okay, so Mr. I think they said Lujano?
Mr. Mondrag.
Buenas tardes, señor Mondrag.
If you could please stand up for a moment.
Si por favor se podría poner de pie.
And if you would please raise your right
Si puede
hand.
alzar la mano derecha.
Do you solemnly swear
¿Usted jura solemnemente
testimony you give this jury
que el testimonio que usted va a dar ante este jurado
will be the truth,
va a ser la
the
verdad,
whole truth,
la verdad completa
and nothing but the
y
truth?
solo la verdad,
So help you God.
bajo la ayuda de Dios?
Sí.
Yes.
Thank you, sir. Please feel free to have a seat.
Puede tomar asiento.
Mr. Mondrag, as we're being recorded here today,
Señor Mondrag, ahora nos están grabando.
will you please state your name and spell both your first and your last name?
Por favor, nos podría decir su nombre y también deletrear su primer nombre y su apellido.
Jared Brian Lujano Mondragón.
Jared Brian Lungano Mondragón.
Y-A-R-D.
Y-A-R-D.
And your last name, sir. Would you spell your last name, please?
L-U-J-A-N-O.
Lugano, L-U-J-A-N-O.
Okay. And is that your full name, sir?
¿Y eso es su nombre completo, señor? Yes.
Sir, what town do you live in?
Señor, ¿en qué pueblo vive usted?
En Manchester.
En Manchester.
And how long have you lived in
¿Y
Manchester?
cuánto tiempo ha vivido usted en Manchester?
23 años.
23 years.
23 years, okay.
23 años, okay.
What do you do for work, sir?
¿En qué trabaja usted?
En drywall y metal frame.
En drywall and metal frame.
Okay. How long have you done that kind of work?
¿En cuánto tiempo ha hecho usted ese tipo de trabajo?
15 años.
About 15 years.
15 years. If I could approach the witness, please, Your Honor.
Si me puedo acercar al testigo, por favor.
I'm guessing this is the guy then that went to that families in transition unit where Adam and Kayla and the kids were staying and had to check out the ceiling because of complaints of the odor. I'm guessing, but I might be wrong. Let's hear.
Here to show you what's marked State's Exhibit 30.
Señor Lugano Mondrag, estoy aquí para mostrarle lo que se llama la prueba número 30.
Do you recognize this building?
¿Usted reconoce este edificio?
Sí.
Yes.
Have you ever done work at this building?
¿Usted alguna vez ha trabajado en este edificio? Yes.
What kind of work did you do there?
¿Qué tipo de trabajo hizo usted allí?
Sheetrocking frame.
Sheetrocking and framing.
Do you know or have you ever met someone by the name of Adam Montgomery?
¿Usted conoce o alguna vez ha conocido una persona con el nombre de Adam Montgomery?
No.
No.
And do you know or have you met with anyone by the name of Kayla Montgomery?
¿Y usted conoce o ha conocido a alguna persona con el nombre de Kayla Montgomery?
No.
No.
And that location where you did work installing sheetrock,
¿Y ese lugar donde usted hizo trabajo instalando el sheetrock?
did you ever live at that address?
¿Usted alguna vez vivió en esa dirección? No.
And other than doing the work for the sheetrock, have you ever been back to that address?
Fuera de hacer ese trabajo con el sheetrock, ¿y usted ha regresado a esa dirección?
No.
No.
Thank you, sir. I don't have any other questions for you. Defense counsel may
Gracias.
have
No
a few.
tengo otras preguntas para usted, la defensa.
And I have no questions.
Y yo no tengo preguntas, su señoría.
Your Honor, we'd ask the witness to please be excused then.
A su señoría pediríamos que excusen al testigo.
Okay, but then for real, what was the point, guys? Especially as a state's witness. Doesn't know Adam Montgomery, never met Adam. Worked at the foot shelter, but then what else? Okay.
You're excused, sir.
Está excusado. Okay.
Thank you, sir.
Gracias.
Yes, thank you.
Damn. NEP says, for those putting this man down, it's his constitutional right to have an interpreter. He may speak English, but feels more comfortable with one. Why are putting... I don't get it. Why are people putting this man down? People are so damn judgmental, right? So hard on some people. Why can't he have an interpreter? And how do we know he speaks English? How do we know? I liked it. I liked the change of language. I always liked hearing different languages. Again, I say maybe it's because I'm from South Africa. I don't know. But I love hearing from different cultures, different languages, different people from all over the world. Right? Yeah, gracias. Jenna says gracias. Very nice, very nice. Okay, yeah, and Laura says they took that poor guy away from work for that. Damn, okay.
And Your Honor, at this time the state calls criminalist Kevin McMahon to the stand.
Kevin McMahon? McMahon? Yeah, Woody said sheetrock expert. Okay, thank you. Yeah. That was pretty pointless, right, Paige Willow? This guy looks almost like Dr. Park Dietz.
Be careful of the wires, please.
Right?
And Mr. McMahon, if you would please remain standing for a moment and please raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear that the testimony you give this jury will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Thank you, sir. Please feel free to have a seat.
Good afternoon, Your Honor.
Yeah.
Good afternoon.
And Mr. McMahon, there's some water up there for you if you need it, or if you need a break at any time, please let us know, okay?
Thank you.
All right. Would you please, because we're being recorded here today, state your full name, spelling both your first and your last name for the record?
My name is Kevin, K-E-V-I-N, middle initial G, and my last name is McMahon, capital M-C, capital M-A-H-O-N.
And Mr. McMahon, up until last year, where did you work?
I was formerly employed by the New Hampshire State Police Forensic Laboratory in Concord, New Hampshire.
How long did you work for them?
For over 40 years.
And it's my understanding that you retired last year from there.
Yes, I did.
What was your position while you were working at the lab?
I was assigned to the Forensic Biology Unit.
And was there an official title that you had?
Criminalist 2.
Okay. And what does that mean to be a Criminalist 2 at the New Hampshire State Police Forensic Lab?
Well, a Criminalist 1 is an entry-level position. Criminalist 2 would be more of a journeyman-level position where you have more responsibilities or more duties assigned to you than a Criminalist 1 would.
I understand that you said that you were there for 40 years. What were the different units of the lab that you worked in during those 40 years?
I worked primarily in the Forensic Biology Unit, although way back when it was just forensic serology. I was actually hired as a drug chemist, but then was transferred into the serology section. But over the years, I took on additional responsibilities, most of those dealing with the analysis of items of what are known as trace evidence, which...
Sorry, sir. Quick pause. Kevin McMahon, retired Criminalist 2. Claire said the point of the previous witness, he installed it, just excludes him as a suspect because he installed it. Thank you so much.
Would include the examination of hairs and fibers, the examination of paints and plastics, and the examination of automobile lamps, specifically the filaments in a lamp for purposes of determining whether a taillight or a headlight was on or off at the time of a collision.
And Mr. McMahon, let me ask you, can you go through a little bit of what your educational background was, specifically in the area of dealing with serology and the identification of bodily fluids?
Well, I hold both Bachelor of Science and Master of Science degrees in forensic science from the University of New Haven in West Haven, Connecticut. And both those programs were overseen by fairly well-known forensic biochemists at the time. And so it would be difficult for someone to go through that program without having a lot of experience and exposure to forensic serology. And so in addition to what I learned about forensic serology while undergoing my education, I underwent extensive on-the-job training soon after transferring to the serology section of the lab back in 1983.
And could you please explain what forensic serology is? What is that the science of?
So forensic serology is that area of expertise within the field of the forensic sciences that deals specifically with the identification and the characterization of blood and other body fluids as they are associated with physical evidence. And it's the screening process which, in modern times, immediately precedes DNA testing.
In addition to your educational background, have you received any specialized training after you obtained your degrees within that field of serology?
Well, over the years, I've had a number of opportunities to attend various schools and workshops and symposia dealing with various aspects of forensic science, some of those specifically dealing with forensic serology.
Are you a member of any professional organizations when it comes to serology or to detection?
Well, I'm a member in good standing of the Northeastern Association of Forensic Scientists.
And over your career, how many serological analysis or serology analysis would you estimate that you've made?
Serological analyses, I would estimate in the thousands or tens of thousands.
Have you ever been qualified in court as an expert witness in the subject of serology?
I have, many times.
And were those in New Hampshire courts?
Yes.
And does that include this particular jurisdiction where we are today, Hillsborough County, Northern District?
It does.
Okay. Your Honor, at this time I'd ask the court to please qualify Mr. McMahon as an expert in the field of forensic serology.
Any objection?
I have no objection to him giving his opinion.
The court finds that he is qualified as an expert.
Thank you, Your Honor.
And he most certainly is, my goodness. So let me just see. Hold on. Yeah. Sud says, can we stop with the diversity talk and get back to harmony? I would like that as well. Let's focus. This is going to be a very experienced, educated witness. Let's hear what he's got to say. I've got this at custom speed of 1.15, I think. Hold on. Yeah, 1.15. Just so that you know, it's just a tiny little bit sped up.
Mr. McMahon, what was your involvement into the investigation into the death of Harmony Montgomery?
I was assigned as the point person, at least as far as any requests that were made by the Manchester Police Department for testing or examination of evidence for biological materials, primarily in this case blood or hairs.
I want to talk to you a little bit about some of the evidence that you did do serology testing or at least examinations on in this case. It's my understanding that several of the items that you examined had no stain, that you saw nothing to be tested. Is that correct?
That's correct. There were a number of items that I examined and did not find any stains or deposits that I felt were characteristic of blood. And so no further testing was done beyond a mere physical examination.
And then were there other items that you looked at that you did test, but it turned out that they were negative for blood?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Were there also an item or two that you tested that was positive for blood?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So I'd like to start then, understanding that those are three categories of things that you found. I want to start with some of the evidence that you tested that did not have blood on them, things that were examined and tested, but then did not have blood. Does that make sense?
Yes, sir.
Okay. What pieces of evidence did you test that you found out that they did not have blood on them? And I'd like to start specifically with items that you tested on January 5th of 2022, that you wrote in a report on January 5th of 2022. And would you like me to refer to the item names, or the numbers that have been assigned to those items, or do you have a copy of your reports available in case you need to refresh your recollection?
I have a copy of my entire case report, so you can either refer to the date of the report or the exhibit number so that I can verify what you're asking me.
And let me ask you, did you sit through a deposition, Mr. McMahon, on the same case?
I did.
And that the same file that you have with you today, is that the one that you had at deposition when you were able to answer Attorney Smith's questions on that day?
Yes, sir.
Thank you. Any objection, Attorney Smith, to having him refer to his notes?
No.
Okay. So, Mr. McMahon, let me ask you specifically about a test that you did on an item listed as JMT8. JMT8. And first of all, what was the description that you had for that item?
It was a section of automobile carpeting, not from the passenger compartment, but from the trunk of an automobile.
And let me ask, we're talking about JMT8. Did you ever meet a detective by the name of Joseph Tucker from the Manchester Police Department?
I'm sorry, what did you ask me?
Did you ever meet a detective by the name of Joseph Tucker from the Manchester Police Department?
I did not.
Okay. The testing on JMT8, what were the serological tests that you performed on that, and what was the results?
Well, I performed a physical examination of this piece of carpeting by putting some white paper, some bench paper down on my examination bench, and then taking this section of carpeting out of its original container, laying it out on the bench, and examining it under the normal room lights. And maybe with the assistance of a flashlight, I did not see any staining on there that I thought was suggestive of blood. But knowing that dark-colored substrates, like this carpeting, which was black, I then employed the use of an infrared light source. It's basically another source of light, but rather than white light that we use for room lighting, it employs infrared light, and the image of what the camera is seeing is projected on a computer tablet. And during the course of this particular examination, I happened to notice a dark-colored stain that was not visible under normal room lighting. And I tested that for the presence of blood, and that test was negative.
Did you also test another item with the same initials, JMT5, a T-shirt?
I did.
Okay. And similarly, what were the results on the test on the T-shirt?
In that case, I performed an analysis of a number of stains that were on that T-shirt, and I employed a test that would detect the presence of blood, and each of those tests were negative.
And finally, at one point, did you also, I'm referring to a report that you wrote on June 15th of 2022, or 13th was a correction on the 15th. Did you ever do an examination of a piece of evidence entitled JD47, an igloo cooler?
I did.
Okay. And what testing did you perform on that piece of evidence?
Again, the testing always begins with a physical examination for deposits which you believe are reflective of or suggestive of blood. There were a number of stains on this particular cooler that seemed to resemble dried blood stains. Each of those was tested chemically in the laboratory by myself, and each of those tests were negative for blood.
And with regards to that cooler, could you generally describe what it looked like?
It's a large red igloo portable cooler. It has wheels on it, so it can easily be transported if it's full of ice or other things. And it has a red body. It has a white lid on it and a white liner. And I believe it has like a retractable black metal handle on it, like a wheeled suitcase would.
Yes.
Mr. McMahon, I'm going to put down in front of you, State's Exhibit 73. I'm going to lift the lid for a moment and just ask you whether or not you recognize the item that is inside.
That's the red cooler. Kayla's mother's red cooler.
Yes, I do.
What do you recognize that item to be?
That is Exhibit JD47, the igloo cooler.
So this is the one that you tested?
Yes, sir.
And could you please just tell us where did you test this item?
If I might refer to my notes.
Yes, please.
So I tested a number of stained areas, 7 different areas.
I'm sorry, did you say 7 different areas?
7 different areas.
Okay.
One stain on the bottom of the base, another stain on the right side of the base of the white top edge, another stain on the red plastic base at the right front corner, another stain at the left side of the base near the white top edge. Let's see, the 5th stain was on the left side of the lid on the edge. 6th was on the right front of the lid at the edge, and the 7th stain was on the right side of the lid at the edge. I drew a diagram to assist me in detecting where on the lid I actually.
And with regards to each one of those tests, were all of those in fact negative for the presence of blood?
Yes, sir.
Objection leading.
What was your conclusion with regards to the test on those 7 areas?
Each of the results of each of the tests that I performed on those 7 areas were negative for the presence of blood.
Thank you. In this case, Did Manchester Police Department ever inform you that some of the items had been treated? For example, let's say JMT8, the stain in the trunk. Did they ever tell you that some of these had been treated with a product by the name of Blue Star?
Yes.
And let me ask, does Blue Star interfere with the serological testing that you do?
In and of itself, it does not.
Okay. Does it interfere with the DNA testing of these samples?
It reportedly does not.
What's the testing method that you use when you're testing for the presence of blood?
Well, in the laboratory, I would use a test that's known as the Castle-Meyer test, Kastle-Meyer, Castle-Meyer.
What advantage, if any, does the Castle-Meyer test have over a test like Blue Star?
Well, the benefit of the Castle-Meyer test over a test like Blue Star or some other tests similar to it is that the Castle-Meyer test enjoys a reputation of being both very sensitive and fairly specific. None of these blood detection tests are 100% specific, which means that occasionally they will provide you with a positive result, but it's actually a false positive result. The result that you're getting that you would ordinarily think is positive is in fact a false positive, and it's due to something in the sample that you're testing that you're unaware of.
So with regards to the Castle-Meyer test, is that the test that the New Hampshire State Police Forensic Laboratory uses?
It is.
How long have you been using that test? How familiar are you with that test?
I've been using the Castle-Meyer test since college, and on day one in my introduction into forensic serology testing at the State Police Lab back in 1983.
Does the New Hampshire State Police Forensic Lab use Blue Star?
We do not.
Why not?
We prefer to use a different chemical for trying to find traces of blood at crime scenes. We use a chemical that's known as luminol.
And with regards to the concept of false positives, could you explain what false positives are?
So Ellie B from Tennessee said, how old was Harmony G? 5. Yes, she was 5 years old. Sure, what a witness, right? I'm also surprised. Someone said that. Sorry, the comment is gone now. It's flying. Thank you all for being here. Please like and share, and use some of the hashtags like Justice for Harmony Montgomery, or just Harmony, or Grizzly True Crime, whatever's suggested in the description box, so that others know where to find us. But someone said that they were surprised that there was nothing found in the cooler. Me too. I mean, how is that? You know? I don't know. But nothing was found in the cooler. No DNA evidence.
Comes to serology testing.
Well, in testing for the presence of blood, the tests that are available to us to detect the presence of blood all rely upon detecting the presence of hemoglobin. In order for a screening test or a detection test to be of any value, it must test for something that's unique in whatever you're looking for. And the one thing that's unique about blood compared to other body fluids is blood has hemoglobin in it, where saliva and semen and other body fluids do not. So all of the blood detection tests rely upon detecting the presence of hemoglobin. And in the Castle-Meyer test, we add a drop of a reagent that's made up of a chemical called phenolphthalein, and we look for a color change at that point. If in fact any of the known or well-recognized false positives are present in your sample, very often you'll see a reaction immediately after adding the phenolphthalein where you shouldn't. It's only after adding the second reagent, hydrogen peroxide, should you see a color change. And in the Castle-Meyer test, we're looking for the formation of a pink color.
Quick pause. Wendy said, but if Harmony... Oh, that's sad to read the sentence right. But yes, was in a bag, so like the duffel bag, plus another black bag, then in the cooler, then maybe that's why no real evidence on the cooler at that point. But yet, later at the fit shelter, her body was apparently in a bag and in trash bags. And then there was obviously more decomposition, and there was evidence.
So if in fact I'm testing something for the presence of blood, and I get that pink color after merely adding the the testing agent,
yeah,
the phenolphthalein, if I get a pink color there, that's a warning to me that the test isn't over yet. It's only halfway through, yet you're getting this pink color. And that would be considered a false positive reaction. It doesn't happen very often, but when it does, you're quite taken back because you're not expecting to see that color so soon. It's only after adding the hydrogen peroxide that you should see the color form if, in fact, blood is present. If no color forms, then you can safely conclude that blood is not present.
The hemoglobin that you're trying to detect, what does the first part of that heme, what does heme stand for?
Well, the hemoglobin molecule is fairly large and complex, and a major portion of it contains an iron atom. And that's the heme portion of the hemoglobin molecule, the part that contains the iron.
The part that contains the iron?
That's correct.
Okay. I'd like to now move on to some of the other evidence that you tested, understanding that. Did you test a section of drywall and a T-beam framing in this case that you referred to in your June 13th and then 15th report of 2022?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Specifically, did you test a piece that was entitled MER 3D1, a piece of T-bar framing?
Yes.
Did you also test a piece called MER 3D-3B-1, a swab?
Yes.
And also, did you test any sort of cutting from backing of a piece of drywall?
Yes, I did.
Could you please explain to the jury how you came to examine this exhibit, made that cutting?
Ooh, not squirrel. Good point. Cooler tested 1 year after the tragedy. Well, even more. Right? It was even more. I mean, no one knew Harmony was missing for over 2 years. Kayla's mom said she used it for basketball tournaments. I know, I wash a cooler if it's been sitting for a while before using again. Yeah.
And then made those tests.
Good point.
Or conducted those tests.
This large item of evidence was submitted to the laboratory and was opened up by my colleague, criminalist Martin Orlowicz. He was preparing to process this item of evidence for latent fingerprints. But knowing that there was another request for looking for bloodstains, I was called over to conduct that examination prior to his analyses. And after I had examined that item of evidence, I had found several areas that I had suspected that were possibly blood. And so I went about testing several of those areas for the presence of blood using the Castle-Mayer test. And each of the areas that I tested positive for blood.
Before you did that testing, you described before how you would do a physical examination of an item. Did you do that before you decided what areas to test?
Oh, yes.
Okay. And at any point, did you label anything on that piece of drywall, on that backing?
I did. So that it would be clear, if need be down the road, like today, to know exactly where I tested or I took my samples for testing.
Sorry, just quick pause. I'm taking you with me on my phone. I'm just going to quickly get up and stretch because I tend to just sit here for 6.5 hours, which I know is not healthy. Okay. I do have to. Sometimes I should really just stand up a little bit. So I'm just going to stand up a little bit. I'm going to get some more water, maybe some tea, and I'll be right back. But I'm taking you with me. Okay. So I'm still here. Just for now, I'm not going to be on screen for a few minutes.
Every area that I performed a test on a sample from was numbered.
Okay. Numbered or lettered?
Well, in the cases of the deposits on the metal frame, they were each given a number. And then on the backside of the drywall portion of the exhibit, there was a very large discoloration, a stain that consisted of light and darker areas. And I elected to test 4 different parts of that one large stain. And that got not only a number, but a number 5, but also a letter, A, B, C, or D.
A, B, C, or D? So it was 4, correct?
That's correct.
All right. And I believe, but if you could please go ahead and I think you may have already said this, what were your conclusions of testing those areas, whether they were positive for the presence of blood?
Each of those areas, and everything I tested in that particular exhibit, was positive for the presence of blood.
You stated that you were working with somebody else that day at the state lab. Could you say that name again?
Criminalist, that's his title, Martin Orlowicz.
Okay. And with regards to Criminalist Orlowicz, what unit of the lab does he work in?
He works in the pattern evidence unit.
I'd like to ask some of the samples that you took, or the parts that you were able to cut out and make cuttings. Did you submit those for further DNA analysis inside the lab?
Yes, I swabbed the blood deposits that were on the metal frame because that was the most effective way of removing the blood from that metal surface by transferring it to a swab that had been moistened with something called digest buffer. As far as the stained area on the backing of the drywall, that had soaked into this very thin cardboard backing, and swabbing it would not have been as effective. And so what I did was I took a sterile scalpel, and I very carefully cut out a small square of the darkest stain on that cardboard backing of the drywall. I put that cutting into a coin envelope, and that coin envelope and the swabbings from the metal parts of the exhibit were forwarded to our DNA unit for DNA testing.
How did you label that cutting that went to the DNA unit for DNA testing, and how did you label the swab that went on for DNA testing?
So the cutting would have been labeled, if I might refer to my notes again.
Please do.
So as far as the metal swabbing, and I only took one of the four that I had available to me, I selected one as a representative sample, and the actual stain on the exhibit was exhibit MER3B, and because this was now somewhat of a child of that, this swab was now MER-3B-1. As far as the cutting is concerned, again, it's the same exhibit, so it's going to be exhibit MER-3B. But this was that large stain area, which I called collectively stain 5, but then subcategorized each of the four stains in there as A, B, C, and D. And so the stain that went on for, or a portion of it that went on for DNA testing, because I didn't cut the whole stain out. The stain was large enough that I could cut out about a 1-inch square from the middle of it and still leave the rest of it behind. That I identified as MER-3B-5A.
Thank you. The DNA testing that you sent it along for, did you perform that testing yourself or someone else?
I did not.
Do you remember who that was that did do that testing?
That was performed by my colleague, criminalist Katie Swango.
And finally, Mr. McMahon, with regards to, I know we talked about a couple of specific items. It's my understanding that there were many other items that you swabbed and checked for serology. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And with regards to those, were those either ones where no blood was found or that after a physical examination there was no stain to test? With regards to the physical items, not hairs. So excuse me, I think anything other than the hairs that you were provided.
So that would be correct. All the other items that I looked at, with maybe the exception of two, either did not find blood on them, or my testing of what looked like it could be blood was negative.
And with regards to the two that you thought that you might have located blood, now let me ask, was one of them, to your recollection, a sweatshirt or a portion of a sweatshirt?
I think it was a portion of a sweater.
Okay. A portion of a sweater? If
Yes.
you could refer to your notes, I just want to make sure that we're clear.
Thank you. I'm back. I did take you with me. And it's good to get up every now and then. Just gonna forward slightly.
I'm referring to our exhibits JP216, which is a pink sweater, and this is detailed in my report dated April 21st.
And JP216, so that's the first two initials there are JP? Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay. And with regards to that sweatshirt, Do you know what kind of vehicle that came out of, whether or not it was an Audi that came out of? Are you aware of that?
I don't know what the source of where the item was collected from, but it's a sweater.
Sweater, okay. And was there? You said there was one other item. Could you please tell us what that one was?
The other one was JP 251, which was a length of twine.
And that also was a JP, I believe you said, those initials?
Yes, sir.
Okay, and do you know whether that came?
So all of that was still from Anthony Badiro's car. That's also what cross-examination from that other witness was about earlier. How do I say your name? Skit said there was a couple that wanted to adopt her, correct? They adopted her brother. Yes, that's on my community tab. If you guys haven't seen it, just scroll down a little bit, and I did post that interview there.
Came out of a blue Audi, or do you, similar to your last answer, you don't know where that item came from?
I do not know.
All right. If I can just have a moment, please, Your Honor.
Yes.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. The New Hampshire State Lab has a separate DNA lab, right? That's correct.
And do you do DNA?
I do not.
Okay. And one of the reasons that things don't go directly to DNA is DNA kind of costs a lot of money, and you want to make sure that the testing is of something that may produce a DNA result.
That's correct. The vast majority of evidence that comes to the laboratory with a request to check for blood or semen or saliva typically goes through a serological examination first. And if we find something, usually only a portion of the original item gets forwarded on for DNA testing, not the entire item. We'll cut a stain out of a garment or out of a piece of drywall, like I just explained to you. When I don't find any type of a biological material, then that's where the analysis ends.
Okay.
And nothing would go on to DNA.
Right, because if it doesn't get through you, there's likely not DNA.
That's correct.
And that a DNA test would be a waste.
That's correct.
So that's not always the case that it goes through you, right?
Well, the vast majority of it is the vast majority of the evidence is subjected to some sort of a serological analysis by either myself or a colleague of mine.
Okay.
There are some items that would go straight to DNA, like a known DNA sample of one person or another. There's no need to perform any analysis on an item of evidence, which is a known sample from a known individual.
Okay. I'm going to show you a copy of what's been marked as State's Exhibit 10. Have you seen this object before?
I have not.
Okay. And this is a full exhibit, Your Honor. Yes. A toothbrush. There's been testimony of...
Shame, there's Harmony's toothbrush that they're showing again. They showed it yesterday as well. Ellie B from Tennessee said, do you all think it would feel weird representing your client without him physically being there? I feel it would be odd. It might be, but if it's Adam Montgomery, I don't know what his temper would be like. And also he's got that little teardrop tattoo, which would be quite a tell, for the jury. That they might speculate. Damn, did he kill someone before? Or so I don't know if maybe that contributed to them being like, one of the strategies is you just stay away, But it might feel a bit odd, especially they're just carrying that little picture around when people ask if they know Adam Montgomery.
Now DNA tested in the lab and results found on the toothbrush. Why was it that didn't go through you?
I'm not sure if I can answer that. I could only surmise that for serological or biological testing, the area of interest in that particular item is so small. We're not looking for DNA on the parts of the handle. We're looking for DNA only on the part that goes into the person's mouth and makes contact with their teeth and gums. And that was so small, and the fear would be that there would be very little DNA present because it's a small surface area. And so rather than wasting sample on a serological test, because we're going to do DNA testing regardless let's just reserve all of the sample for DNA testing. There are a few situations where even though my testing is negative, the item still goes on for DNA testing. And that's a few situations, and it's only done because we recognize that the sensitivity of the test that I perform is much lower than the sensitivity of a DNA test. So when I swab the mouth of a bottle that was left behind at a crime scene, and I test that swabbing for saliva and it's negative, that swabbing would still go on for DNA.
And essentially, we are talking about saliva, and that the area of interest on a toothbrush would be saliva.
That's correct.
And so pretty much no matter what, that's going to the DNA lab.
Yes, ma'am.
And so this isn't simply a procedure where people are doing things by rote. You actually consider the possibility of whether testing might consume DNA before DNA can actually be
Oh, Caroline found the microphone again. Very nice, very nice.
tested.
That's correct.
And if there's the possibility of that, you're going to send it straight for testing so that your tests don't consume or have any effect on the DNA that might be present.
That's correct.
To make sure that if it's there, it's going to be found.
Yes, ma'am.
There, you had some testimony about JMT evidence, starting with the initials JMT.
Yes, ma'am.
And that was a section of black carpet, a child's T-shirt, and a child's pajama pants, right? Go ahead.
Yes.
Okay. And those, I think you were aware, were found in the trunk of a car?
I believe so, yes.
Okay. And the same area where the toothbrush was found?
That I'm not sure I was aware of at the time.
Okay. And so you tested each of these items, and they were all negative for blood?
That's correct.
And you talked about the testing, that if you saw a stain that looked like it might be blood, then you would take the next step and do some screening with the chemical.
That's correct.
In the black carpet, because a stain might be there and you might miss it, you do extra tests, right?
Right, that's when we re-examine the item using the infrared light source. That's correct.
So you don't assume, okay, I can't see anything. You're going to make sure that it's not there.
That's only done when the color of the substrate, the surface that possible blood is on, is dark enough that it might, by virtue of its dark color, interfere with my ability to see the blood stain. Items that are lighter colored, it would just get a standard physical examination under normal room lighting.
So the next step, after you question perhaps there's something there, you do that Castle
Mayor
testing. And the black section of carpet from the trunk was negative for blood. The child's T-shirt, you checked that for, you examined it by sight to check for stains, right?
That's correct.
And you found several.
Yes.
And you tested them to see if those stains were just child stains or blood.
Well, I'm not sure I would describe it that way, but there are a number of stains on a green sweatshirt.
Turquoise, perhaps?
Okay. I wasn't exactly sure which one you were speaking about.
All right, JMT5?
Okay. I was thinking of another item. But yeah, I conducted an examination of it. Again, if I might refer to my notes. I conducted a physical examination of this child's T-shirt, and because the sleeves of the T-shirt were dark blue, the body of the shirt was this turquoise, I conducted an additional physical exam using the infrared light source and looking for additional staining on the sleeves.
And so that was negative for the presence of blood.
That's correct.
And then there was pajama pants, a child's pajama pants found in the same area?
That's correct. Well, I'm not sure where it was
The
collected
location?
from.
Okay, sorry. JMT6, that one, you didn't have to go to the Castle-Meyer testing, right?
I did not.
Because you could see the item well enough to determine if there were stains characteristic of blood.
Well, in this case, like some of the other items, These pajama pants were dark gray in color, and so after examining them under normal room lighting, I conducted a re-examination using the infrared light source, and I didn't find any staining on these pajama pants at all.
So it's pretty fair to say that if there's a question in your mind, you take another step.
If one is available.
So then you did several items that had the initials at the beginning JP.
Yes.
And there's been testimony before you that JP would, and you understand that the initials reflect the officer that has collected and bagged or whatever the evidence.
I do. That's a common practice in law enforcement.
And there has been testimony that that was JP referred to an Officer Pittman, and these items were from the Audi. Were you aware of that?
At that time, no.
Okay. And same sort of testing to determine whether or not there was a presence of blood.
That's correct.
And if there was a question in your observation, you would take the next step and check for either a light source or the Castlemeyer.
That's correct.
And the results were a little bit mixed. Some you did not find the presence of blood. Some you had to do additional screening for blood.
That's correct.
And 2 items I think that you testified of, let's see, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14. About 15 items that were JP something.
Do you want me to double check your math?
We can do approximates if you want.
Well, excluding hairs.
So the red stiletto says she wasn't stabbed. She was not cut up until after, being murdered. And apparently, not even for several days. It was months. It was 4 months when potential dismemberment even comes into the picture. So, yeah, I'm thinking the jury can understand this by now, that there wouldn't be like this car full of blood evidence, right? I love that he brings his own notes, right?
I can only find 9 that are JP.
Are you looking at your report of 1/20/22? And then
Yep, there's 2 items there.
Pardon?
2 items there.
4/21/22? The next one's 1/26/22?
Yep, those are the hairs.
Okay. And then 4/21/22.
Seven items there.
7, 8, 9, 10, 13. Total.
But you're including the hairs.
Yes.
Okay. 14.
Okay. Good thing.
14 in total.
Okay. And
boss. Right? She's like 13. What about that one? No, 14 in total. Look at him. He's like, Now he won that round.
speaking of the hairs, you found 1 specimen, and it's a JP hair, 1 specimen suitable for DNA analysis and send it on, right?
With respect to JP 185, yes.
And then with respect to JP 202, a couple of hairs to go to the DNA.
That's correct.
And other hairs didn't actually have any DNA in them.
Well,
or you couldn't detect.
No. I guess for the remaining hairs, based upon my microscopical examination of the hairs, I had determined that they were likely unsuitable for a DNA analysis.
Okay. So then you also testified on direct about a pink woman's sweater, screening positive for blood, right?
That's correct.
The of twine, which was JP 251, screening positive for blood.
That's correct.
And you sent those two on for DNA analysis.
That's correct.
And if these items were found in a motor vehicle that had been sitting out in the weather for a very long time, subject to heat, subject to cold, and subject to mold, apparently, you were still able to find presence of blood on those items.
That's correct.
And environment can degrade blood or DNA,
Possibly, yes.
and it may not.
That's correct.
And so the fact that something has been in the environment doesn't mean that any blood that's been there has degraded.
That's correct.
And the fact that something has been subject to heat and cold doesn't mean that any blood that had been present would be degraded.
That's correct.
Thank you. I think, one moment, Your Honor, please. Oh, and one more thing was you talked about the area of dry paneling that was sent on to the DNA lab as well. Drywall paneling.
Yes, ma'am.
Paneling, ceiling, I don't know what to call it. Drywall, you have it as drywall paneling, right?
Yes, ma'am.
And if there's testimony that this was taken from a ceiling, would that be consistent with your description?
Yes, although I couldn't describe it in my notes or in my report as a part of a ceiling because that's assuming I knew where it came from, and I can't take that assumption into account. So I just describe what it is as it's presented before me.
Thank you.
Sorry, there was a comment that just flew by, so I can't see now who said it. But you were saying that, but there was dried blood on Harmony's face. All of these sentences are just horrible to say, oh my goodness. But that's what Kayla said. The thing is that maybe they got rid of the blanket that was in the car or other evidence or things like that, and maybe Adam cleaned the car. It is amazing. They left that toothbrush in the car though, right? And not too much else. We're talking about the Sebring now. Okay.
Your Honor, I could just from the table. Mr. McMahon, just on that last line of questions we were just asked about not being able to take it for granted that the drywall that you saw necessarily came from the ceiling. Is that something where to be able to say that you'd have to talk to the person that actually took it from the ceiling or took it from a wall?
I'd either have to be there during its collection, I'd have to get its source or from where it came from someone whose opinion I trusted, or a third option would for it to be described that way when it was submitted to the laboratory on the paperwork that's submitted with evidence. But I'm still the final say for how an item is described. That may have come from a ceiling, and I'm certain it probably did. It's just that that wasn't so apparently obvious to me that I had to describe it as what it actually was.
Thank you for that. Two other quick questions for you. You were asked a moment ago about JMT5, the T-shirt. I believe you described how, in cross-examination, that the sleeves were darker, that dark substrate that you talked about earlier, and that's where you used the infrared light.
That's correct.
Did you make any notation of the fact that that T-shirt was a size for an 18-month-old?
I did make a notation in my notes where I can about the garment manufacturer's name and the size. And again, I'm referring to my notes. I described Exhibit JMT5 as a blue/teal long-sleeve T-shirt. Furthermore, it's a children's long-sleeve T-shirt with a turquoise-colored body and dark blue sleeves. The brand name is Just One U, and the size was 18M.
Amanda says, I don't see them or him cleaning the car, especially since it broke down on the day that Kayla said it happened. Plus, Kayla said the car smelled bad all the time, which seemed it was never clean. But they did say, she did say that Adam cleaned the car. You know, after it broke down, like he went back there to clean the car. Which is interesting. I wonder what he went back there with. I think him and another male. I don't think they've identified exactly who that male is yet. Anthony Badero said it wasn't him. But him and another male went back to that car to clean it before it was towed. I remember saying that, right?
About the toothbrush with regards to that going not through serology but directly to DNA. And I believe that you were asked whether or not the toothbrush would have saliva on it. That a small part of the toothbrush would have saliva on it. Do you recall that question a moment ago?
To some degree, yes.
In addition to the saliva, would it also have cheek cells or other cells from the gum or the line?
It's inferred that it would. I mean, it's a motorized toothbrush. Assuming that we use it in the fashion for which it was intended, it's reasonable to expect that the end of the toothbrush that you would insert into your mouth could bear deposits of saliva, and that saliva would contain cellular material from the gums or from the cheeks of the mouth.
Thank you very much. I have no further questions for you. Thank you.
Just also very, very quickly, the turquoise child's long sleeve T-shirt you said was specifically what age? 18 months?
Well, it said 18M on the fabric label.
Okay, so toddler-ish.
I assume so, yes.
Okay, and the pajama pants similarly?
May I look at my notes?
Sure.
One pair of dark gray fleece children's sleep pants with a red, white, and black winter holiday pattern. The brand was Holiday, pound sign or hashtag, if you will, FAMJAMS, FAMJAMS, size XS 4/5.
And I take it you're not going to interpret what that size means, but it's
Extra small.
Okay.
And I'm guessing 4 or 5 in children's clothing typically refers to the approximate age
Okay.
of the child that would wear that size clothing.
Okay. And the pink sweater was an adult woman's sweater?
I believe so, yes.
Okay. Thank you.
Any objection?
Yes.
Maybe excused?
You may.
Sir, you may step down. You are excused.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you. All right, ladies and gentlemen, it's 2:30, perfect timing for our mid-afternoon break. So I remind you, don't discuss the case with each other. Don't do any independent research. I'm going to ask the witness, if you would, just to stay there for just a moment so I can let the jurors go. We'll see you in about 15 minutes. All rise for the jury, please.
Okay, let me speed this part up a little bit. Forensic Bureau says brilliant witness. Yes.
Thank you, sir. You can step down. Counsel, for just a minute.
Okay, they say counsel approach just a minute. Look, I put it back to normal speed. It's like, and then slow. Okay, so coffee break time. And now we're going to go forward again. We're skipping over those breaks. That's why we start later in the day. We defluff, right? Okay. If you see me nibbling something here and there, I just have a little bowl of peanuts just to keep my energy up, you know? So don't worry, I'm okay. It's 20 to 10 at night, so I just didn't eat enough before I started streaming. So just having some energy here and there, okay? All right, next
Mr.
witness.
Orlowicz, can you start by stating and spelling your full name for the record?
My name is Martin Orlowicz, MartinOrlowicz.
And Mr. Orlowicz, how are you present in court?
I work for the State of New Hampshire State Police Forensic Laboratory.
What's your current position with the forensic laboratory?
I'm a latent print examiner.
And how long have you worked for the State of New Hampshire the New Hampshire State Lab?
Since October of 2019.
And prior to that, any experience with the forensic laboratory?
I worked from October of 2016 to July of 2019. I worked for the State of Alaska Scientific Crime Detection Laboratory.
And how long were you with the Alaska State Crime Lab?
Between October 2016 and July 2019, so almost 3 years.
What was the role that you held while you were while you were employed at the Alaska State Crime Lab?
I was doing latent print processing as well as crime scene processing for the lab.
And when you say crime scene processing, what did that look like when you were at the Alaska State Crime Lab?
The crime scene processing that I did for the state of Alaska was a accessory role where law enforcement would call for an assist if they needed specialty work done at a crime scene, searching for fingerprints or tire tracks or blood, those sorts of things.
And was that for the entire state, so all the way from Utqiagvik up north to Ketchikan down south?
Yes, it was.
You also mentioned latent print analysis?
Yes.
And
latent print examiner. So I'm guessing they're going to talk about the ceiling vents from the families in transition fit shelter, because they definitely said in the PCA that they found Adam Montgomery's prints on there. So that's some solid evidence at least, right? And okay, Martin Orlowicz, and he is the 26th witness in the trial so far. Thank you so much, JP. You said Harmony's case reminds me so much of Oakley Carlson, another little girl taken from a foster family and returned to parents only to then go missing. Yes, yeah, I know about that case as well. It's terrible. Thank you so much for your sticker.
Did you do that in your current role or in your role with the Alaska State Crime Lab, or both?
My role in Alaska was more specifically just latent print processing, which was evidence processing to search for latent prints or fingerprints, as they're more colloquially known. In New Hampshire, I do the second portion of latent print processing, which is the analysis and comparison.
And which unit for the state of New Hampshire, which units have you worked in?
The name of my unit is the Pattern Evidence Unit.
What are your primary duties and responsibilities in that unit?
In New Hampshire, I'm doing latent print processing, so processing evidence to find fingerprints or friction ridge evidence, as well as doing the comparisons, so analyzing any impressions that I find to determine if they're of value for comparison, and then comparing them to known record impressions to see if I can determine the source that they may have come from.
Mr. Orlowicz, what areas do you specialize in at the state lab?
Just fingerprints.
And I want to talk about your background, your training. Can you tell us what your educational background is?
I have a Bachelor of Science degree from the University of New Hampshire in biology. That's my educational experience. Outside of that, my training specific to my duties, I went through roughly a 6-month program in the state of Alaska to learn how to process evidence for latent prints. And then when I moved to New Hampshire and started at the lab here, I went through roughly another 10-month training program to do the analysis and comparison portion. This training program is sort of like a residency program, so it's shadowing personnel who are already employed at the laboratory while doing my own independent research and study in those areas to become competent. And then there's final competency exams before I'm allowed to do any independent work.
You mentioned your Bachelor's of Science. What year did you obtain that degree?
2015.
I want to talk about the New Hampshire State Police training program for friction ridge detail. Are you familiar with that program?
Yes.
And can you tell the jurors what it is?
So that was the residency program that I was just describing. So it's an in-depth program where any trainee, myself included, who goes through is learning about friction ridge processing, analysis, and comparison for an extended period of time in order to become competent in the field.
And Mr. Orlowicz, do you hold any Do you currently hold any certifications in your field?
I do.
Can you tell the jurors what that is?
I have a certification from the International Association for Identification for latent print examining.
Can you also tell the jurors what you have to do to become a latent print examiner?
In order to, there's an application process to take the certification test. So I had to put together a packet showing my experience and training in the field, as well as showing that I was currently employed in the field and doing latent print comparisons. I believe the certification mandates that at least you have to have at least 2 years experience doing latent print comparisons before you can take the certification test. So that was submitted to the certification board, and then when they deemed that I met the qualifications for the test, they sent the written and practical portions of the test, which I completed and passed.
When did you obtain that certification? What year?
2021.
And Mr. Orlowicz, about how many fingerprints would you say you've personally examined over the course of your career, both here and in Alaska?
Thousands.
Is the New Hampshire State Police Forensic Laboratory accredited?
Yes.
And can you tell the jurors what that accreditation is?
Our accreditation is through the American National Accreditation Board. It's a third-party company, essentially, that reviews any work policies at our laboratory and makes sure that they are meeting industry standard, and then also makes sure that we are adhering to those policies in our day-to-day work. They come through every 4 years for an on-site review, and every 2 years, I believe, for a document review to make sure that we can hold our accreditation for the laboratory.
And Mr. Orlowicz, as part of your role with the lab, do you have to undergo continuing education?
Yes.
And can you tell the jurors what that is, what that requirement is?
So in order to maintain my certification through the IAI, I have to have a minimum number of continuing education credits in each 4-year period between my certification tests. So I'm routinely searching for new courses to help bolster my training and experience that in regards to latent prints.
How often would you say you undergo those new courses that you mentioned?
I'm actually in one right now, so fairly often.
Fairly often.
Yes.
Mr. Orlowicz, have you ever been qualified as an expert in fingerprint and palm print analysis in a superior court here in New Hampshire?
Yes.
How many times?
Once that I remember off the top of my head.
And how about a superior court in Alaska?
Not for fingerprint analysis, no.
Your Honor, at this point, the state moves to have Criminalist Orlowicz qualified as an expert in the field of fingerprint and palm print identification.
Any objection?
I have no objection.
If you haven't yet hit the like button, do that. Do it now, and then share as well with some hashtags. There's recommendations in the description box for you so that others know we are live right now and they can come and chat with us. There's still lots of people who have never discovered the channel, and all of us Grizzlies, even though I always see you guys in other chats saying, I'm a Grizzly. Yep, I'm a Grizzly. And people are like, what is a Grizzly? I always like that. So like, share, maybe they'll find us here and come and join us as we watch this trial. So Martin Orlowicz, a latent print examiner. Guessing then we're going to see some more photograph and maybe some more exhibits and things like that. So let's have a look.
To him giving his opinion.
The court finds him so qualified.
Mr. Orlowicz, before we move on, I want to talk about, I want to teach the jurors exactly what fingerprint, palm print analysis is.
Okay.
Have you had an opportunity to look at several slides, demonstrative slides?
Yes.
Do you feel like those slides would aid the jurors in understanding what you do, exactly what it is that you do?
Yes, I do.
Your Honor, at this point, permission to publish several slides.
May we approach?
Yes.
Ooh, we're getting some water ASMR. Anyone need to go? Take us with you. Okay, don't. Water time. Okay. I'm just going to go forward a little bit till they put the sound back on.
Prior to testifying today, nothing to do with this case. Is that correct?
No. As far as I know, they're just stock images of fingerprints or friction-ridged skin.
So, Mr. Orlowicz, what is a fingerprint?
A fingerprint, or friction-ridged skin, is the skin that's on the grasping surfaces of your palms and your fingers, as well as on the bottoms of your feet and your toes. Its name implies its function. Friction-ridged skin provides friction to those surfaces of your hands and your feet in order for you to be able to better grab things.
So tell me, which of you just went like this? I felt the urge to. I'm like, oh, okay. But then I'm like, okay. Did you also be like, oh, okay, here we go?
And what are some of the basic fundamentals in in the science of fingerprint and palm print analysis, identification and analysis?
So, two of the basic fundamentals in fingerprint analysis and comparison are that the friction-ridged skin that you are born with is unique to you. So any individual has unique patterns and flows of friction-ridged skin across their hand. And then the other fundamental is persistency of that detail. So the details that are present in your friction-ridged skin should persist throughout your life, barring any catastrophic change.
And the images that are depicted on the screen there, what do they depict?
Ooh, we're going to see images now. Now we're all definitely going to be hoping Fierce is putting my shoe back on. Ing said I waggle my toes thinking, oh dang, you got me prints.
Two images. The image on the left shows a fingerprint, specifically the distal phalange of a finger, the one furthest from the palm. It's showing the friction-ridged skin present on that. And then the photo on the right is showing a palm print, or a portion of the palm print. This portion of the palm is called the interdigital palm. It's just underneath where the fingers meet the palm, and it's showing the friction-ridged skin there.
Can you tell the jurors what a latent impression is?
Latent impressions are, rather than your physical skin, your friction-ridged skin, a latent impression is a chance impression that might be left behind when an individual touches an object. So the residue that is present on your skin may deposit itself onto a surface, leaving a copy, essentially, of your friction-ridged skin on that surface. It can also be the inverse, where if a surface is dirty, your friction-ridged skin could lift up the contaminant that's on that surface, leaving almost a negative image of your friction-ridged skin behind.
Can you tell the jurors what a known impression or known print is?
Known impressions they're also referred to as exemplar impressions or record impressions. So these impressions are taken anytime someone is fingerprinted. These are a known recording of an individual's friction-ridged skin. Traditionally, these were done with ink, by rubbing ink onto someone's finger and then rolling that finger on a piece of paper to record that. Now there's digital systems that capture the same information.
And how are fingerprints deposited onto an item?
So again, latent prints, it's a chance recording. So there's a possibility of when someone touches something that friction-ridged detail can be left behind if some of the residue that's on your hand stays on the surface, or if residue that's on the surface comes away on your hand.
So is it like what you'd see on TV where if someone touches something, it always leaves a fingerprint?
Not always. There's a variety of factors that may inhibit deposition of friction-ridged detail. The easiest one that I can think of is if someone was wearing gloves. When I work in the laboratory, I wear gloves so that I don't leave fingerprints on the things that I'm working on. That's the easiest way to inhibit deposition.
What determines, other than the gloves, what determines whether fingerprints are left on an object?
There's other types of surfaces that are very difficult for fingerprints to be left behind on. So for instance, clothes, these types of porous surfaces, they don't hold friction-ridged detail or fingerprints very well. Surfaces that do hold fingerprints very well are nice, smooth, non-porous surfaces, or things like pieces of paper, the adhesive side of tape. Those things hold fingerprints very well. It also depends on environmental factors. So if the surface is very wet, the likelihood that a fingerprint may remain goes down. If a fingerprint may also be deposited, but then later be washed away if it's raining. So there's a variety of factors that go into deposition.
And how long do fingerprints generally remain on an object?
It's difficult to say exactly how long a fingerprint may stay on an object. Again, it depends on environmental conditions. So if, to give an example, if a fingerprint is left on an exterior window in the baking sun, and then it rains the next day, and then we go through some New Hampshire weather and it snows or we have a nor'easter, there's a higher chance that that fingerprint is going to be washed away or wiped away than, say, a fingerprint that is inside a house on a metal fridge that gets touched, every day. Likely there will be fingerprints there much longer.
I want to switch gears just a bit. Once you've received a fingerprint, how do you go about analyzing it?
When I'm looking at fingerprints, I'm trying to analyze any of the information that's present within them. So the information that I'm looking at is a macroscopic to a microscopic feature. Generally, we describe these as level 1, 2, and 3 detail.
Mr. Orlowicz, how is an identification made and a comparison conducted?
A comparison is conducted by taking the analyzed latent impression and then comparing it to known impressions or a record impression to determine if there's the same source or if they're not the same source. An identification specifically is a conclusion that can be rendered if it's my determination that the latent print and the record impression have enough detail in similarity in order for me to say that they came from the same source.
And so the screen shows this methodology ACE. Can you...
See, Chinny says, there ain't no criminals here in the Grizzly den, right? And even if they were, they'd have to take paw prints.
describe that to the jurors?
This is the analysis, comparison, and evaluation methodology that I use on every case that I work. This is the methodology that most latent print examiners in the field use. So analysis is, again, assessing the detail. So assessing those macroscopic and microscopic features, those 3 levels of detail. Once that's done, I would move to the comparison phase, comparing the latent impression that I analyzed to known record impressions. And then my evaluation is my final conclusion of my comparison phase. So whether I identify the print, which is, as I said, when it's my opinion that the 2 impressions came from the same source, or if I exclude the print, meaning that the latent impression and the record impression, I believe, are from different sources, there's a third conclusion I can come to called inconclusive. This conclusion is used if the record impressions that I have available to me are too low quality in order for me to definitively say whether the latent print came from them or did not come from them.
Mr. Orlowicz, can you walk us through that identification process and the different levels of detail that you're looking for to make a comparison?
So during my analysis, again, assessing the details present in the latent print, I like to think of it as starting with a macroscopic view of the impression and then moving to a microscopic view. There's 3 levels of detail. The first level of detail is ridge flow. So how the ridges themselves are flowing across the finger or across the hand. In fingerprints specifically, there are 3 pattern types that are typical to see. There is an arch pattern type, a loop pattern type, and a whorl pattern type. Those are helpful in determining anatomical source and orientation. If I can see a pattern type, I can determine this likely came from a distal phalange portion of the finger, and I can usually determine which orientation is up on that, which direction would be up on that latent impression. Because all I'm assessing with level 1 is the ridge flow, I would not make an identification just based off of that ridge flow. Lots of people in the population share pattern types. So a lot of people have whorls, a lot of people have loops, a lot of people have arches. That's a macroscopic detail. But the microscopic detail, level 2 and 3, is where I can begin to make an identification.
So let's discuss level 2 detail.
The level 2 detail is ridge path formation or deviation. So this is moving from looking at the entire latent print to looking at one single ridge at a time. And what I'm determining and looking at in my analysis is where these ridges are ending, where they're splitting, where there's smaller ridges. So I'm searching for attributes specific to each ridge. A grouping of these attributes can be used to identify a latent print to a source.
And so I see bifurcations up there. Can you describe what that is for the jurors?
Bifurcation would be where a ridge splits from one ridge into two ridges. A ridge ending is exactly what it sounds like. It's where a ridge ends. And then a dot or a short ridge is just a very small segment of ridge instead of a longer portion.
Reilly says, isn't this fascinating? I know, right? This is like a free course we're getting right here. I'm taking notes and everything, even though I know I could watch the replay anytime. I'm like, oh my word, I better just write all this down. It feels like we're in class now, you know? We're learning over here, that's always nice when it's a witness like that, where they really explain everything beforehand, and we can learn together here.
And can you just identification process in terms of level 2 detail? What are we looking at on this slide?
So this photo is showing specifically those three features that I just mentioned: bifurcations, ridge endings, and dots. It's pointing them out in the greater ridge flow in the larger image, and then zooming in to show you the exact feature in the smaller images.
Let's discuss level 3 detail.
Level 3 detail, this is the most microscopic level of detail that I use during my comparisons. This level of detail goes from looking at a single ridge to looking at the exact characteristics and attributes of that one ridge. So where the pores are present on top of the ridges, what the edges, the edge shape of the ridges look like. This level of detail is not commonly recorded in latent impressions or record impressions because it is so microscopic. But when it is present, it is highly discriminating and highly useful in identification and exclusion decisions.
Can an identification be made in all cases?
No.
And what does it mean if you cannot find a fingerprint when you're during your analysis?
Do you mean if I don't develop any on evidence, or?
Correct, yes.
So if no fingerprints are developed on evidence that I'm processing, I can't say whether or not that item was touched or had ever been touched. Like I said before, there's a large number of factors that go into deposition of a latent print, as well as if that latent print remains on the surface. And I have no knowledge or control of those factors before the evidence gets to the laboratory.
So if a fingerprint or friction ridge is not observed on one of the items you're analyzing, does it mean that that was not touched?
No.
And I think you touched on this earlier, but speaking generally, what variables may cause a fingerprint not to be detected on one of the items that you're analyzing?
The fingerprints may be wiped away over time if an object contacts another object, or if something is cleaned, as well as environmental factors. So latent print residue is a combination of waters, fats, amino acids. Over time, those things degrade, they evaporate, so there's a potential that the print could itself just disappear.
Mr. Orlowicz, I want to switch gears and discuss State v. Adam Montgomery. Did you conduct analysis in this matter?
Yes.
And what did you process?
I processed 5 items of evidence that were submitted to the laboratory for latent print impressions.
And I want to begin with an item with the evidence number JD47. Does that item stand out to you?
Yes.
What was that item, or what is that item?
I remember that item being a red Igloo brand cooler.
Do you think you'd recognize that if you saw it today?
Yes.
Your Honor, may I approach?
Yes, you may. So they're going back to the cooler. We don't expect them to have found anything on there. pertaining to, of course, Adam Montgomery, Kayla, Harmony, because it was tested more than 2 years after Harmony was murdered.
So, Mr. Orlowicz, I'm showing you what's been marked for identification as State's Exhibit 29. Do you recognize that item?
Yes, I do.
And what's depicted in this image?
This is JD47, the red Igloo brand cooler that I processed at the laboratory.
Is that a true and correct copy of the item that day?
Yes, it appears so.
Your Honor, the State moves to strike State's Exhibit 29 for identification.
No objection. All right, the idea is stricken. It's entered as a full exhibit. It may be published.
And so, if you can just point to, let's talk about this. Did the item arrive in your laboratory that way, appearing as it does in this image?
To my recollection, yes, it did.
And are there stickers placed on this item?
There are, yes, several.
And had this item, at the point that this image was taken, had it undergone analysis?
I don't recall if it had gone through my laboratory analysis at this point. I believe. I don't want to speculate on that. I don't recall if that was before analysis, but I believe it might have been.
Okay, I like that. He's like, I don't want to speculate on that. Princess and the, must I say, Kai or Chi, kind of enjoying the lack of objections on both sides. They usually take up so much time when we watch. That is true, actually. We hear a lot of objections usually, right, from both sides. So you're right, yeah.
If I could have just a moment, Your Honor.
Let me go a little bit forward.
Again, I don't believe it went through latent print analysis before that image was taken.
Okay. At some point, did it?
Yes, it did.
And you conducted that analysis?
Yes.
And again, you identified it in the photograph there. Would you recognize that item if you saw it today?
Yes.
Sal Garcia, it's a first for me too, seeing that the criminal, the defendant doesn't have to be in the courtroom, right? It's horrible. But in New Hampshire, it's his right.
Mr. Orlowicz, I'm showing you what's been marked for identification as State's Exhibit 73, and I'm just going to ask that you stand.
They're showing him the cooler.
Do you recognize this item?
Yes, I do.
Is this the item that you conducted testing on?
Yes, it is.
Remove it from the baggage.
Well, finally, okay, they're taking it out of the package. Now we can see it. Oh my goodness. It must be quite something for Kayla's mother to realize. Like, wait, what? I just used this for 2 years for basketball? Basketball tournaments is what she said. Thinking then what they may have done with that cooler. Wow. Cami says, will he have to attend sentencing? From what I've heard from locals, he will have to attend sentencing. But I really hope so.
The igloo cooler that you mentioned examining, is this that item?
Yes, it is.
How do you know that it's that item?
I recognize the item from when I processed it. I also believe if it's the same packaging or the packaging is present inside from when I analyzed it at the laboratory, my initials should be on a evidence tape seal. It looks like it may have been repackaged since I processed it.
So this is a true and correct. This is the item that you.
Yes, it is.
Your Honor, I move to strike down the State's Exhibit 73 and mark as full.
Objection?
Objection.
The ID is stricken. It's marked as a full exhibit.
Will publish.
Yes, you may.
Okay, so now us and the jury see the cooler. Just a quick recap for those who don't know or would like a recap. The police believe that Harmony was murdered on or about December 7th of 2019. On that same day, the Chrysler Sebring, the car that Adam, Kayla, the boys, and Harmony were living in, broke down. They then borrowed their friend Anthony Badiro's car. They stayed in it for about 2 days, that Audi they keep talking about. And after that, they went to Kayla's aunt's house, so her mother's sister's house, and her mother picked them up there. And her mother remembers picking up Adam, Kayla, and the two boys. No Harmony. They told her Harmony was taken to her mother, which was obviously not true. And that would mean, from what we know, that from what we read in the PCA as well, that Harmony's body was in a duffel bag, an Under Armour duffel bag, and taken with to Kayla's mother's house. Kayla's mother was on the stand yesterday. If you didn't see it, you can go check it out. It's all timestamped for you. And so they said, Kayla said, when they stayed at her mother's house for a little bit, it wasn't too long. I think it was only about a week or two. Because then they went to the fit shelter, right? Which was from December 30th, we learned today. So somewhere there between December 10th and 30th, they were at her mother's house. And then when Kayla was asked, well, what did Adam do with Harmony's body? She said they stored it in this red cooler that was in the hallway. How no one checked it, or I don't know how they got away with all of this. Like, for 4 months carrying her body around. But that is the significance of the red cooler, in case anyone wonders. Now, with all the DNA evidence we've heard today, they didn't find any fingerprints on it or DNA evidence or anything. But of course, it would have only been tested more than 2 years later, because no one knew that Harmony was missing for 2 years, from December 2019 until November 2021. So, just so that you know, well, what is this cooler all about? Why did they keep talking about the cooler? That's why. Allegedly, Harmony's body was in it, in an Under Armour duffel bag. So sinister.
Mr. Orlowicz, you mentioned processing that item, analyzing it. What were the results of that analysis?
I did not find any friction-ridge detail on that exhibit.
No friction-ridge detail?
That's correct.
Your Honor, may I approach?
Yes.
I'm just going to go forward while they check that. So Tracy G said the fact that a little girl was missing for 2 years and no one said anything is the ultimate tragedy of this case. So Adam and Kayla had told everyone on their side that Harmony was with her mom, and her mom was driving around to schools and looking for her and trying to reach Adam and Kayla, and they had blocked her and she couldn't get hold of them. And eventually she had called the police, she told people, she'd even written to the mayor. But yeah, it took 2 years, and it was also the pandemic, so that's also a factor at the time. Maybe things moved a little slower, but yeah, it's really a tragedy that it took 2 years for anyone to even know that Harmony was missing.
So, Mr. Orlowicz, switching now to the white metal ceiling, it's MER 3A and 3D. So metal ceiling, a vent, and a section of drywall. Did you have an opportunity to analyze those items?
Yes, I did.
And based on your analysis, were you able to develop friction ridge details for those items?
I was able to document friction ridge detail on MER 3D, which was a section of drywall with metal framing, as well as MER 3A, which was a ceiling vent, a white ceiling vent.
And did you denote those friction ridge details in a particular way?
All of the friction ridge areas that I documented were designated with an L number, so L1, and so on as more would be documented.
And was that L1?
Gen X Loves Jesus said Kayla had to be very involved in the abuse of harmony, or else she wouldn't have stood by and done nothing. That's a point as well. Good point.
And through L13?
Yes, it was.
And so the image that we're looking at now, what are we looking at there?
This is an image that I took to show the rough location of the first area that I documented, L1, on exhibit MER 3D. So where the small adhesive tag with the ruler on it is, that's the rough location of L1.
And if you can just point that out on the screen there, Mr. Orlowicz. And so does that item, that sticker that you just pointed to, does it say something on it?
It says L1 on it. It's labeled.
And is that just another photo of L1?
Yes.
And what does this image show us?
Sorry to pause. Donna Bell said the people that adopted Harmony's brother, Jamieson, had been trying to adopt Harmony too, but got nowhere with it, right? They were just told, no, she's reunited with her family, with her dad. She's staying with her dad. I mean, oh, how we wish that they would have been able to adopt her as well. Her brother looks very well taken care of, very happy as well, but he misses Harmony so much, he's never forgotten her.
This is showing the rough location of the next two areas that I documented, L2 and L3. They are similarly labeled as L1 with the small adhesive scales in this area.
So that's L2 and L3. Closer version?
Yes.
Those are the stickers that you mentioned?
Yes.
What does this image show us, Mr. Orlowicz?
This is showing the location of the next three areas that I documented, L4, L5, and L6, with their related labels.
And what does this image show us? Can you back up one? What does this image show us, Mr. Orlowicz?
This is a different angle of those same three areas, L4 through L6.
And can you just point to the cursor?
This is L4, L5, and L6.
And what is this item?
This is exhibit MER 3A. This is that ceiling vent. This is a photo that I took to show the location of several designated areas that were on, I guess I would call it the underside of it, so the side that would typically be in a ceiling, not the visible side of it.
And can you identify in that photograph just each of the areas that you designated items?
The areas present in this are L7, L8, L9, and L10 in that corner. There's another tag over here, but I'm not sure what the designation is on that one.
Let's focus on L7 through L10.
This is a closer view of those same four areas from that front left corner in the previous photo.
And just for those in the back that can't see, can you just point out?
Again, L7, L8, L9, and L10 the furthest.
I think her brother was 2 years younger than her, so he would be about 7 now.
Which of those items had sufficient details that you can compare them to known impressions?
During my analysis, I determined that some of these areas had multiple sections of ridge detail in them, so they were subdivided out. So instead of just being L8, I subdivided out to L8A through L8E, for example, so 5 impressions in that one area. Of all the impressions that were present in this case, L6, L7B, L8A, L8D, L9, L11, L10A through L10C, and L13 were all determined to be sufficient to move on for comparison.
Okay. And this is showing State's Exhibit 116. I want to take a look at the prints that you found, beginning with, you mentioned L7. I want to look at that first, and so it's blown up here. If you could point out L7 again, the friction.
L7 is in this area.
Okay, and what did you do with L7? How did you analyze it?
So again, moving back to how I described the analysis phase before, L7 particularly was 2 impressions, so I sub-designated those L7A and L7B. Looking at the details present, the level 1, 2, and 3 detail present in those 2 impressions, L7A I determined was not identifiable, so I would not be moving forward with that impression to comparison. There's not enough detail present in it that I believed was reliable to make any sort of conclusion with. L7B, on the other hand, I determined to be identifiable based on the detail present in it.
And just for those that can't see, can you point out those items, L7A and L7B?
L7A is the impression on the left of the photo, this area here. L7B is this impression on the right of the photo, this larger area.
And what analysis did those impressions undergo?
So the analysis that I'm doing for all of these impressions is the same as I've described before, looking at the 3 levels of detail, documenting detail that's present in them, particularly when I'm marking up an analysis image like this, I will mark level 2 features that are present, or if there are reliable, what I believe to be reliable level 3 features that are present in the impression, I'll mark those up as well. So I'll put like a small green dot at the end of an ending ridge, or at a bifurcation, or around a dot, or if there's a section with pores that I can see, I could shade that a different color, and I can use that group of features later in my comparison.
And can you show us where you did that in this image? And that, for the record, is referring to State's Exhibit 117.
There are very small green dots at the end of these ridges or these bifurcations that are present in this image.
And the large line.
So this would be like busted, right? I think these are Adam Montgomery's fingerprints.
Line at the top. What does that indicate?
The in my field we would call that a horseshoe. The horseshoe line at the top of the impression means that I have deemed it to be identifiable. So any impression that has a horseshoe over it, it's denoting 2 things. One, that I've determined that is a fingerprint impression specifically, so from a finger, as well as that I believe it's identifiable.
And what is written next to L7A?
Next to L7A is NI, is written NI, which stands for not identifiable.
With respect to L7B, what was your next step in that analysis?
The next step after analysis would be my comparison.
Okay, and let me stop you there. When you were analyzing the items that you received, did you have anything to compare those items to? Any known samples, known prints?
When the evidence came into the laboratory, I was not supplied any known impressions to compare to.
Okay. And I believe you're going to say the next step of your analysis, and I'm moving to State's Exhibit 118. What is this image showing us?
This is my comparison chart. So this shows the latent image from the evidence on the left-hand side, and then the image on the right is from a record impression or exemplar impression. Excuse me. So comparing the features, in this image, I'm marking features that I marked in my analysis onto the record impression to determine if the two have enough similarity in order for me to establish an identification. And then I would create this chart showing the areas of correspondence that led me to my identification conclusion.
Were you able to identify the person that deposited that print?
Yes, I was.
And who was it that you identified?
Adam Montgomery.
And can you show the jurors the comparison?
Busted.
Stand up.
Yes.
Okay, let's go forward a little bit.
On this matter, did you receive known prints for Adam Montgomery?
Yes, I did.
Did you receive any other known prints?
I also received known prints of Kayla Montgomery.
And I believe you said you made a comparison and you received a result. Can you remind the jurors what that result was?
Yes. For this latent L7B, I identified the left middle finger of Adam Montgomery as the source.
And how many levels of detail are present in this analysis?
In this particular analysis, the levels of detail that I used were level 1 and level 2. The level 3 detail present in the latent impression was spotty or non-existent at best. And so not much of it was used, not much or any of it was used for the comparison phase.
And when you say L1 and or L2, that's level 1 or level 2?
Yes, I'm sorry, I'm just
don't want to be
level 1
confused
and level
by-
2. I'm sorry about that.
And again, you mentioned level 3 being rare.
It is rare, yes.
Let's take a look at another print that you found. I want to focus on L8. Can you point the jurors where
This
L8?
is L8.
So I'm showing what's been published or admitted and published as State's Exhibit 119. What does this image show us, Mr. Orlowicz?
This is a photograph that I took of the latent area, L8. So there are multiple impressions present that I further sub-designated during my analysis, but this is a photo that I took during processing of that exhibit.
And those sub-designations, do you recall what they were?
Yes, they were L8A through L8E.
And does this image show an alternative light source?
It does, yes.
Can you tell the jurors what that is, why you use it?
An alternative light source is a forensic lighting application that is typically used in conjunction, at least in the laboratory, with a dye stain or some sort of fluorescent chemical. What this enables us to do is remove background color or pattern from the evidence in order to better visualize friction ridge detail that's been developed on that item.
And now this is State's Exhibit 120. What does this show us?
This is my analysis image of L8A through L8E.
And what was your analysis? What was the results? Were you able to develop? Go ahead.
Sorry.
Sorry, I just quickly want to pause this. Cami says Kayla states that Adam did not abuse her until Harmony was murdered. But the thing is, before the trial started, in that trial prep, we discussed that she was only allowed to testify to a certain time period about domestic violence allegations, right? Or about domestic violence that she says she experienced from Adam. So, and it was a small time frame, so nothing before, I think it was from around July of 2019 as well until like March 2020, something like that. So I'm just saying, we don't know, maybe if anything happened before then, she wasn't allowed to testify. And for everyone asking, I just saw, sorry, I can't see the name now, it just flew by, but you were saying, why does she have immunity? She doesn't have immunity. She has a plea deal, which is very different to immunity. And if she breaches or violates any of those conditions that we read through yesterday or the day before, which is timestamped for you as well, then she will be charged with other things. So just so you know, she's got a plea deal. And why? Is because she's the star witness. She's the only other adult who was there. I mean, it took 2 years for anyone to even know Harmony was missing. So she had the most information to offer the police, and so they offered her a plea deal in order to get that information.
My initial analysis was that 3 areas were identifiable: L8A, L8C, and L8D, I believed to be identifiable. L8B and L8E I determined to be not identifiable. I would not be moving forward with those to comparison. During the course of my analysis, I reanalyzed L8C and determined that the detail present in that was not enough for me to reliably move forward with that impression to a comparison. So I determined that L8C was also not identifiable. And so now L8A and L8D are identifiable impressions.
And how did your analysis proceed with those items?
The same analysis methodology that I've been describing. These were all determined to be, L8A and L8D were determined to be fingerprint impressions. That's the horseshoe over the top of both of them. So I would be comparing fingerprints to these.
And who did you compare those two?
I compared Adam Montgomery to these impressions.
And were you able to identify the L8A friction ridges from MER 3A?
Yes, I was.
And who did you identify those to?
I identified those to Adam Montgomery.
Which finger of Adam Montgomery?
I believe the left middle.
And how many levels, with respect to L8A, how many levels of detail were?
This is the best evidence we've seen so far because it's Adam Montgomery's fingerprints on that ceiling vent, which we already saw the stains and things. I just saw a comment as well that they should have had these experts on before Kayla, but I think this is a good strategy. It's all because the waters were all muddy. Things are starting to come together now, you know? So I'm actually looking forward to see which other witnesses they'll have, because after today we'll be about halfway through the witnesses for the state. This is witness number 26 for the state, and they said they'll have between 50 and 55. It's going to be 2 witnesses for the defense, and that doesn't include Adam. There were 2 names that I read out yesterday. I don't have it with me now, but I did timestamp that yesterday. So there'll be like 26 or more to go, right? Like, I'm very excited to see how the state's case starts, coming together.
Were present.
I'm not sure. Without looking at my chart, I'm not 100% sure. But in any latent impression, any of the 3 levels of detail can be present and can be used for a comparison. In most of these impressions, I was using level 1 and level 2 detail to arrive at my identifications.
With respect to L8D, were you able to identify friction ridge details from that item?
Yes, I was.
And who did you identify as the source of those?
I identified Adam Montgomery.
Which finger of Adam Montgomery?
The left little.
Let's look at another print that you found. This one, L9. This is State's Exhibit 121. Can you tell us what we're observing here?
This is my analysis of L9. This impression I analyzed to be a simultaneous deposition, meaning that both areas present in this image are from one simultaneous touch. Both fingers came down at the same time and left these impressions. I determined that based on the angle of contact as well as deposition distortion present in the images. So this is a identifiable simultaneous fingers impression.
Can you show the jurors how that would occur using the screen there? The
Generally,
simultaneous impression.
if 2 fingers come down at the same time, in this case at a higher angle of contact, both impressions will be left at the same time.
And how is this analyzed? How did you analyze it?
As I said, I analyzed this to be a simultaneous fingers impression.
And who did you compare L9 friction ridge details to?
I compared this to Adam Montgomery.
What were the results of that comparison?
I identified Adam Montgomery, specifically his left middle and left ring fingers, as having made this simultaneous impression.
And I'm showing you
left middle and left ring fingers, okay. Mary said, I was just going to say best evidence. I want the prosecutors to show Adam's interrogation at some point as well. They will, because his defense had filed motions to try to have that evidence left out of this trial. The body cam, you know, when they encountered Adam in December of 2021, sleeping in a car with his then girlfriend, Kelsey Smalls, I believe, who later died from an overdose. So they're going to show that body cam. They didn't want that in, and probably the police interrogation as well. Of course, we've seen one of those police interviews. I don't know if there's probably more, right? But we've seen the 32-minute one or so together. It's on the playlist, so if you haven't checked it out before, then go and check it out.
State's Exhibit 122. What is that showing the jurors?
This is my comparison chart of L9. So the latent impressions are the images at the top of the screen, and then the known record impressions are on the lower section.
You mentioned that these are Adam Montgomery's fingerprints. Which finger specifically from Adam Montgomery?
Specifically the left middle and left ring fingers.
I want to look at another print that you found, so I'll draw your attention to L10. Did you have an opportunity to analyze L10?
Yes.
And can you tell the jurors how you analyzed it?
L10 I determined to be 3 separate fingerprint impressions. These fingerprint impressions, I decided that they were not simultaneous because of the angle of deposition and the almost impossibility of deposition simultaneously due to anatomical position of the fingers on the hand and the directionality that these were deposited in. So these were all designated separately, L10 A, B, and C, and they're all horseshoed at the top to show that they're identifiable fingerprint impressions.
Okay, and the image that you just...
This is such amazing evidence, right? Caroline said, if Adam won't go to court, maybe they can bring his fingers in separately for comparison. Maybe they could do that, hey.
Pointed out that has horseshoes at the top to show that they're identifiable. That image, you did those horseshoes at the top, is that correct?
Yes, I
As
did.
part of your analysis?
Yes. The analysis images with any markings on them, I generate those at the laboratory as part of my analysis.
And here we're referring to State's Exhibit 123. Did you have an opportunity to compare those items to any known prints?
Yes, I did.
And whose known prints did you compare them to?
I compared these to Adam Montgomery.
And I want to go through each in turn. So let's start with L10A, and I'm showing you State's Exhibit 124. What does this show us?
This is my comparison chart, the latent being on the left side, the known being on the right. This is my comparison of L10A to Adam Montgomery's left middle finger.
And Mr. Orlowicz, what was the result of your comparison of L10A?
This was an identification to Adam Montgomery.
Do you know which finger of Adam Montgomery's?
The left middle.
I'm showing you what's been published as State's Exhibit 125. What does this image show us?
This is L10B, again, a comparison chart of the latent on the left, the known on the right, showing my identification conclusion.
Who did you compare L10B to?
I compared it to Adam Montgomery.
And what were the results of that comparison?
I identified L10B to the left index finger of Adam Montgomery.
Ooh, imagine how the cross-examination is going to go, because this is very hectic evidence, right? So let me show you this picture here. Look at this dumbass. This is Adam Montgomery, and it's like Jersey Shore style, but I think this was in 2014, if I'm not mistaken. Something like that. 2011, 2014. I was like, what? Ryan Luciani, nice to see you. Said nothing to refute there, Adam. Yes.
I want to turn to State's Exhibit 126. What does this image show us?
This is my comparison chart for L10C, latent on the left, known on the right, this shows my identification conclusion for that impression.
And what was your conclusion for that impression?
I identified L10C to Adam Montgomery's left little finger.
I want to look at another print you found. Turn your attention to L11, and here I'm looking at State's Exhibit 127. What is this image showing us?
This is one of my processing images from processing the item of evidence MER 3A that this latent L11 came from. This is just showing the latent in its entirety.
And how did you process this latent?
This latent itself, are you referring to the chemical processing or?
The chemical processing.
Chemical processing. This latent itself went through a process, this item itself, I'll say, went through a process called Lamy fuming. So it's a superglue fume that when heated up will polymerize on top of friction ridge detail present on an exhibit, present on an item, and it will leave a white residue, very light white residue on top of the ridges. This helps preserve them. It also helps make them more visible. Lamy cyano also combines a fluorescent dye, so it can then later be visualized with an ALS, which I mentioned earlier, to help better visualize any prints present on that exhibit.
I'm going to move to State's Exhibit 128. What does State's Exhibit 128 show us?
This is my analysis image of that latent L11.
After analyzing L11, did you have an opportunity to compare it to any known prints?
Yes, I did.
And I'm turning to State's Exhibit 129. What does State's Exhibit 129 show us, Mr. Orlowicz?
This is my comparison chart of L11.
My word, what a great witness. Also, I'm going to answer this because a few people have asked, Bill, you're asking about pleading and all that. He didn't plead guilty. He conceded guilt. I think there's a difference there. Remember, I'm not an attorney, but he conceded guilt, meaning admitting guilt, which means really it's just a word they use, I think, when the trial starts already. He conceded guilt for abuse of a corpse and falsifying physical evidence, but it's still up to the jury, or still up to the state to prove those charges, and for the jury to decide, from what I understand. So that is what. So it doesn't mean because a lot of people thought, oh, he's just pleaded guilty, so why is the trial continuing? Well, just conceding guilt for those two charges, which is like really trying to pin it all on Kayla, isn't it? I think that's losing some traction now. I think initially it seemed like reasonable doubt was definitely there, that it could have been Kayla who did this and Adam covering up for her. But the more this happens, evidence like this comes in, yeah, he can stalk his own trial there from his prison cell, but we'll see him at sentencing, isn't it?
L11 was analyzed to be a palm print, not a fingerprint. So this is my comparison chart of L11 to Adam Montgomery's left palm.
What were the results of your comparison, Mr. Orlowicz?
I reached an identification conclusion for this.
And who did you identify as the person that deposited that palm print?
Adam Montgomery.
And I'm sorry if I missed this, but which palm print was it of Adam Montgomery?
The left palm.
Mr. Orlowicz, I want to look at another print that you found, and I want to turn your attention to L13. This is State's Exhibit 130. What does this image show us?
This is L13. This latent was also present on MER 3A. This is another processing image from that exhibit, from that evidence.
Did you have an opportunity to analyze this?
Yes, I did.
And how did you go about analyzing it?
My analysis for this, I determined that this was a latent fingerprint impression in the opposite orientation from what you see in this photo.
And turn into State's Exhibit 131. What are we looking at here?
This is my analysis image of latent L13. The horseshoe for this latent is near the bottom of the image. So this is telling me that I believe this is an identifiable fingerprint impression, but also showing that my theoretical directionality of up for this would be this way, actually, so that the finger if you can imagine my finger on the screen, it would be in this orientation.
Did you conduct a comparison of L13?
Yes, I did.
And who did you compare that item to?
Adam Montgomery.
And I'm turning to State's Exhibit 132. What is this image showing us?
This is my comparison chart of L13. So latent on the left, known on the right. This shows my identification conclusion to the right index finger of Adam Montgomery.
These mega and micro busted.
I want to look at the final print that you found. So I want to turn your attention to L6, and this is State's Exhibit 133. Did you have an opportunity to process State's Exhibit 133, so L6?
Yes, I did.
And how did you go about doing that?
The exhibit that L6 was on was MER 3D. This evidence was a large piece of drywall with metal framing on it. It was roughly 5 foot by 6 foot. I measured about that. I did a super glue fume, so similar to the Lamy cyano fume that I told you about earlier, but without the addition of the fluorescent dye step. So this was just with the super glue fume in order to process for these impressions.
Were you able to analyze this item?
Yes.
And I turn your attention to State's Exhibit 134, which I've put up on the screen. What does that show us?
This is my analysis image of latent L6. So I determined that these 4 touches, these 4 areas of friction ridge skin on this exhibit were one simultaneous impression. So all 4 of those fingers came down at the same time on the exhibit and left those 4 impressions.
Following your analysis, did you conduct a comparison of L6?
Yes, I did.
And who did you compare L6 to?
I compared to Adam Montgomery and Kayla Montgomery.
And what were the results?
Sassy Frases, did he place Harmony's body back in the ceiling after he had her body in the shower? No. It was first duffel bag in the car, then the foot shelter ceiling, then later transferring into another, well, first the car, then the cooler, then the foot shelter in the ceiling, later at a Union Street apartment in the shower, into a smaller bag, to the Portland Pie Company, and so it went on.
Results of that comparison?
Both of them were excluded as having been the source of this impression.
And did you conduct further comparisons on this L6?
After reaching those exclusion conclusions, I ran this impression through our automated biometric identification system, or ABIS system, which is a repository of record impressions from local systems as well as national systems.
So I turn your attention to State's Exhibit 135. What does this image show us?
This is my comparison chart of L6 to known impressions of an individual who was a candidate on the search list that ABIS sent back to me after performing the search against the records. This candidate's name was Yared Lujano Mondrag. I identified this impression as having originated from that source.
So after looking at the...
So we did check the vent. We saw the guy that would have probably checked the vent at the foot shelter, but he said he didn't know Adam Montgomery. Okay, so there were fingerprints. Now we know why he was there. The guy that had the translator earlier.
Entire ceiling paneling, the vent, there were only 2 individuals you were able to identify as having deposited prints on those items. Is that correct?
Yes.
And can you remind the jurors who those 2 individuals are?
Adam Montgomery and Yared Lujano Mondrag.
Are you aware that Yared Mondrag, Mr. Mondrag, was the drywall installer?
I was not aware of that.
Thank you. No additional questions.
There you go. Now it's all coming together, you see. Oh boy. Get ready for cross-examination, everyone. Here we go. Oh, I see. There we need our cricket sound. The crickets as usual.
When you're ready, Attorney Smith. Thank you, Your Honor. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
A couple of questions. One about the fingerprints that you just testified about identifying in a comparison to a person.
Yes.
Okay. You got a high degree of certainty that you've identified the right people, right?
Yes.
And for especially in some of those fingerprints that had that level 3?
I don't recall specifically using level 3 in any of my comparisons. They were also done in June 2022, so my memory may be a bit off.
In any event, a very, very high degree of certainty that Adam Montgomery's fingerprints were found on the metal ceiling vent, and then some on the metal that held the drywall together.
Yes.
Right? And then the other was somebody completely unrelated.
Yes.
Okay. So let's go back to the cooler. When you analyzed the cooler, did something happen while you were analyzing before you started your analysis of the cooler? Did somebody come in and do something in front of you?
So I found the crickets for us for later when they show the chair again, okay?
Kevin McMahon, who was a serologist at the laboratory at the time, performed a serology examination on the cooler.
Okay. And this cooler, right now it's pretty dirty, right?
Yes.
And it's dirty because of the tools that you use to look for rich detail, right?
Yes, I believe that's a portion of the residue that's left on that is from my processing.
Okay. So the reason that you would want somebody like Kevin McMahon to come in and do serology is that you might actually be changing the condition of the cooler.
Yes, there's the potential that any processing I do could dilute or remove biological evidence that's present on an exhibit. So in the laboratory in general, and specifically for this case, serology would be conducted prior to latent print processing.
And the reason, well, and again, you do this so that if there's evidence on this cooler, it can be...
Sure, and sometimes when Caroline gets closer to the mic, suddenly the audio is like, shh.
...found,
yes.
Whether serology or fingerprint.
Yes.
The other is that you talked about different surfaces being good for fingerprints.
Yes.
Is this cooler? And I can bring it to you. I can put a glove on and bring it to you if you'd like.
That's okay.
Okay. Is this cooler good for that sort of finding rich detail and stuff?
The exterior of the cooler is textured, which is not the best type of substrate or surface to retain fingerprint detail. Like I said before, smooth surfaces are usually what's best.
Okay. So I can go and I can touch this cooler at the top and you may not be able to find my rich detail.
That's correct.
Okay. How about the handle? So, same thing? It's metal-ish.
There may be a potential to find friction-rich detail on something like that handle. It's smooth, but it being a handle gets handled a lot, which could potentially wipe off any friction-rich detail that was deposited prior.
Okay, and that was going to be my next question. An object that is touched a lot might remove, smear, or change any rich detail below it, right?
Yes, it may remove it completely.
And so you get an accumulation at some point, and you may not even be able to identify the last person touching.
That's correct.
Okay.
It's so hectic to try to discredit that information. Ooh, good luck, Caroline.
The metal ceiling vent and the drywall, did that go through a similar serology analysis before your fingerprint analysis?
Yes, they did.
And that was separate. It wasn't actually in your portion of the lab, right?
Right, that's correct.
Okay. And there's another item that you tested Do you recall?
There was a small pink child's cup. I believe the agency item number was BEO 25.
Okay. And nothing there?
No friction-rich detail was documented or developed on that.
Okay, and was that a good surface to find fingerprints?
My recollection was that the exterior of the cup was fairly textured. There were some flat portions, but much of that cup, I think, was a textured surface.
Okay. So is it fair to say that none of the items that you tested raised a suspicion that they had been wiped or cleaned off?
No, I did not have that suspicion during my testing.
Thank you. Thank you.
Oh. Okay.
Mr. Orlowicz, I just want to follow up on that last point. How would you know? How would you be able to see if things were wiped off?
During my processing, if wipe marks or drag marks became visible during the processing, that could potentially cue me off that something had at least been wiped across the surface.
And that wasn't present on the items that you analyzed?
I did not observe that.
With respect to the highly textured surfaces that you mentioned, how would you see those wipe marks in a highly textured surface like the cup that you mentioned or the cooler there?
It would be very difficult to see if any wipe marks were present on a textured surface.
Thank you. No additional questions?
But it's fair to say that you saw nothing to raise that suspicion.
That's correct.
Okay. Thank you.
All right, you may step down. Okay. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we've reached the end of our day today. I remind you, don't discuss the case with anybody, not with each other or with anybody else. Don't watch any social media, read any newspapers, look at any online coverage of this case. Avert your eyes. So we'll begin again tomorrow morning. Please be here at 8:45 for a 9 a.m. start. Don't do any independent research. Thank you so much for your significant attention today. Have a good evening, ladies and gentlemen. All rise for the jurors, please.
Okay. They finish around 4 every day or so. I'm sure they could go till 5, but so far they finish around 4 p.m. Eastern every day. Of course, we are here later because we start later. But we're not that far behind by the end of it, huh? I'm just going to take this picture off, sorry, so we can see. Because we skipped through lunch and the coffee breaks, by the end of the day, we only...
All right, everybody.
Half an hour behind?
We'll see you in the morning. I don't know if we have somebody who's incarcerated who's coming. You're going to let me know before I say...
Okay.
Oh, your next witness?
Yes, of course, Your Honor.
Okay.
I think there's just the one individual for transport for tomorrow. I don't know yet the order of the day. We have 2 of the witnesses planned for today. We need to go back and figure out that order.
Okay. Okay.
Make sure that that person gets on and off tomorrow. So.
Okay. Oh, you can all be seated. Just one last observation. It seems that there are some things that are being marked that either you may have had marked subsequent to the original marking for identification that hadn't been shown to the defense. Maybe I'm misreading that. I'm just seeing you bringing things over that are, new to the list. I just want to make sure. Are you seeing, other than that fingerprint issue, are you seeing everything in advance?
I think that there were some things that were marked this morning that we hadn't realized.
So I just want to say, if you know you're going to be using something and you're having our court monitor mark it, make sure that they see it, okay? I think that's important. Just then they're not seeing it for the first time when it's being introduced. Okay. Anything else? No?
No, Your Honor.
Very good. Thank you, everybody. I'll see you tomorrow.
Ah, Snail, you said the fingerprints are the only reason Adam admitted to getting rid of the body. Now, I just replied to you and said he didn't admit it, but yes, he conceded guilt. Now we're on the same page. He did indeed. So that is admitting guilt to that. True. I think he also admitted that not because of the fingerprints, because then his strategy and the defense's strategy would be to pin this all on Kayla, to be like, okay, so I got rid of the evidence, but somebody else did it. I think that was the strategy there. Let's just see if there's anything else.
Thank you.
Nope, that's it. Wow, okay. That was another busy day. Let's do it. Oh, wait, aren't they going to show the chair? Oh, come on, show us the chair. Want to find that chair again.
I was thinking you said...
Aww. That's what I got the crickets for. The chair. But we did have a clip in the beginning. If you missed it, I did show you a few things, including Kayla's mother refusing to talk to Court TV's Matt Johnson. That was weird, seeing that. So if you didn't see that, make sure you watch the replay of the stream. If you did only join this somewhere in the middle or somewhere at the end, make sure that you check out the replay because I will do timestamps for you. I always do. I, chapter out when all the witnesses are on so that you could see that. Okay, well, today we had lots of witnesses, huh? Yeah, quick. I was waiting for those chairs. I'm so ready. At least we've got crickets loaded now. For if they ever do show that chair again. For the coward who's not in the courtroom, right? Freaking Adam, thinking he's such a big, tough guy. Oh, please. You can't even be at your own trial. So today, let's just see. We had Katie Swango, Scott Reilly, Detective Lamy, yes, Rachel Radwich, Yard Lujano, Kevin McMahon, and Martin Orlowicz. 7 witnesses today. There's 26 witnesses that have been taken the stand in this trial so far. They said the state will have 50 to 55 witnesses. So if we're on day 6, I would say they'd probably still be busy. Of course, tomorrow, Friday, Monday, I think, is a public holiday in the USA. So I think they're going to be busy with the state the whole of next week, if I had to guess, right? Based on how many witnesses they say they're going to call up. And then the defense will have 2 witnesses. So we're going to be together for Feb. That's what they said, right? Okay. Kylie said wanted to hear the crickets. You wanted to hear the crickets? There it is. Okay, so when they show us the empty chair again, we know our crickets are ready for this guy that has the right to not be in the courtroom, which is just horrible. I wish they could just put him there. He needs to be there with his little teardrop tattoo and everything and his little temper tantrums or whatever it is. Just put him in the courtroom. But no, in this case, in the state, he has the right to not be there. Like the coward he is. And like the stalker he is. He's stalking his own trial from his own prison cell. That's just like, what? Thank you so much, everyone, for being here today. Thank you so much. Oh, my word. You guys are so sweet. You send PayPals. You send coffees. You send coffees to me and to the mods. Really appreciate it. That's direct support. Thanks to everyone who checked out Patreon today as well and joined over there. That's a great source of support too. And everyone who became a member. And even if you just subscribed, liked, and shared. Thank you so much. That's a huge source of support. I can't believe that we start like a little bit later. And then there's over 4,000 of you here watching with me. I'm so grateful. And I really enjoy watching this trial with you, even though the topic is horrendous. It's nice to be together as we watch another trial. We've covered a few trials here. I see people are still every single day making comments on the Letitia Stark trial, which means they're still watching it. So thank you for watching previous trials that we covered. We've covered a few now. I only started covering trials last year. Letitia Stark was my first one. So yes, it's nice to be together. I know it's long hours together as well, and I appreciate every one of you. Okay, everyone. So I'm gonna. It's time to rest now, I guess, because it's 11 o'clock. Although it's first timestamp time, I have one more thing to say as well. Today, I made a Delphi-related video for you, and I would highly recommend checking it out because it's pretty interesting. I'm wondering if Richard Allen is going to walk based on what they just said. So go and check that out. It's in the video section. It's not a live stream, okay? So, yeah, and I definitely still want to update you on many things. There's so many cases I'm following and would love to get to. It's just all about energy. Can you please make a clone? That'd be so nice if I had a few of me like on standby, you know? Okay, so thank you, mods. I appreciate everything you do. My goodness, the mods are working hard, you guys, especially during trial time. Thank you so much. You can buy them a coffee if you want to. All links are on grizzlytruecrime.com. Okay, if you go there, all the links and explanations are on there. There's even an FAQ section. Did you know a group of bears is called a sleuth? Yeah, we're the Grizzlies. So thank you so much. If you haven't yet, like and share. Make sure you are subscribed, notifications on, and I'll see you tomorrow. Okay, we're not teleporting anywhere now. we will just meet again tomorrow. Okay, also again, 2.5 hours after the court feed start time, so we don't have to wait through the lunch break or anything. Okay, everyone, I'll see you again soon. Bye.